Hello ladies and gents, and welcome to the Winter's Invitational 2K23, and we have now reached the final day of the tournament with the playoff stage. 4 teams left, 2 from EU, 2 from NA, and once again I am being joined by my co-analyst Toxic. How are you doing, mate?
I'm doing fabulous. Let's jump right into the bracket because we got some banger matches on our hand. We will be having 2 semifinals, both of them in the best of 9 format between 1 NA and 1 EU team each, and they will be fighting for a chance to reach the grand finals, in which the 2 winner teams will face each other and battle for the first and second prizes, which is namely some gold, some bonds, but also 5,000 euros for the first place and 2,500 euros for the second place.
Yes, so Opor against Bears being the first one of the day. Like you mentioned, both of those are BO9. The finals also is a BO9. I mean, Oppo was very consistent yesterday, but between Hit and Run and Bears, it went all the way to tiebreaker. On top of it, we can probably take a closer look at the group A and B, because yesterday we had both Chinese team GCAT and Chi Yan Hong that dropped because they were lost off their group. But we have now EU NA that are going to be battling for their spot in the finals. First match of the day, the Opor against Bears. It's going to be very interesting, but we probably need to also talk. We can talk about the upcoming match. We also have the drops to cover, but about that one, Bears against Opor, we have some very knowledgeable players. We have the Bears with October, the captain, Opor, Ketsai. We have some very strong and consistent players. For example, Muscles from the Bears, Pansri from Opor. What do you think about that one?
I mean, Opor is known to show their best on a Saturday, and then on Sunday kind of relax a bit, so that will be interesting to see, because if Bears shows up like they did yesterday, and they did manage to get hit and run to a tiebreaker, remind you all, this might be actually a close match that we have at hands. However, we do still expect Opor to be the favorite team in this one.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one, especially with Bears making it all the way to tiebreaker yesterday. They could definitely give a hard task to Opor. Just like I said before, we should probably take a look at the drops, because we have some insane drops today at Toxic. We have a ton of stuff for you to get after 3 hours of watching some 2D styles, premium days, some 3D style of the 277, but also some premium tanks, and especially the carry that you enjoy a lot.
The Kari it's an insane tank. It's probably, I've mentioned it yesterday already, it's probably, for good players, the best tier premium out there. Might even beat the BZ-176. But even if you don't get that, the Sumo and the Scorpion, both also very solid premium tanks. And worst case, you still get a day of premium or a 2D style, so that's pretty good bet for just watching for 118 minutes. And keep in mind that after the stream, Ducky on his channel will once again have exclusive after-party drops, so make sure to stick around after the stream to claim those drops as well on Ducky's channel.
I think also that after the second match ends, we also have an announcement for the next tournament, so make sure to be there to get the dates. The next 15v15 tournament will be showcasing shortly. But anyway, Toxic, I guess we want to jump straight into the action, but just before that, we want to hear what Keyhand and Ducky have to say. Please, casters, take it away.
Well, it seems like I was muted, but able to fix that. And hello to the final day of the Winter Invitational 2023. Today we're going to have 3 best of 9s. We already know it's going to be 2 times a EU versus NA match. After that, it's going to be the grand finals, which we don't know anything about yet. But first of all, it's going to be the Bears against Opor. Ducky, what are your thoughts?
Well, the Bears yesterday had actually a very good showing against Hit and Run, so I'm expecting a lot from them today as well. I predicted a close match because of it. They seem to be on point, at least in some of the runs. Some of them they were struggling, but like in general, I think they have capabilities. The analyst already mentioned it, you're going to bring it up as well at some point. At WCI, Opor looked like the team that was going to win it all on Saturday. However, on finals day, not quite the case.
Yeah, I think on the finals day they were able to beat Falcons in the upper bracket finals, who had previously beaten Hit and Run, but then Hit and Run with the Cinderella run through the lower bracket, able to best Opur in a 5 versus 3, if memory serves correctly. That all doesn't matter anymore. Let bygones be bygones. Bears against Opur, map pick and bans coming in, mines and steps being removed respectively, and well, I guess this is shaping up to be the Tundra tournament. Once again, we are going to see that map. Then the second one can be Ghost Town, picked by Opur. Unsurprising, because yeah, I think some of their past players used to be in a well-known team called Postro Podjvic, the Bananas, and they were very, very good at Ghost Town too. So kind of unsurprising, the pick for me. Moravanka and Cliff being banned out. Sand River, a map number 3, and if we get to it, Himmelsdorf, map number 4, leading into Prokhorovka for the possible tiebreaker. So...
yeah, that is indeed the way it's gonna go. Ghost Town for me is gonna be the big difference maker there. Keyhand, of course, gotta remind everybody this is not a best of 7 key, but a best of 9, right? So it's a bit different than yesterday.
It is quite a bit different. So first to 5 points. Personally, I'm gonna watch out for Ghost Town as well as Himmelsdorf, because that can be a very, very volatile map as well. Judging by the showings of each team yesterday, I would give the favoring to Opur. Yeah, I guess you're also going with a 5-2 here. But in
Actually, a 5-3 for Opur, but it's okay.
5-3. All right, but that means that all the 4 of us actually do agree that Opur is favored despite their performance yesterday, which is kind of unsurprising, I would say. Then again, we'll have to see how Bears are going to be performing today, how Opur is going to be doing coming into this one. This is now single elimination bracket, so it's do or die in the matches for everyone involved. Opur coming into game number 1 today with double E5, double mouse, a singular IS7, and the double 60TP.
Yeah, the double 60TP against the Bears quad 60TP, singular IS7, the S-Kunk, and the CS63. So none of those mediums available for Opur, but they do have a healthy mix of alpha, armor, and DPM.
There is going to be a restart, so that means the tanks are not going to change, but we are going to be headed back to the garage, and yeah, obviously the same tanks are going to get picked in between both of them. That being said and done, I think it should be mentioned that we are playing the first 4 games on the EU2 server. Then we are going to the NA server or US Central server, I should say, for the possible next 4 rounds. And then obviously, if it goes to tiebreaker, the deciding team picks the side or the server, and the other team gets to pick the remaining thing.
So that's the way it is. It's just to give both teams the maximum capabilities of at least play on their own server for a while as well. The only downside of starting on EU for the Bears is, of course, if they were to go down 4-0, there is potentially not much any time left. So it's always a bit, yeah, well, I mean, you bring it yourself to that point, though. So, but yeah, yesterday they had some hit and miss performances. I mean, the Bears, I would say. Some rounds they looked really, really good, and some rounds were lacking a bit of that flexibility, that quick adjustments that you see some of the teams have, but I still have faith in them.
Yeah, I definitely have faith in them as well. They're here for a reason. They're a well-versed team. They do have a lot of experience between them. But I think the first round after the restart now is about to start. So let's hop into the game here and see how we are going to start off. I mean, lineup-wise, both teams bringing a lot of super heavies.
Yeah, but like I said, Opur has that mixed key. You know, the big alpha of the 60TPs, the mouses for the armor, and then the double DPM of the E5, right? And the hold-on potential of the IS7. Bears is a bit more in your face. With those 60TPs, it really depends if they can get them in the location to get those shots against those tanks from Opur.
Yeah, Brett here now in the south with that CS63, trying to gather some information. So far, not really seeing a lot. That is because Opur is playing an extremely north-heavy defense with the IS-7 and the E5 both being on the A line. Brett here, I think, trying to knock down some houses maybe. with a couple shots, but the IS-7 of Rexa, that is a very, very aggressive position to be taking.
Yeah, it's very relatively aggressive, but they also have, as you can see, Panzer Fury pushed up into the E5, unspotted in a bit of a trap, hoping for that A-line push to come out, because, well, once they do, and the I-7 gets in front of Rexar, sure, you're safe from Rexar, but you're definitely not safe from Orchek or Panzer Fury, because look at Orchek's position, it's also quite pushed up. It's not that defensive.
Also, interestingly, I would say Wallhax is in B9 with that IS-7. Yesterday, we saw him in A0, and Rexa seems to be committing in even further. So, a fairly aggressive defense being played here by the Polish team of Opor. Tisek there seems to have taken a shot of damage, probably by Muscles in that S-Conk who did get spotted. Let's see if Rexa is able to put one into the S-Conk. We all know the IS-7 gun doesn't like those shots long range. Probably not even all of the tank there in the crosshair. So not going to be connecting for now.
Yeah, but it's very, very north heavy from Opor. It's like they're saying we can hold this out if the push comes, but we are mostly afraid of a north play. Because you see 6 tanks of them are around that area, focused on a potential play. They do have to be, of course, be careful, because Ketsai, I mean, he's kind of by himself, and I know it's a mouse, but if a 7-man tank push comes towards him, he's not making it out in that tank.
Yeah, no, and if a 7-man push actually comes to shove there, then the mouse is just a very, very welcome snack, I would say, on the way to the cap or possibly beyond. So Jacob now also being committed in, Rexa starting to push up. He's going to be driving into Wallhax. Now Chase also eyeing himself a bit of that IS-7 here. We'll have to wait and see. The IS-7 though getting pummeled a bit by the E5. So Rexa going to be finding himself in that 1v1. Wallhax actually backing off here.
Wallhax backing off because there is an E5 coming behind Kihan, right? As you can see at A7, A8, that's Sir Jacob. But Chase is in a lot of trouble right now. Beautiful shot from Jacob on the move there against December. That 60p pushed behind the corner. And you would almost feel like Bears are currently defending and Opor is attacking.
Yeah, it seems like Opor have found a lot of angles here. Yes, the Bears have been able to retaliate a bit, but the damage seems to be on the tanks that are not currently pushing. Wallhax here trying to keep holding on in this northeastern part of the map, but you can see the IS-7 against itself. That is not really an engagement that you want to take hold down because, well, we are realistically not going to be dealing a whole lot of damage, but Bears, they still have that S-Conk on the hill, now the CS as well. So that is a lot of DPM that could help there. Good shot by Ketsai into December.
Yeah, and look at the HP key. Look at the HP as well. 3,000, bit less than 3,000 lead for Opor. But look at the positions that the Bears have, Key.
Yeah,
they have nothing. They
yeah,
have
exactly.
absolutely
I was about
nothing.
to ask which positions there are.
There are none. There are no positions from them to really play from. They allow themselves to just slowly get choked down and surrounded. And I don't think they're enjoying it either. Because where do you make a play here right now? Like, all your tanks are stuck in the riverbed. It's been a while since I've seen any team in this position.
Yeah, I mean, there might be the one single saving grace of them being closer together than Opor, so they have an easier time of, like, bunching up and pushing somewhere. But I think the Opor tanks, they have done a very good job of not really being pushable because everyone is able to support everyone, realistically. So whatever the Bears try to push, they will immediately get shut down. Chase in that 62p taking a lot of damage in the northern side of the map here now. I think they're trying to push out there, but is it going to be met with success? I have my reservations.
I have my reservations as well, Kian. And Sir Jacob and Rex are actually just taking the push forward against Brett and Wally and IS-7 and E5, Kian. I think they win this 2v2, to be honest. Because of that CS63, it is that kind of a tank that it can't really take blow for blow against the heavy. Octo and November, in the meantime, trying to pressure Panzer Fury, but Jacob just even makes a shot there. December down towards the one shot already. And for the Bears on their Tundra attack, the favorite side, many of us would consider, it is not going that well. But if anything at all, they never even got rolling in this game.
No, they got stopped dead in their track. Just like Panzer Fury, the first tank to die here for Opor, but the HP 13,000 against 6,000. Rexar with the ram kill, adding a bit of style to a round that looked just too easy.
It's just weird to me, Kian. I don't know if it was weird for you as well, how the Bears were just allowing Opor to just take more and more of that north side step by step. And at no given point was there a reaction to it. They just kind of let it happen to them.
Yeah, I mean, there was, I believe, Chase in that 60 TP who had the potential to like punish on the cross, but then as soon as the E5 appeared there as well, he took one shot, and then he never ever tried again to punish the IS-7 of Rexar for driving through there. So all in all, a very weird game from the attackers of Bears here, and obviously well played to Opor, but they just made Tundra seem completely defense-sided, which normally it shouldn't be.
I mean, it was a good strat from Opor, right? I think we have to compliment them on just continuing that pressure on the northern side, slowly but surely keeping those tanks from the Bears locked. But at the same time, we do have to wonder, why did the Bears even allow all of this to happen? There was no rotation south. There was no rotation north. At some point, I think they had 3 tanks on the hill. And okay, that's a really great position, but...
The thing is, though, I think the Opor tanks did a really good job of staying safe from those sniper positions from the hill. And you can see, Muscles was able to farm in that Super Conk, but honestly, not a whole lot else.
I mean, Muscles is the one on the hill, he does 5.5. That's kind of expected, I guess, from that tank, but completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. No, it was a really good round from Poor, but it was lackluster from the Bears in return. I expected them to, I don't know, maybe rotate south, pressure the south, run over Katsai, potentially, at least some sort of a reaction, some sort of a move, a play in regards to what Opor was doing against them, but nothing. Completely stationary until they really had to do something, and then they drove into a setup Opor in the north, which I don't think it was going to work at any given point.
Overall, I think the Bears just with pretty bad opening. I mean, maybe they just needed to wake up. I mean, for them in America, it's pretty early. Maybe that's the issue, but they certainly just went there mentally. So let's hope that in round number 2, they're going to be switching it up a little. That being said, though, round number 2 is going to be their Tundra defense. And if memory serves correctly, that is even their pick. So them being just completely,
especially on Tundra,
like
especially on Tundra attack ammo, especially on that one. The one where you do have a lot of potential to make a play, and usually you are the one dictating where you push, where you play, where you take the fight even. It's normally all the choice of the attacker on this map. In this game, they had none of that. They had no choice in where to play, what to do. It was all poor. If you want to warm up, I think you want to warm up on the defense,
Well, I guess the best thing for the Bears is just going to be to put this first round against Opor just behind them. Don't think that it ever happened, because realistically, there's nothing positive that they can take from it. They got outplayed on a personal level, I think, on a tactical level, and outminded as well. So hopefully they're able to just, wipe the slate clean and start anew. It's not going to be easier on the Tundra defense for them, but maybe they can do it. I mean, we saw a very, very good showing by the team of the Bears yesterday against Hit and Run. They really made them, or gave them a run for their money. I mean, they even went to tiebreaker. If you're holding it with the Bears, kind of concerning this first round.
Yeah, it is indeed kind of concerning for them, but again, Kian, it's still so early in the match, so we won't put too much away from them just yet, or be like, oh no, it's going to go awful for them. It was the first round, they're coming in, it's indeed a bit early, maybe they were warming up, now they get to defend, they win this round, 1-1, moving on. It's like from that point, it's a best of 7, right? So then you just say, okay, 2 rounds of warm-up, it's all good.
Yeah, and it is a best of 9 still, so a long way to go. That being said, Opur looking to extend the lead here to a 2-0, and they're doing so with quintuple 60 TP, 1 IS7 and an E5.
And then E5 versus the Bears, triple 60 TP, 1 IS7, double mouse, and the Minotauro, which I feel kind of fell out of fashion a little bit, Giant.
Yeah, it kind of fell out of fashion. Not really sure why it did. Maybe because teams figured out that, or teams learned that when you actually have to repush somewhere with the Mino, it's not that great. But I think it's just unrivaled for holding a position, hold down. There is nothing that beats the Mino in doing that.
Yeah, because I feel like at some point we had like at least one per team, right?
Yeah.
On this map, and now it's like maybe the defender has some, but even that is not guaranteed at all.
I mean, before the Mino, there was like this 60 TP versus 60 TP or S-Conk versus S-Conk meta in like D4-5, but then it was like Mino versus Mino always, and they would just throw AG at each other's heads. But that has completely fallen out of fashion. Like the D4 position, not really being played that often by defenders. Sometimes the attackers don't play D5. Both positions actually being played by 60 TPs now, though. Orzek and Muscles spotting each other out. Orzek playing a very, very aggressive game here, but I think Muscles, yeah, he was far enough down to not take that shot into the cupola.
Yeah, it's like a really tight game of all tanks there. I mean, honestly, the closer you get to another tank, sometimes the more annoying it is to aim at them because they move so much, so quickly, trying to just hit that cupola. It's not that easy, especially not in a 60 TP.
Yeah, the gun. I mean, the gun does slap heavily, and yesterday we saw when the gun really wants to roll nicely, then it can be, 800 plus every single roll. But first of all, you have to get that damage in. You have to hit those shots because the handling can be kind of iffy. Orzek now peeking, fancying himself another bit of Muscles here, but Muscles there with the first shot does not connect it. Orzek, the same thing for him, but T-Sec now driving in. Does start over peeking a little bit, does not connect his shell either.
Yeah, but look at that 60 TP that sneaked up to B4 as well, B3, B4. Not sure which one that was. I think it was Ketsai. He's also taking some ground there. And Opur is starting to pressure. It looks like a way more standard-ish defense from the Bears, right? Further back, holding the lanes, waiting for the push to come. And Opur is taking the map now because that's kind of what you need to do, right? As the attacker, take the map before you make your final play. But they are pressuring down D3 quite heavily. There's no punishment on towards the position of Ketsai. December, though, definitely taking some 800 on that mouse. But you see B3, nobody's pressuring Ketsai. Nobody. And he's just able to put shots towards Muscles and Brent.
Yeah, and the trade's now kind of concerning because Opur completely full HP and Bears having bled heavily already. Like Brett is down to 1500, Muscles down to 2300, December took 855 in that mouse. So if the trades keep going like this, then Opur just doesn't need to do more than just keep doing what they are doing already, which is just out-trading on an individual level. Once again, 2-4-0. Brett and Muscles just getting schooled here by T-Sec and Orzek.
Yeah, T-Sec and Orzek and even Ketsai from the side having a field day against them. And the issue is that T-Sec and Orzek are just going to get a little bit more brave here. They know Muscles is low HP, so they're just going to make peaks together. Muscles retaliates though, beautiful shot by him. Orzek might try to get one back, but doesn't seem to find it just yet. Rexstar is getting pushed though by December, by October, in that IS7, by the mouse, by the Mino, but he has double tank and support. Still Panzer Fury and DJ say thank you very much for driving forward in that mouse. Rexstar is tanking it out, but that's what you want to do with that IS7. It doesn't have DPM anyways, as DJ now pushing past Octo, who's trying to make his clip. Panzer Fury here will finish the mouse with that shot. The Mino now left to his own devices, and the trading game in the south is going to be going Opur's way, now pressuring the north as well. And for the Bears, it just looks like they're currently very busy getting out traded.
Yeah, I mean, DJ there with the kill on the burning Minotauro as well, and HP-wise, I mean, yeah, November has now been pulled close here to fight off against T-Sec and Orzek, but he also doesn't fare better when it comes to the trades. T-Sec and Orzek just playing a better game of World of Tanks, you have to say it. Muscles now getting taken out of the game from the backlines, the mouse is now starting to come in, but in the meanwhile, Opur just comfortably capping with triple tank I mean, November is trying to come back and trying to do anything here, but 17 seconds, not even sure if he makes it back.
No, I don't think so. I think they're just going to cap it out. Wallach, in the meantime, going to fall against Ketsai in the 60 TP. And for Opor, it looks rather simple again in a way. But they did set up a really nice crossfire between the B3 position where Ketsai was and Orchak and Tisek. And the 60 TPs from the Bears didn't really have an answer to that.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours for the Bears. A round 1 that was honestly pretty forgettable, and a round 2 that wasn't much better. Opor on Tundra just looking very, very strong, and the Bears looking not up to the task, if we're being honest here. That was...
They picked this map, no?
Yeah, the Bears did pick this map, and Opor just 2-0'd them on it like it's absolutely nothing. That looked like, scrims in between...
Who are you gonna diss?
Well,
Who are you gonna diss? Come on.
Well, a WCI Shanghai participant and, someone that's not.
Okay. You stayed a little bit diplomatic. I like that. I like it. Yeah, nobody really having a good game from the Bears at all. Like, not even close. From Opor, damage being split. I mean, the Bears tried to make that south rotation. Simply did not have the number of the guns there to really do something. That's just good map control from Opor, having the right amount of tanks in every location. Right, the Mino Mouse, they tried, but if they run into 3 tanks, there's not much they can do. And of course, the 60 TPs, they're just having a good time for Opor as well. Well played to Opor. Gotta say, from the Bears, I'm expecting more from them, from what they showed yesterday. Especially coming into the next map of Ghost Town. You really need them, if you're a Bears fan at this moment in time, you really need them to step it up into Ghost Town. Because if it's like this, it's going to be 4-0 rather quickly. It's going to be very honest about that.
Yeah, the problem there being obviously that Ghost Town historically, or Opor historically, has been known to be a pretty well-versed Ghost Town team. They did look okay yesterday on Ghost Town, I think. They didn't really have to show like what they can also do, which is once again that incredible team cohesion that was more like hit and run, having to show that off against the Bears, which is why I think they won at least one of their rounds against the Bears on it. But right now, I mean, waking up to something like this, the Bears must feel just flabbergasted. Like, they came into this one, they just got completely wiped in round number 1, and in round number 2, they got completely outplayed as well. And the concerning thing there is, like, yeah, sometimes openings can go wrong. Sometimes tactics can just get hard countered. But what we just saw was, in round number 1, no answer to how offensive Opor was playing. And in round number 2, despite everything else that was going on, obviously, skill difference in the Cupola game. Like, at one point, it was like 5 or 6 to nothing. And when you're talking about those meaty Alpha 60 TP guns with 750 a pop, that is really where you start running into issues, and you won't be able to win the shootout anymore because you're simply lacking the HP.
This goes 2 ways now for the Bears, right? They either recover and they come back swinging, and you'll see that in the next round, or it's like a sinking ship and it just doesn't improve.
Well, will the Bears have to rename to Titanic, or is it going to be the Mayflower making it across? Currently, looking like the Opor iceberg is going to prevail. Ghost Town is where it needs to start for the Bears. I think both of us agree on that. If they don't get around here on the board, then even with the server switch, which, as we talked about yesterday, doesn't really mean that much anyway. Even with the server switch, it would be anything but a miracle for Opor to even make it to tiebreaker. 4 in a row against a team of Opor that have just looked straight up, hands down, better so far. Would be hard. Opor coming into this one. Double IS-7, quadruple mouse, and the CS-63.
The CS-63 for the Bears available as well. the Escon, the 277, the Mouse, the 60p, and then a bit of an interesting one for Ghost Town, right? Key, the W100, not seen that much on this map compared to its larger brother, the Mouse. I mean, usually teams bring a Mouse, so E100 has to have a very specific purpose here. Maybe because it's a bit quicker?
Maybe because it's a bit quicker. I'm trying to see, do they have the big guns or the small guns? Because the big guns can actually be very useful against the Mouses, but it looks like the 12.8 centimeter
Yeah,
guns.
the big gun would have the big muzzle, you know.
Yeah.
So small gun, good TPM, bit lackluster in the pen department compared to the big one. I think it's like 310-ish.
Yeah, I think it's 311, and the big one has like 334 on the heat. Well, it's a bit better on the heat, but it's not great for a 15 centimeter heat gun.
I mean, I would like the big gun on the 100 as well. I've said that the big gun can work, but you know, you have the issue with the gun handling though.
Yeah. That being said, though, obviously it does kind of soft counter, I believe, the Mouses and also enemy E100s with a small gun a bit, because you do have more pen, and those flat turret fronts, those flat turret cheeks, they do actually take the heat kind of nicely, as in, you know, they do get penetrated pretty well by them. So it can be kind of a soft counter. That being said, though, Opor starting to drive in. And December here with that Mouse in kind of a holding position has to be careful not to overexpose, because he's peeking into a lot of guns here. But I don't think Ketzai and T-Sec want to commit in just yet. They do have wall hacks and muscles behind them to back him up. But the push does get called in the south here as Rexar takes 2. But that is kind of an okay price to pay, in my opinion, for getting an IS-7 across that now is going to be able to farm in towards that E5 position where there's a lot of Bears tanks.
Yeah, the IS-7 keyhands, they go here for a specific reason, right? To counter those tanks at D4, D5, and you can see an immediate reaction by the 60p, by the 100s running away, trying to get to a better position. The 277 is a bit isolated where he is right now, though. Wall hacks, he may have to bail from that as well, but I don't know if he really can. Keyhand in December, in his mouth, is just in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, he is in a whole lot of trouble. Do T-Sec and Sir Jacob decide to drive on towards him is the question. First of all, wall hacks on the cross is going to take 1, 2, make that 3 down towards a one-shot. Is going to try to make it to safety. Maybe the IS-7s will be able to finish him off. This does not look like it. Overall, in the trade department, the Opur tanks having a better time here at the moment. December trying to do what he can, tanking like a champ, but he's facing off against 3 times Mouse in his singular one, and he's taking shots into the back.
Yeah, the double I7 from behind is now making this Mouse short work. I mean, it takes a while because they had a lot of HP, and the Bears did adjust to it, but the adjustment cost them a tank, and let's say 90% of another tank, Wall Axe is on a one-shot, and a tremendous amount of HP.
Yeah, the bleed has been quite substantial, and now Wallhax does get another shot in towards one of the Mouses, driving on towards the cap, but that is the issue, right? The Mouses are now on the cap, and Wallhax cannot drive too closely, because if he does, the Mouse just peeks and kills him. And, well, Ketzai just, I guess, gets the Cupola shot. Good job by the team captain from Opur. Things going from bad to worse for Bears. It doesn't stop there. DJ is going to get himself in towards the A-line as well with that CS63. He's going to have even more crossfire. Now, Octobear and Muscles trying to tank it out. Those are 2 tanks with very good DPM, so they're going to be able to probably win that 2v2 here, but are they going to win the game with that? I don't think so.
No, they're trying to focus on Muscles from the side of Opur. They lose Rexar, but they will get at least a CS63 in return. And the HP is starting to even out a little bit here because that IS-7 push 112 was not the correct one. It is greedy. It's not a fight that they can win. It's minus 2 tanks there normally. But luckily for Opur, they already had such a big lead from the beginning. And even with this, well, less than, you know, amazing IS-7 push, then it's fair to say, they're still well and truly ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Octobear has 1700 of the 2.9k HP. Make that 2.5 as Chase also bites the dust. November not going to be long for this world either. as Panzfury is going to get DPM'd down by Octobear probably, but that opens up the cap for Opur. They're driving out here. They want to kill November, and then I guess they're going to turn around. Never mind, Panzfury even does get Octo. Not even sure how he did that. Probably got a lot of support by his teammates. But yeah, around number 3. And once again, Opur look commanding. Opur look decisive. And the Bears look not up to the task.
It's looking rough. Looking rough. I don't want to be hypercritical of the Bears. I think Opur's playing a good game of all the things and doing the moves that they need to do without very many mistakes so far. But for the Bears, it's okay. They did adjust, but the adjustment cost them so much. I mean, I don't know if Wallhanks was supposed to be in that position or not. Can't know without listening to their team speak, for example. But him leaving could have died for that as well. And you know that the mouse where December is always going to die. Even if the mouse is from the front, we're really struggling with him because he's on a bad angle for them. It's really hard to shoot at. Everything is angled up as well. It ruins every pen out, basically. The i7s from behind are still going to be able to take away majority of his HP. So you do that adjustment, so you're -2 tanks, and even then you have to somehow deal with the issue of you take that north defense, you're going to be able to reset.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if an earlier S-Conk rotation by Octobear would have done anything to remedy the situation. There was just so many things wrong with what the Bears were doing here. And multiple times throughout the match, the Opur tanks were simply able to exploit all of those openings. And yeah, I mean, the IS-7 push with Rexa and Panzfury probably a bit over-eager. But at the same time, you could argue that the match at that point, or sorry, not the match, but the round at that point was over. That is the only little nitpick that I have. Opur maybe trying to do things a little too fast here. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, it is one nitpick in 3 rounds that I have. The much bigger criticism currently goes towards the Bears. That, yeah, well, I'm struggling to even find a silver lining here, because now they're going to be attacking on Ghost Town, and Ghost Town is, well, defense sided, and they
need this round. They really just let's just cheer for the Bears. They need this round more than anything. Need something to get the ball rolling. They're attacking. I don't think Opur is going to be pushing into them on the defense, most likely. It's just not the kind of map where you really do that because of the lineups you pick. So at least they have the ball in their court. They get to dictate the pace of the game. They get to dictate where they go, where they push. And for the love of God, I hope they make it a good one and at least pick up this round so they have something going. Like 3-1 is something you can come back from, because realistically, you know, you spin the next map 2-0, happens. But 4-0 is it leaves no room for error.
3-1 is kind of playable.
3-1 is still kind of playable, but 4-0 is there's no pressure on Opur anymore. Then, like, if you're at 4-0, it's like, okay, we just play.
I mean, theoretically, yeah, at 4-0, Opur can just YOLO 4 times, and one of them is gonna stick, right? So,
yeah, they only need one round where they just push and win, and it's over. And that's for sure going to be capable of doing that.
Well, it is not yet do or die for the Bears, but it might as well be. Already almost up against the ropes. 3-0, the current scoreline. And the much more concerning thing for me is that not a single round was close at all. Opur coming in, triple mouse, quadruple 277.
Quadruple 277 with the Bears, double BZ, W100, double mouse on a CS63. Could be a quick cap play, potentially, Kiant.
Could be quick cap play. Double BZ and CS in towards the cap, and then double E100, double mouse to back it up. But I think
that's what I'm
Opur,
thinking. But
I think Opur, they kind of have the tanks to play against this, because they have like triple super heavy, and they have quadruple 277 that they can just use to inflict 2k damage immediately onto the people crossing. But I don't think that's what they're doing, and I don't think that's what the Bears are doing either. So this 2-cap play that I think both of us were referring to is not going to get called by the Bears, and Opur, they maybe suspect something like this, but they are not reacting how I expected them to. They're instead sending double 277 towards K line, but they're going to be out of the game because the focus for the Bears is north.
The focus of the Bears is actually north, yeah, but those BZs taking, but there will be a 277 in position. We've seen A-line crosses, they're very difficult, to be honest, to make them work. And not because taking A4, you can get to A4. The issue is killing the guy that's below you at A3, because it's a rather large overpeak.
Yeah, people from the entirety of the western part of the map are going to be able to shoot you at that point in time. That double 277, that is not really a position that you usually see by the defenders. But Panzfury and Rex are very, very comfortable there. Panzfury even driving forward, looking for a bit more. As he does peek and sees nothing. And this is going to be so much information by the Bears. Because this is such an unusual play for the defender, the Bears, especially this early on, right? The Bears are probably not going to expect that Opur already has so much info on where the Bears aren't.
The Bears aren't. And the Bears are now coming back to with the BZ. A potential cap play is still on the charts, though, Key, with the BZs pushing down the middle. It is still possible. And to be honest, there's not that many people aiming for it either. However, I think that the small issue is that Panzerfury might spot Wally or Chase coming around that corner from the 277 position at J3. So I think they would need to figure out a different angle on how to get in it.
Well, this is not Onslaught and not Mirny, so they're not going to be able to drive through the EF line up and simply into the city. They're gonna have to drive through a D7 or a G7, and well, guess what? Both in A4 and K4, there's 277s for Opur that are spotting everything. We can see Chase just got spotted, so yeah, things not really looking that good. That being said, not that many tanks for Opur are actually close to the cap. It is only the triple mouse. That is like 10,000 HP. That is half of the HP that they have. The 277 would then have to commit in immediately to help out their mouse buddies. We'll have to wait and see. Is Ozek going to spot this? Yes, he does. Shot in towards December. The BZs start driving in. The E100s are going to be trying to do something against DJ and Katsai. The punishment, though, pretty good onto Chase. But where do they go from here?
Where do they go from here? Well, Chase does make it into the cap, which is step number 1. At least he's alive, Kihan. They can play off of that, the W100. Trying to get the connections out against those mouses. Do get one. The double 277, though, here is the threat, I think, for the Bears. You see, they're pathing. They are spotted, but at least one of them, Panzerfury, isn't. They'll be flanking this W100, which can then be put into a pincer. But it does seem, because of the other 277 being spotted, they're at least able to refocus onto this. And that is a lot of HP that Panzerfury and Rex are trying to take on here.
Yeah, that is indeed a lot of HP that they're trying to take on, but the first kill go in the way of Opur. The HP currently dead even, but the guns aren't, and that is exactly what Opur wants. They want to have more effective DPM in the game, especially since the BZs don't really have that. The mouse now starting to come in for Ozek, so Jacob taking a truck ton of damage. Rexa killing November off screen. That is 7 versus 5.
Yeah, 7 versus 5, because one of the mouses pushed across as well. They did find that E100, the low HP one, Brett, now trying to make it out, but he's not going to make it too far in that E100, getting punched through the backside multiple times over and over. And yeah, in the other side, the Bears are trading at the very least, even against the 3 tanks from Opur. And wall hacks might even finish Sir Jacob, who doesn't connect his shot in return. Muscles on fire. Not going to be too happy about that one. He might be able to finish the mouse, but on the offside, everything that the Bears had on top of that is gone. It's just Wally and Octo left standing.
Just Wally and Octo. Wall hacks with another shot in towards the back of T-Sec. Wall hacks should have been dead long ago. Did take a lot of bounces by those 277s, but now he is being removed, and this leaves 5 tanks for Opur standing with 4.2 KHP against Octo. Singular mouse taking another shot of damage. Ooh, T-Sec needs to be careful not to get rammed here, but it's not going to change the fact that Opur is going to take this one as well. It's going to be 4-0 on their home server, but I don't think that was the problem. Honestly, I think the Bears were just not up to the task in rounds 1 to 4. They have to hope to now get things going, because otherwise, well, they're out of chances.
at least this one was closer. They had the setup, they had the cap, and yet Chase lost a lot of HP down to 500. He probably didn't have any game impact at all. Maybe 1 shot, 2 shots, no, 0 actually. And that is actually, in my opinion, the difference maker in this round. The fact that they have that BZ with 0, right, gave them only 6 tanks to play around with versus the 7 from Opor. Because in essence, the Bears weren't trading that badly, I think. They were doing well in the north, and they could have potentially held the south if they had that extra combat tank that did some damage, right?
And then on the other hand, at the end, there were quite a few bounces on towards wall hacks that realistically shouldn't have happened. That is something you don't often see by the likes of the 277s from Opur. So slight nitpicks once again there, but the fact remains that the scoreline is pretty brutal. 4-0 in a best of 9. One more round needed for Opur. Server switch is gonna happen now, so they do have at least a little more time than usual to think about what they're going to do next, and they better think long and hard about it, because, well, otherwise they're going to be, I guess, relegated to watching the stream, if they don't win the next round.
That is
Not that that is a bad thing, right? It's just that they probably imagined themselves to be somewhere else than in the spot they're in currently, which is down 0-4, and only one round was even decently close.
It just I don't know what happened for them so far. It's a bit disappointing. They had such a good match yesterday, and today it's just Tundra really not working out for them, and probably had a bad effect on the team overall. Goes down round number 1. They tried to adjust and work round number 2. It could have gone their way with a bit more luck potentially on their side or better timings. But I don't think they ever got to really show what they're capable of. And I think that is the biggest issue. They never got to show what... They are a good team, but they haven't been able to show it.
Yeah. They will have to do it on Sand River. I mean, Sand River defense is going to be a comfortable one, hopefully, for the Bears. But I don't really see it happening, honestly. Sand River should be a 1-1. Himmelsdorf, Opur is known to be very, very good on Himmelsdorf, so... it's just not a comfortable spot for them to be in. And
I think it'd be a comfortable spot for anybody to be in.
But... yeah, the way that Opur has been playing, honestly, like we keep saying that we are disappointed with the Bears currently.
No,
but
Opur is playing well, but I don't think they're doing something extraordinary to warrant 4-0.
No. But the thing is, they are not really making that many mistakes, and sometimes that is just what's
well, just
enough,
like Kihan
really.
once said, World of Tanks is a game of mistakes.
And
right?
exploiting them.
I don't remember that part, to be honest.
I thought I was here, the older person on the screen, Ducky. That is kind of concerning.
I have a selective memory.
That is a very comfortable thing to have sometimes. That being said, the lobby has been created on the NA server, so I think we should be into the round in like 2 to 3 minutes maximum. Okay, so if you're Opur, just for a second, let's put ourselves in their shoes. How do you approach this? Because obviously, the assumption that the match is won is not terribly out of this world. Do you just, YOLO, like...
But are they defending or attacking?
They are attacking right now on Sand River. Do they just go with the good old...
I just sent 7 tanks north base, like they did yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
They kind of
exactly.
they kind of played yesterday. So send those tanks through the mid straight towards the North June. Have the one guy out of the fight. Was it Opur? It was Opur, right? Yeah, it was them. 2 tanks through the A line, and then they just slowly surround. I think that they don't need to do anything else but play a standard and see how it goes.
Yep. I would do the same thing. Just send 7 tanks north and see if it sticks, because so far they didn't really have to do anything special against the Bears. It was just the Bears losing individually, losing on reactions, losing on trades. And, well, then if you just manage to bring your tanks close towards the enemy and just start trading well, then you're going to win the game off of it. That being said, it is the NA server, so maybe some of the Opor players are going to be struggling a bit with the ping. I know that's EU Copium, but, well, we need to find something for the Bears here.
It was the ping for real, for real. It was all the ping difference. It was all the ping difference. Now we're going to see the Bears just absolutely break Opor in half. The resistance is going to be smashed.
What's him actually doing?
Imagine they win the next 4 rounds.
Then we look pretty stupid.
I mean, you know what? I'm not going to say anything. I'm just gonna move on. I was going to say you look very intelligent anyway, Ski Hands, so...
Thank you very much. Likewise, right back at you.
I would give you all of my money and think that you're a banker in Switzerland.
Now I'm not sure anymore if that's supposed to be a compliment or not. Like the in Switzerland part had me like...
It is however you take it. I mean, it depends. Would you want to be a banker or not? Like...
I mean...
Is there something wrong with Switzerland?
No.
Exactly. So why? Yeah. So why would you even remotely consider that as not a compliment?
Nah, you were just being so oddly specific that it made me like think if I
mean, if
was
I say
missing some context.
If somebody says banker, don't you think of Swiss banks immediately? I have that connection in my head.
Yeah, kind of. I guess. It's time again to watch some Bourne trilogy. I think. Coming to think of the Swiss banks. Anyway, though. 2 minutes until the round is gonna get started.
I think it's over though. Sadly, I think it's over.
Yeah, I keep trying to like somehow hype it up, to somehow get anything going hype-wise for the Bears, but I have a hard time doing so.
I think they needed at least that 1 round to have something playable, some sliver of hope to grasp on and pull themselves up to like, okay, it's 3-1, it's not over yet, but 4-0. It's a mountain, and it's any mistake is game over, and Opor is probably already stress-free because 4-0 is a thing that almost never gets recovered. Almost never. I think if we did a statistic on it, it'd be probably like 90% plus conversion rate from 4-0 to a win, one way or another.
Yep. And also, the team that is currently up 4-0 was the favorite to begin with. Just not by this much, but I think the scoreline is, as brutal as it sounds, an accurate depiction of the match so far. There was one round where the Bears could have maybe gotten something going, but realistically, rounds 1 to 3, we just saw the Bears completely fall apart in front of our bare eyes. Pun not intended. It was, not a pretty sight to watch if you're a Bears fan, and obviously...
At least the good thing is if you're a Bears fan and you just woke up an hour ago to watch them, you can go straight back to sleep.
Well, yeah, I guess.
It's like, check your phone. Never mind.
Set the alarm for like, okay, I'll come for like round number 3 or round number 4, and then we'll go from it. Oh, match point.
The analysts are telling me to mention that Opor hasn't lost a single round yet so far in this tournament.
Well, if you're a Bears fan, they better start doing so now.
But that doesn't matter though. When they get to the finals and they lose, it's not going to matter if they went flawlessly until the finals. Like if they meet, for example, Hit and Run or Smile in the finals and they end up losing, it's not going to matter that they've won every single round before that cleanly.
I think after the Shanghai LAN, Opor is painfully aware of the fact that it doesn't matter how you manage to get into the grand finals if you don't manage to win them. I think that is a lesson that has been learned by Opor. So maybe looking for the redemption arc here against whoever makes it. Well, I guess it is time to bring the round underway. I guess it is time to find out if the Bears drop out of the competition now or next round. And they are trying to avoid tournament elimination with a 6 CTP, triple IS-7, 1 S-Conk, and double CS-63.
Double CS63 coming out there for the Bears. Opor's also having double CS63, double T77, double IS-7, and a 6 CTP. So quite similar, just that S-Conk for the Bears versus another heavy for Opor.
You know what I see for Opor? Leave like IS-7's 60 TPs sort of mid-north, maybe a little bit. Maybe send the IS-7s even close to June and boost the 277s to south with CSs. That would be stylish. But no, they're going to do something else. Sending one CS north, one CS south. The 277s through the dried out riverbed. Oh, that is a lot of spots that go the way of the Bears, though. And they have something else entirely in mind as well, sending triple IS-7 plus the CS-63 towards the northeast. That is a very, very heavy northeast commitment. And apart from T-Sec, they're not really going to find a lot, but T-Sec is in that A3 dune from which he possibly could even run away.
Yeah, but he's just being sent there as the bait, and they are still very quickly taking this out, Okihan. You wanted them to do it with the CSs, but they're just using the CSs as the early warning system on the A-line and the K-line. T-Sec there just standing still because, of course, in World of Tanks, as a medium tank, you do get a camo bonus when stationary.
Yeah, T-Sec exactly on that dune. Oh, wow, that is a bit unlucky, even by December, not to connect on towards the enemy 60 TP. He's going to readjust. He's going to drive further towards A7. Maybe the Bears will even try to push further here in the north. But obviously, T-Sec in that CS-63 is always going to be able to run away, is going to function as Orzek's early warning system, who can then readjust, drive away, drive around the dune, and indeed December does get spotted. This is going to push T-Sec away, yes, but Wallhacks and Kenway also getting spotted means that there is triple heavy tank by Bears being committed in towards the north with, well, what are they pushing into? A whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, we're trying. They're desperately trying to get on the outside of the hill. I think that right now the play for them is to go on towards November for Opor. He is in that S-Conk on the 0 line. If he gets pressured from down below and from the top, they buy Orchek the space to stay alive. T-Sec did take a lot of damage though to even get into position. And Ketsai right now is in a little bit of trouble. He needs a friend to help him out with a shot. Maybe Orchek could do it.
Yeah, Ketsai does indeed need a friend. Jacob coming in from the backlines as well. And Ketsai showing us that, well, IS-7 against the hold down S-Conk doesn't really work well. Jacob now coming from the backlines. The problem there obviously being that Brett is going to be able to farm that IS-7. And November with that next shot, yeah, indeed is going to be able to finish off Ketsai. Now DJ finally coming in. Jacob with the pickup. So the kill department being kept kind of even. Ooh, T-Sec there barely getting away. So right now the Bears up in HP. They just need to get the HP close towards the enemies so they can snowball it down. T-Sec, that really hurts them now that he has taken so much damage in that CS-63, in that rotationary tank.
I think that what hurts them even more is Ketsai going by himself instead of taking the CS-63 and doing it clean. They would have another tank alive at this moment in time. I mean, yeah, T-Sec being low is awful. You're very right about that. But at the same time, though, Ketsai should never be dead in this. It's a bit complacent even from Opor. Underestimating the Bears. Like we said, they are still a good team. They can play this game very well. And right now, they are very much ahead as well, positional-wise, HP-wise, gun-wise, it's even though, but positions are for them.
Yeah, they have a lot of map control here, the Bears, but Sand River being the open map that it is, they need to be extremely careful not to overextend, which they might even be doing currently in the south. You see double CS-63 as well as 277 all there, and that is DJ and Rexa, both of them full HP against December and Muscles, and I think December realizes he can't really be doing this. Rexa already pushing up in that full HP 277. December taking another shot by that CS-63. Rexa doesn't spot Muscles, but the Bears realize that they have to back off here.
Back off because that pressure is coming back in, but Sand River, we've talked about it, it's a map, Gihant, where rotations take a lot of time and they cost you dearly. And I want to point out 3 minutes and 40 seconds left right now for Opor. They still have to clean out the entire 1-2 line. Orchek is getting repressured actually by Octo, by Brett, And I think that's a good move from the Bears altogether.
That is indeed a good move. And the poor guys realize that their 60 TP is in trouble. This is why they're forcing the issue now here in the western part of the map. Sending Muscles packing, sending December away in that IS-7 as well. But Rexa, he has to be careful. He cannot push into this. That is 3 tanks plus 1 IS-7 on the snipe as Panzfury comes around on the lower side as well. Puts one in towards Muscles. Rexa coming from the upper side is going to finish off Muscles, but the HP still not there because there is an IS-7 sniping from the back. DJ now with the CS-63 coming in. He has to provide the DPM against those IS-7s. December taking a shot, taking an Amarak. I believe Panzfury just team damaged Rexar.
Wally now the last one standing for Bears in that part of the map, and this is starting to become a little bit of an issue, Kihan. They aren't able to put all their guns onto the same target. Tisek is low, Rexar is low, but they're not able to find the kills. Wally, they're trying to ram even a little bit, and for the Bears it's an issue that they're not finding those kills, because now they're 3v5, and even the setup at F1, Kihan, I'd say not ideal. Either they defend all the way on the top, or they don't sit on the bottom, you know? It gave them an easy opportunity to get pincered.
Yeah, Kenway here surviving on a one-shot does have to drop down in towards the riverbed, but DJ, taking a shot from downtown is DJ. That is going to make the CS-63 a one-shot for the IS-7. That means that Panzfury has to do a good job of shielding here. Is he going to be able to do it is the question. He tries to look for the shot on towards the CS-63, but he does opt instead for the damage in towards the 277, and that leaves Opor with 1 minute and 40 remaining in a 5 versus 2. They need to get those guns in the game, though.
They need to get those guns in the game, Kihan, but again, I think it's looking... What was promising is looking bad for the Bears yet again, sadly. I think in this game, right, they were doing really well. But that setup on E1 F1, I think the analyst will touch on it as well. It is just really bad when you're sitting there with 3 tanks, you know. It gives Opor the opportunity to come in from 2 sides, to really easily keep their HP as well. You can see Panzfury peeks out, takes damage rolls around the corner, then the next one comes from the top. I think they either defend all the way on top of F1, or they at least make sure that Muscles in the CS is well and truly gone by the time the repush happens. Ideally, you want only 1 tank close, no?
Yeah, the Bears falling apart in this round number 5 once again, and that has been kind of the story of the whole match. Everything blowing up, a fitting ending to a match in which the Bears did not hold up a candle towards a team of Opor that in absolutely dominant fashion, I think there is no other way to phrase it, make it into the grand finals. Now they're going to be able to happily sit back, relax, and watch Smile and their Polish buddies from Hit and Run duke it out to be able to decide who is going to be able to challenge a team of Opor that have looked, well, I would say rock solid, but not overly special.
Yeah, just a solid game from them. And this one, they really could have lost, but the complacency that they were showing, Ketsa going by himself was not it. IMO losing a tank for free there, then brings it to a 66 that the Bears, I think, gave it away. Then again, I think if this is like a 3-2 scoreline key, the Bears probably win this round. They would probably adjust better on the 1-2 line to the push than here now at a 4-0 deficit.
Yeah, no, the Bears just faltering under the pressure from Opor. Well, honestly, I don't think I really have anything more to say about this match except, yeah, the classic brutal, savage wreck, absolutely taken down. It wasn't pretty, but at least, I guess, for the Bears, it was a pretty quick affair. That all being said and done, I think it's time for the analysts to tell us more about the mistakes that the Bears did make in this past match. Insane and Toxic, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, and indeed, what a victory it has been for the side of Oppo, 5-0 Toxic, so that's the perfect result for them. Now they're going to be patiently waiting to see what Hit and Run is going to do against the other NA team, and waiting to play the finals, so good stuff from them. And I have to say, the fact that the NA team played early in the morning and they played the 4 first rounds on EU, that didn't help.
I mean, it didn't help, but also I don't think it in the end made that much of a difference. Oppo just showing up really, really dominant so far in this tournament. They are on a total score of 13 wins and 0 losses, and made it to the finals, securing at least 2.5k euros for the team already. So really, really great showing from them. But as our casters mentioned, they will still have to have their showing strong in the finals versus either Hit and Run or Smile, depending on whoever wins the second semifinal of the day.
And well, there's some history between Oppo and Hit and Run. Hit and Run often was the team that may have lost in the first day, may have dropped in the losers bracket, but whenever they did meet back Oppo in the finals, they were actually the dominant team, even if Oppo was more consistent along the entire tournament. But I think we should probably take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between those two teams for the first semi-final of the day. As we were starting on Tundra, and we had an amazing defense from the side of Oppo, something that we're not used to see because it was a very aggressive defense with some very forward positions, but it worked perfectly.
I mean, it goes back to the saying, you know, the best defense is offense, and Oppo just showcasing that perfectly here. They never really gave Bears any space to really work with, and they took the fight to them. You can even say Ketsa here killing the Semir without losing a single hit point, so at no point was the first Tundra match close whatsoever. Oppo really just showing up and saying, yo guys, for you guys it's early in the morning, but we are already awake.
I mean, good defense. I did like it a lot. The positions they took, and well, they didn't give a single chance to them. They had like almost 8k HP left at the end, and you mentioned it, Ketsai versus the 60 TP. Pretty good tank, the mouse against the 60 TP, because the armor there works against that tank. So, good stuff. Next up on their attack, once again, good decision making. First of all, some good trades, you have to mention it, especially around the DE line against the 60 TPs, and then they found the opening, 3v2 to exploit over the JK lines. Good stuff from Oppo, very consistent.
Yeah, you can't really, at this level, concede like 3000 hit points before the match even starts, which is exactly what Bears did here with their trades on the 60 TPs. I think one of them went down to a 2-shot, one of them went down to a 1-shot, and well, the Oppo guys didn't lose a single hit point. And then you can see the match in the end is not even close, so Poor even just sitting in the cap, probably already thinking about what they're going to do on the next match, and especially considering that Tundra was the Bears pick, this was definitely not a great start to the match from them.
Yeah, finishing that second round on Tundra with double the HP, the cap. Good stuff. I mean, you said it, that was Bears map, but that was the perfect result for Oppo. Then going on Ghost Town and starting with a good attack. A very dev-sided map, but you could say that this defense from Bears was not on point. They actually had some tanks over the EF line, but they conceded the one line almost freely with this CS running. And you could see that Warlock was out of position, he dropped to 1-shot. Disembowel with the mouse is also gonna drop because he has triple mouse and double I7 in the back. The only thing that worked for Bears was this engagement over the one line afterwards. They managed to win the 2v2, but it was too late at that point.
I mean, in the end, actually, technically, they did lose
true.
it because Octo died before Panzer Fury. But, I mean, it doesn't really matter. They lose the entire city. The IS-7s are really just making sure that the S-Conk and the CS cannot do some kind of fancy stuff and support in the city. So they're just more of a distraction, you know. The killing the CS is a nice bonus there. So great stuff from Oppo again, and I think, you know, they were just thinking, since there's always this rivalry between EU and NA, and whenever NA actually does win something, there's like a huge upcoming in the community, like, oh yeah, we can compete. Oppo was having none of that. They did kind of look shaky in this round. I think it was the first one that was actually somewhat close, but the other rounds, very impressive.
I mean, yeah, this one was the closest one between these two teams. It was a shootout, and the Bears managed to make it a bit harder for Oppo, but you have to mention that the management they have regarding the spread of the HPs over all of their tank was perfect. You could see that almost all of them were dropped to half HP, 1 shot, 2 shots, but they were all alive for so long. And at the end, they managed to actually take the victory with almost all their tanks alive. So yes, it was close, yes, the HPs were even, but at the end of the day, Opor is making a difference on those little details, on the cohesion, the team play, the shooting. So good stuff from them. 4-0 and already a match point.
Yeah, that's something that we keep on highlighting, you know, there's Opor is so good at keeping these guns in the games, and even when the HPs are equal, you have 2 guns up, there's really a huge advantage. On the next match, however, you know, you said the opening was not really that great for Opor because they just gave a lot of the map for Bears to work with. They basically opened up the entire side because the CS did have to drop away. However, Opor actually making a smart rotation and pushing back the tanks towards the E1 position and having an overmatch there to actually get back into the game.
I think that Bears lost that game with some bad decision making. First of all, you had Brett, instead of staying over the B0, he went down to the C9 position, so he was not capable of really shooting that 60 TP. They didn't need to push with some tanks over the one line. They could have kept one tank at F1 and actually push over the middle to F5, F6. Why? Because then they can utilize those tanks with Brett over B0, C0 to actually crossfire to the 60 TP, and there would be not enough times for Opor to actually make the final kills. Instead, they went for that engagement over the one line, they lose it, and Brett is not running on top of it. He stood in that hole, so he actually provided the opportunity for Opor to get the kill. So once again, yes, Opor is performing, but on top of it, I think it was not the greatest performance from the Bears.
Definitely wasn't, you know, I made the joke yesterday, NA equals no ambitions, and that's just what we saw here again. I think it's really, really hard to come back from, you know, a 4-0, even if you have then the server advantage, which they did end up having on the last match. It's really hard to bounce back because you have those 5 consecutive match points, and overcoming that is basically impossible, so you're kind of losing the motivation, and well, that just spells disaster. Once you lose the motivation, you lose the match. That's what we saw here. However, the NA server still has a second chance, a second hope in the team of Smile, which will be facing Hit and Run in the next match.
Yeah, well, that's the second semifinals that we'll be watching shortly. Smile against Hit and Run. Well, Hit and Run yesterday, not the greatest performance against the Bears, but in return I have to say that Smile was struggling a lot against Opor, so I'm not too certain about that one. We should give Hit and Run the favorite hat for that one, for sure, but what do you think about it?
I think Hit and Run should comfortably take this. We saw Smile with a very disappointing performance yesterday versus Opor. We saw Hit and Run struggle a bit, yes, but that's what we usually expect from them on a Saturday. On a Sunday, usually, they come in swinging very, very hard. So I would agree that they are the favorite. However, I want to remind the Twitch chat once again that even after you finish your mystery drops, which are available on the stream, make sure to stick around for the after party. We will have 2 more matches that we cover, namely the semi-final 2 and the grand final. And after that, we will be raiding Ducky, who will have special after party drops, so make sure to stick around for that.
Well, on top of it, I wanted to say that, I don't know if you remember that last winter's invitation, we had a surprise. We had NA actually managing to defeat EU and meeting each other in the finals. And I feel like this time EU wants to have that revenge, and especially due to the fact that they were more prepared, more in shape with the WCI that happened lately, with both Opor and Hit and Run making it to the finals. So I have the feeling that Smile, this is going to be a very hard task against Hit and Run next, but we want to see something close. We would like to see something a bit more entertaining, because the first match was really one-sided. We'll get to see that shortly, but just before that, Toxic, we want to hear what our casters have to say, give us their insight, the pick and bans about the second semifinals of the day. Kian and Deki, please take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome to the second semi-final of the day. It is going to be Smile against the Shining Victors from Shanghai, against Hit and Run. It's going to be a best of 9 once again. And by the way, I am being asked by the person making the camos, which is Svitman, if you know his name, that basically both of the camos that we're going to be seeing, and especially the Hit and Run one, they are based on the jerseys that they were actually wearing on stage there. So nice little touch there. Smile, we saw them yesterday already. Lineup hasn't changed under their captain external. Hit and Run, unsurprisingly, their lineup hasn't changed either, coming in under their captain Monster. What are we thinking, Ducky?
We are thinking that hopefully we can get something out of Smile because, okay, let's lead it into the conversation. Yesterday round, okay, we know it was senior matches, but still, it kind of shows you the strength of a team, I would say. Smile was lacking a lot, I'd say. They were falling apart mid-round, where they needed to adjust, where the Bears were doing really well in their match. So Smile yesterday looked like the weaker team. Now, we know that Hidden One is the current WCI champion, so that already makes us wonder how much can Smile do. We saw the Bears play earlier, so we're hoping that Smile, which is normally the better team coming out of NA, can put up a fight.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, the Smile that we did see in China was not the usual Smile, which we are going to be seeing today. They did get clean swept by Opur, but yeah, Hit and Run, obviously a well-proven team. That being said, against the Bears yesterday, Hit and Run did look kind of shaky. So, I don't know if it's just, the online experience again that's the problem here. I mean, it shouldn't be. Maybe they were just, not feeling well yesterday, and today is a different day. Today is the matches that they actually need to win to make it into the prize money spots, because only the two teams that enter the grand finals get prize money. We'll have to see. Pick and ban-wise, Prokhorovka and Murovanka being banned out. I think Smile saw yesterday this Hit and Run 1-2 line push, and they didn't want to play against it. I don't know. Murovanka ban. Not really sure why Hit and Run opted out of that one. We do see Steps for the first time being picked up here. That is interesting. Steps, in my mind, being a 1-1 map. Hit and Run saying, well, we're going to jump into Himmelsdorf next. Sand River and Mines being taken out of the picture. So I would say both of them removing a 1-1 map, kind of, from the remaining map pool. Then Ghost Town being picked up by Hit and Run. Cliff being picked up by Smile. That leaves Tundra as the tiebreaker.
Tundra as the tiebreaker, indeed. I'm mostly curious for Steps. I mean, we haven't seen it at all. It's finally coming in. That means that both teams are willing to play it, at the very least, because it wasn't banned initially. I'm not sure how it's going to play out, but I'm mostly curious for that. I think for Smile, they need a strong start. Don't fall into the pit where the Bears landed in, being not ready or enough awake to immediately fire on all guns, because they need it. They will need to stop Hit and Run immediately before the ball gets rolling, because they are like a team that once they take an advantage, it's very hard to get it back from them.
Yeah, I think it will definitely be an uphill battle for Smile, especially since we are once again going to be starting on the EU server. This is simply the case because the pick and ban system works in a way where the first seed from each group was able to pick A or B, and both Hit and Run and Opur picked B in the pick and ban system, and you actually start on the server of the B team. That is the way how that particular pick and ban works. So at least it's not going to be as early for them as for the Bears, but are they going to fare better? It remains to be seen.
What did you predict? Let's see where you went with. We'll immediately know how close you thought this was going to be. I think I put 5-1 for Hit and Run. Based off of yesterday.
I put a 5-3, so I did give a lot of credit to the fact that, External maybe hasn't, and Loop also, they haven't shown maybe all of the tactics yesterday that they possibly have prepared. I know that Loop especially does take inspiration from some of the things that do get played in other parts of the world. So maybe Hit and Run is going to be caught with their pants down here. I mean, in the end, I think every single one of us predicted Hit and Run regardless.
That's just because we're biased, to be honest. So biased, Gian. Jesus. You ever heard of neutrality? You should try it.
I mean, we are not Swiss, so we are not neutral, right? talking about Switzerland once again, but
You really don't like Switzerland, do you? I don't know.
what do you mean? I like a lot of things that come out of Switzerland.
Okay, name 3 things that you like out of Switzerland, and you're not allowed to mention bangs and chocolate.
Okay, the chocolate was going to be my first
Yeah,
thing on
well.
the list, but actually the skiing there is very, very nice. The cheese fondue is
Cheese
very, very...
fondue. Yes.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
yes, cheese fondue is very nice as well. And the third one is that their public railway system actually is on time, which for me as a German is...
I mean, your railway system is public. That's where it ends. On time is just it's more of a Deutsche Bahn to describe it. I think the times are more of a guidance than like an actual thing to look at, you know?
Yeah, yeah. And honestly, like the Deutsche Bahn has 4 mortal enemies as well. Being
Sun, rain, snow. And
yeah, spring, summer, fall, and winter. It's like they can't catch a break, dude.
listen, every season it's too hot, it's too cold, it's too wet.
Yeah, they can't catch a break. While we are making those jokes, though, I think the match is almost underway. So, yeah, in the end, we do have Hit and Run coming in, I would say, as the favorites against a team of Smile that is going to look slightly different from what we have seen at the WCI. It is going to be steps, so I am kind of curious as to what exactly we're going to see, simply because we haven't seen steps at all on the stream here yet. Which makes me wonder, did Smile pick this because they think it's a 1-1 map and they are not favored in this matchup? We'll have to wait and see. Hit and Run coming into steps, bringing an IS-7, a Mouse, Triple S Skunk, 1 CS63, and the Mino.
1 CS63 and the Mino. Smile bringing their own TD, the STRV, a CS63, an E5, an S-Kunk, and triple IS-7. No lip, though.
No lip today. Maybe he is just FCing via Discord. That is always a possibility, of course. And now, the team in the white and purple here, they are starting on defense of steps, sending the Minotauro towards the north, sending Monster to an... I'm not sure if I have seen that spot that often before. He doesn't even counter the CS63 of Vova that did go to F2. Vova actually committing through with that CS. Doesn't see anything as of yet make that into Never and Marcel. I guess he did get spotted by Monster.
He did get spotted by Monster, indeed. So it's just a Mino, really, in the north in the beginning for Never by himself, just covered by a bunch of S-Kongs. Usually we see that Mino in, like, A2, though, so he didn't make it there yet. And I don't think he's going to be allowed to go up either, for that matter. Because see F2, FCRV, IS-7, looking down towards that crossing at A3, and Never in the Mino just backing off and taking 2 shots though already. Vova, I think, taking 1 from the Mino, but trading 2 for that. Not too bad at all, especially on the most annoying tank to dig out, right?
Yeah, Never there taking 2 for 1. I guess the thing is that the Minotauro has such a long intra-clip reload of 8 seconds that the CS can just put in 2 for 1. If you know, he actually does manage to penetrate both of them, that is. Other than that, no damage taken as of yet. External getting sent forward in that IS-7 isn't really going to take a whole lot of damage. The same cannot be said for Piotr, who takes 2 for his troubles, but establishes a hold-down position on the 0 line for that.
So yeah, they're trying to adjust because of Never being in A4 and not being in A2. They're trying to take this out, and that's a good reaction. But I don't think they'll find too much success here. Fluky and OP Hacker, you see the distance between them and Piotr. It's hard to overcome that. But it does get you some map control at least, so you're putting some pressure on the attacker to cover their bases.
Yeah, Monster is going to take a K0 now, and that is going to be very, very annoying to dig out. You can see OP Hacker did get spotted and knew that it wasn't by the IS-7. So already started blinding that K0 position, which he suspects Monster now to be in, rightfully so. Monster does not take any damage as of yet. We'll see if OP Hacker does find the blind pen, as he does. Good job by OP.
Good job by OP indeed, that blind there on towards Monster. And so far, Smile, good start, right, Key? Now we gotta see though, what do they do with this start? Because it's one thing to start well, they got to convert it now in the mid round to actually generate a push, a kill, potentially find Never in that Mino, and I think they could at least take a 2-8-3 at some point if they wanted to.
They could if they wanted to. The Doma here trying to put some more shots into the Minotauro, but Never being not spotted currently means that he's not really going to be able to find those connections easily. And all of that being said and done, Piotr having taken some damage in the IS-7. Overall, the bleed on Hit and Run has been more than on Smile, but Smile will have to make a move sooner or later, at which they will be giving up HP simply because they are not going to be the ones that are going to have these stationary guns, and that is a lot of DPM that Hit and Run have concentrated in the north here with triple S-Kong plus a mouse. We do now see the push getting started in the north. The IS-7 does get committed in, does take no damage as of yet, though. Never in that Minotauro, waiting, probably wishing to be somewhere else, as he does take a truckload of damage. The STRV, even Sebastian from the back lines being pulled close. It's going to be Volba to pick it up. Not even a second shot coming out from that Minotauro.
Good stuff. Like really, really good stuff from Smile. I think they can park the STRV and the CS on the cap now, if they wanted to. Or at least the STRV. Already. STRV has really, enough camo for it, to be honest.
Yeah. How does Hit and Run react to this? Currently, they're giving up more space in the north. That Minotauro dying this easily was probably not something they expected. Sebastian now does touch the cap in that STRV 103B. Does have a lot of camo. They are not going to be able to spot him. And the thing is, Monster in that CS63 cannot come through the middle either to spot him, simply because, well, there's an E5, there is an I7, and there is even an S-Kong that would farm him. So Smile have found a pretty good opening in this round number 1 on steps here. Monster probably has even taken a second blind shot here by OP, if he didn't get spotted and take one for that. But now Marcel taking a shot here. He's driving into Crossfire. This looks kind of desperate by Hit and Run at this point in time.
Yeah, they're just trying to over push the south as quickly as they can, but in return, though, you still got to remember that the cap is going. The cap is going with 2 people now, which means that the mouse is forced to move in from Conrad. He'll get farmed along the way. They've done really good damage to Fluky, though, more than I would expect. You see Conrad here just taking a few shots already. OP Hacker will probably get him as well from the side. 380 there, taken on the side of that mouse. Now, though, the Conrad stopping for a shot is just going to increase the amount of damage he takes. And they have found Fluky, and they will find OP now. So if they can get a reset, there is a chance here, actually, for Hit and Run to come back. And Vova getting spotted out immediately. He's going to get deleted. I don't like this shield, Kihan. I've never been a fan of that. He immediately dies. And 1 HE shell against Sebastian will shut him out of this game.
Sebastian not being spotted, however. He is staying still in that SRV. Now he does get spotted, so now the HE shells should start flying. It's only one of them that does need to connect, and apparently they have found their mark. Sebastian immediately down to 1079 HP. That is what Hit and Run needed. They're not going to be needing a lot more, although Marcel does miss his shot onto OP, but in turn it's going to be Monster to pick it up as the mouse does fall. But the mouse, Conrad, he has done his job and then some, as it is going to be Hit and Run after what looked like a kind of shaky start with Never there. Yeah, it should have been very much over, but yeah, Smile, they did find a good opening, but somehow Hit and Run make it back into this game and will take the victory here. I mean, what do we make of this now? Because Smile opened so well, but then
the late game,
all of a sudden,
game failure, bro. It's
it started falling apart, like really.
I think
badly.
the CS shielding is the biggest mistake they made. The STRV has such good base camo that it doesn't make sense to do what they did. You know what I mean? If the CS is in the south, Key, if the CS is in the south, I don't think that they lose the south. I mean, we still gotta pay attention here because it's 10 seconds left. Bring it back down as there's a reset. They're trying to shield Sebastian. and they're trying to keep him alive. Oof, Ethan there with a big whiff, but the reset already came out on Sebastian anyways. So that is that for Smile in this round. But the CS shield key, I've not ever been a fan of this. They still had enough time, right? Even if Sebastian gets reset once, they can still send the second round to the cap. Then is when you use the CS. Then is when he drives and goes to speed up the cap, right? But before that, I think he should be in the south, helping Fluky and OP. And if Fluky and OP are supported by the CS, I don't think they ever lose that. I don't see how they ever lose that fight if they have one more tank. I mean, what did the shield really give them? Fova died in 3 seconds, and Sebastian got reset 3 seconds after.
Yeah, overall, just not a good end game here by the team of Smile. That, well, it started off so well and it looked so good until it didn't. I do agree the CS shield probably not necessary. Then again, they probably thought that they could boost the cap to a point where the mouse would maybe not even reach it, and like the mouse was pretty low, so it was kind of a dicey situation there for the team of Hit and Run. But being the team that they are, they were just able to overrun the south and play it from there as soon as the resets started coming in. Ethan there, 0 damage in that IS-7, but I don't think that was the problem, really. Like, obviously, it is a problem, but it wasn't the problem.
No, like I said, I think the CS shielding is the biggest issue there. I mean, sure, Ethan having 0 is also a bit annoying, right? But if you're looking at the lineup from Opor, Kihand, and I think that's what Smile overlooked there, when you look at it, right? What do they have that can repush the north? What do they have? Nothing, no? What are they going to do? Push across the rails with Eskongs into the SCRV, farming them along the way the whole time? I mean, he will just shoot from the captain, you know, and he will kill an entire Eskong crossing. So the south is the only, like, real danger for them. And that's where they were under defended. I mean, I don't know. I really dislike the CS shield in general at that point. There was still over 2 minutes left, I think. The mouse is forced to push forward to spot Sebastian. You saw how far he needed to go to even get the spot against that SCRV. He then dies, and okay, they reset Sebastian. Yeah, it happens. But then it starts ticking again. Sebastian goes despotted. It doesn't get any better for Hit and Run. Then you can start indeed pressuring up further with your IS-7s even, and punish the overpeaks, and get the CS back from the south, or whatever. Get the CS back from the south, and put him on the cap, or put an IS-7 on the cap, whatever. You will win that round at that point, because they can't spot the SCRV again. Spotting the SCRV again would take an Eskong driving out in the open for 300 meters before he sees a stationary SCRV sit there.
All right, but compared to the match that we did just watch, that was the 5-0 in between Opor and the Bears, at least, you know, there was a win condition coming out from Smile. There was signs of life. There was a game plan. That is, some of those things in most of the rounds were missing for the Bears. So at least that makes me more confident. Also, the fact that, you know, Hit and Run did look kind of shaky yesterday. So I can't wait what we might be seeing here in this round number 2, because at the end of the day, this was the Steps defense for Hit and Run, and they did look very shaky on it. The defense supposedly being the easily convertible thing here.
Yeah, but for Hit and Run, there were some issues though in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Mino, would be like the Mino like dying already. That was I don't know how it came to be, but that didn't look that good for them, right? So that was a bit worrisome already for me. Apparently Lip is sleeping, by the way.
Oh. Well, what to say? Nothing, probably. All right, so let's hop into this round number 2. In between Hit and Run and Smile. Hit and Run on their attack going to come out with Quintuple, IS-7, double CS63. That is a very quick, a very fast lineup.
Yeah, very quick, very fast lineup against Smile's bit more stationary double CS though. A lot of mobility there, double Eskong, mouse, and double IS-7. I think for Smile, when you look at this key, with the double CS, double i7, it doesn't really look like they have some tank that they can put at 8-3, unless you start putting i7s there, of course, which we've also seen. But then you wouldn't take the double CS, right? It looks kind of rotational from them as well.
Kind of rotational, but obviously Mouse and double S-Conk might be able to play anchor. I think Smile is, at this point in time, expecting a firm 2-cap play, and that is indeed going to come out from the team of Hit and Run. That stopped because a restart is going to happen here. The restart being called by Smile, not exactly sure what was happening there, but I mean, we keep stressing time and time again. We want the teams to be able to play at the top of their capabilities. Just because someone crashes, that shouldn't mean that, you know, we can't give them a restart. But that does mean that the restart for Smile in this match is going to be used. And yeah, we are going to be restarting the round momentarily, I think. No one timed out completely. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We can keep talking about the lineups, however. So
I don't want to. I don't want to, Kian. You can. I'm gonna chill for a little bit. Go ahead.
Wait, you're not gonna invite me to chill with you?
No, sorry, Ki. I have had the pleasure of sleeping next to you once, and that was enough to never want to invite you to anything else. It was a competition about who falls asleep earlier.
You know.
Yeah, it actually wasn't that bad. I think I was asleep after 10 minutes, Ki. It was okay.
Normally, I do take some time to fall asleep. I was
not
pretty happy I managed to.
Not that time, bro. Let me tell you, man. Not that time.
Good Tankfest memories. Anyway, okay.
Yeah, the
so
lineups, the lineups, indeed, like the Smile lineup, it doesn't look like it's just gonna hold over the rails and sit, because there's too many mediums in it. Like the double CS doesn't make sense for the 8-3 and play 9-0 line and punish if they go into the cap and repush. There's too many mediums in it for that.
I mean, we did see the opening also as well by the Hit and Run lineup going fully towards the eastern cap on Sand River. That kind of suggests, like, the thing is, I think straight up in a combat brawl, the lineup that Smile has should win.
But the issue is going full east with the lineup that Hit and Run has, is that you don't really have anything to provide, let's say you pressure onto the cap, you don't really have anything to provide Overwatch, as I would call it, to dish out the damage from the back. You see teams bringing S-Kongs, SCRVs, sometimes a Leo. I think SCRV does the job better, to punish the overpeaks onto the cap. So with that lineup, you're almost forced, I think, to continue pushing, because if you don't I mean, that is a big question. You're pushing into a mouse, no?
You're pushing into mouse, you're pushing into double hull-down S-Conk, and, well, we saw already by Ketsai on Sand River how an IS-7 looks that pushes into hull-down S-Conk. Well, it looks a bit stupid, and then the IS-7 dies. So, yeah.
I think with that lineup, they have to keep pushing. Maybe they'll try to overrun. Hope that Smile puts, like, if you're Hit and Run, you hope, for example, for the kind of defense where they play a CS on zero line, but then a heavy following up close behind the June, like in front of the cap. So you can then take everything, overpush the first guy, go to the second, the third, the fourth, and snowball that way. Because we have seen those kind of defenses where you play in front of the cap, not behind the cap, with zero line and try to create crossfire, and that can be beaten by a straight push because you don't have the damage usually to just delete a tank. He survives, you lose one, you lose a second, and you're up in HP, but you have one guy out of the fight, and 4 that are playing against 7, and then you will never get the kills.
The biggest issue that I see for the Hit and Run lineup is that, well, the tanks that have armor and, like, brawling potential don't have DPM, that is the IS-7s, and the tanks that have DPM are kind of squishy, that is the CS-63s.
I mean, IS-7 has great DPM.
Well, if it rams someone, yeah, but outside of that...
You put the 2 CSs behind the IS-7, you drive over zero line, and you push into the heavy that's close by. Minus 1.5k immediately. GG, go next.
Well, that is the execute that Hit and Run will be looking for. And
if they do that.
I think I recollect some kind of overpush. I'm not sure if it was by hit and run, but basically it was also a 2-cap commit with a lot of single shooting 490 alpha heavy tanks. And it kind of worked because the focus fire was very, very good. I'm trying to think, was it hit and run? Was it Opur? Was it someone else? I can't get it to work. Anyway, we are going to get this next game to work here, as once again, the lineups obviously have not changed. Hit and run with the quintuple IS-7, double CS-63.
Versus, Smiles double IS-7, the Mouse, the double S-Kunk, and the double CS-63. I'm just more curious in the beginning what Smile does. Like, how do they split? How do they open? Because we mentioned they don't really have a tank for A3, so it has to be some sort of a rotational play.
Yeah, it will have to be some sort of a rotational play for them. And I think for hit and run, the game plan is kind of pretty clear. Push somewhere, don't stop until all enemies are dead. Pretty simple win condition. I mean, at least it sounds simple, but we'll have to wait and see if they're actually able to pull it off. Monster is going to be the first one driving in that CS-63. He'll be, I think, once again, maybe spotting in those maybe 9 bushes external there with a fast spotting run in that CS-63 is going to spot out Monster as well. Is he going to continue, though, is the question, because that would be a lot of ISMs aiming at him, but I don't think he is, as Piotr and Kubash do get spotted in that CS-63 and the IS-7 respectively. They're going to be able to provide cross shots from above, so they do send an IS-7 and a CS-63 on towards the overlook. So we're going to have a 7-on-7 clash here. The other IS-7s never having been spotted. Are they going to be able to burst down Ethan is the question. Vova and External scattering to the winds. This is going to be decided rather quickly.
This is a big issue, though, for the side of Smile. I mean, yeah, Piotr's taking a lot of damage initially, but they will pick up Ethan in very quick succession. That's what I thought I was talking about, that tank close, Kihan. Like, sure, you trade negatively in for it in the beginning, but you just minus that gun immediately. He falls, and sure, all of the hit and run tanks are now stuck kind of in that ball area, but they have that extra gun, and they're actually not even down on HP.
They're not even down on HP. Instead, Dodoma taking 1, taking 2, taking 3, taking minus HP. 81 and down and out of the game. 2 kills immediately.
Why?
I think that was a personal misplay.
But why is he even trying to leave? I mean, they really just needed what they're doing now. External and his friend and the other CS-63 Vova to set up the surround, right? Don't allow them to escape anywhere. With that CSs, they didn't need another. Hope he's not going to be happy about the I7 gun accuracy there for a while. But yeah, now issues occur. Marcel never allowed to just leave for free. They're going to repressure External, and External is in a predicament, right? Because they never really established a surround. And even if Dodo was trying to do this, he should have left through the backside from Sebastian, you know, put a dude in between you and the I7 and leave that way, because you can see he's on the left of Sebastian trying to drive all the way out in the open. And I don't know, that is indeed what I would call a personal failure, probably.
Yeah, either that or he timed out or something, but External now trying to leave, getting tagged by Marcel, did get tracked as well, so did have to use his repair kit. Luckily for him, doesn't get set on fire, but we can see the rotationary potential of the IS-7s coming in as well. They are going to get pushed by those CS-63s. That means map control for hit and run. They still have triple IS-7 that are in like DE0, but they can't really get pushed because they have one CS-63, namely Monster, supporting them. And now we will see a 3-on-2 that is going to play out in the northwestern part of the map, simply because the high HPCS, or higher HPCS of Kubash, is going to boost Marcel into position, and the IS-7 that's in the middle from D4-5 is going to cut off rotations as well. Never there, takes a shot of damage, but gets the information on towards External as well.
Yeah, they got the information available to them, but still, Key, how do you recover? Like, if you're Smile, how do you recover from this now? Guide me through it.
I honestly think that you don't. That's the big problem that I see with this. I mean, Marcel is going to take the hold down now, is going to force Vova away simply because he has the higher alpha gun. Does even bounce a shot from the CS in the back, does not retaliate, however. Oh, okay. Only the gun being damaged here. Vova now fancying himself a bit of a peek himself. But Kubash is going to be able to sort of... good blind shot coming out from Marcel, by the way. Kubash is going to cover Marcel here. Doesn't take one, but the thing is, triple cap has been started on the other side of the map in the meanwhile here. And that is only 25 seconds. So all of this that's happening here in the west of the map might be kind of, whatever if the cap does complete.
Yeah, well, I mean, the cap will complete, to be honest. Gihan, 12 seconds left. I mean, how do you stop it? You have a mouse at 607 HP. He's not really going to be capable of doing it. And this round for Smile, it was ideal for hit and run. I mean, we talked about it for a long time, right? When they were restarting the game, that if you leave something close in front of the cap or on the 0 line, which is exactly what Smile did, you can run into issues with his defense against this very quick lineup because they're all 7 immediately there. You lose that tank for free, and then after, it's not that great for you. Ethan should have bailed, should never be there, but even after that, they could recover, and then they made another mistake.
Yeah, so hit and run here with the quick 2 and well, not that quick because of the restart, etc. But with the 2-0 on Steps, a map that we picked, and once again the story from the previous match is starting to repeat itself a little bit. That being said, I think especially in the first round, I think Smile did look a whole lot better when compared to how the Bears looked in the first 2 rounds that they played. But the thing is, hit and run, that was a very one-dimensional, a very, very easy strat. And honestly, seeing that lineup with like 5 IS-7, double CS, like realistically, they're going to push one side straight. And as soon as the CS63 from external sees Monster in the southeast, they should stop committing their own IS-7 of Ethan there. And also, like, yeah, maybe a bit of bad RNG for OP Hacker with the accuracy of the IS-7s.
Didn't lose them the game, though. Like, I mean, that in no way, shape, or form lost them the game. I don't know what the issues there. Like, you're correct. They should have immediately bailed from that fight because the lineup from hit and run only does one thing. The only thing it's good at is one thing: driving together and finding somebody and pushing them.
Yeah.
But everything else, it sucks. Like, driving onto the cap with just IS-7s and CSs is not great, right?
No.
So, I don't know. It's a bit of an oversight. Maybe they did tell Ethan to run away. He just didn't do it, or he didn't understand. It's all possible.
Well, hopefully Smile is going to be able to put Steps behind them, the map that they picked, because now it's going to be Himmelsdorf that is going to be on the menu. Himmelsdorf, I mean, I did see a match of Himmelsdorf in between Smile and one of the CN teams, and it was wild, to say the least. Tactic-wise, rotation-wise, it was just wild. So I'm kind of curious to see what's going to come out from particularly Smile on Himmelsdorf. That being said, obviously Hit and Run have picked it, so we're going to have to look out to what they want to do there. The attack first pick, though, coming out from Smile, makes me curious what they have prepared.
Yeah, they have something up the sleeve if they pick an attack first. And yeah, it's 2-0. But it's not... I'm not in the same amount of worry that I was with the Bears. Maybe that's that first round coming in. I don't know. I still have faith, yeah. I am still believing in Smile.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. By the way, there was the confirmation that Dodoma did not have a DC. He just got double-tracked for the peak.
Double-tracked for the peak? But he was driving away.
I guess it was a bold peak.
That's one really, really, really bold peak.
Anyway, hit and run up 2-0, trying to make it 3-0. And trying to do so with a setup that actually kind of lacks penetration for Himmelsdorf. Double 60TP, 1 E100, double 705A, 1 E5, and 1 CS63.
1 CS63. No mediums for Smile. Double 60p and E100. A mouse, a 277, and double E5. So those 705As making its return. Yeah, looks a bit funny to some people, but there's good reasons for that.
Yeah, I mean, the side scraping capabilities that the 705A bring are unmatched. I think the only tanks that can really, do anything realistically against the side scrapes are the likes of Hori, E3, E4, Jagdpanzer E100, like those ridiculous kind of pen TDs that just tend to go through the turret front then. Otherwise, when you're side scraping, well, the enemy needs to shoot HE if they want to do anything at all. That being said and done, OP Hacker has taken the window, but he doesn't really see a lot. He sees finally he does. He sees Piotr, he sees Never, he sees Kubash and Marcel. That is the jig being caught by Hit and Run. They are committing a lot of tanks towards that southwestern part of the map. Now it's going to be the shootout in between both teams because Smile has also sent a lot of tanks there. Immediate good connections into Marcel.
Yeah, immediate good connections, but here comes the push though immediately across by the boys from Hit and Run. Only the CS63 out of the fight, and they already found Ethan there. Some non-connections coming out though. Kubash not finding the shot. Piotr not finding the shot either. And on those big meaty alpha heavies, you want to be able to hit those. Never in return, dropping towards a one-shot. Now Piotr getting on towards the side of Ethan. They want to pick up the C5, but it's costing so much more than they were willing to invest. They do find the double though to shut down Ethan as the first one. Now Doro and Fluky are the next ones on the chopping board, trying to do what they can. Piotr might fall against C5 of Fluky though. Fluky with the pickup, and now those Smile coming back in with the extra HP, and also taking into account the CS63 that is still on the hill. Vova from the side gets Never out of this fight, and so far Smile coming back in now with their tanks, and the mouse finally arriving to the battlefield.
Oh, Kubash there able to get the pickup onto Fluky though. That's another gun gone for the team of Smile, who are still ahead in HP, you have to say it. And Kubash and Marcel tanking like champs, but the problem for Hit and Run is that Monster indeed completely out of the fight in that CS63. And those high alpha tanks that Hit and Run have brought to the bottom left of the map, they simply are lacking the DPM. We can see that Smile now clawing ahead in HP, one remaining on Conrad, so he's going to be happy about that roll, not picking him up. But in turn, Kubash falling, Minairos with another bad trade into Vova because he's trying to face off against high alpha TTs, but big double kill coming in for Hit and Run.
All of a sudden, this starts to swing around again. Conrad there with that 1 HP finds a kill actually onto the Doma. External now crossfired by Monster, who came back from the hill. Monster though needs to be careful. He needs to find the kill. He does, and now it's a 3v2.
3 versus 2 here indeed, as Monster taking hit after hit in that CS63. Cannot afford to take a whole lot, but Minairos with that E5 DPM simply coming in, and Sebastian in the mouse just getting torn apart, getting melted away. No way. Hit and Run are making this work here against Smile that basically had everything but are left with nothing.
I don't fully comprehend how they lost this. I mean, Conrad on 1 HP, they did find the kill though on the Doma. Would it change anything?
Possibly.
I mean,
possibly.
Bro, I think he, how to say it? I think whoever shot him, I think it was external, rolled him for way more than 530. It wasn't lucky to stay alive, but it looks like he's lucky. I'm pretty sure external rolled him for 570, and the alpha of the 100 is
530.
530.
The thing is, does that roll for 1 too low change anything? I think it does, because he stays alive, he kills someone after, and then, you know, the guns start switching. That must be feeling so annoying if you Smile. Like, you have everything set up in the correct way. Oh, OP 662.
Shooting at 7.5 ace, man.
Yeah, that is, in the end, what, you know, costs those rounds. And on the other hand, I mean, Minairos, what a performance. 6k damage. Man whipped out the wheelbarrow and just carried the game.
Yeah, Minairos, huge damage. Exactly what you want from the E5, though. 17, 17, 15. Really, really good pen ratio. And exactly what you want from that DPM heavy. Compare it to Fluky and Ethan, and even OP, right? They're the DPM tanks for their team. They did together less than Moneros did by himself.
Yeah. You can't be happy with that result if you smile.
No, that is a round you should always win. They're pushing in 6v7. The CS is on the hill. They even bounced some crucial shots on Ethan in the first E5 to not kill him and allow him to do more. Because 705 aerials and 60 AP aerial, it's 10 seconds plus. That's a long time in a fight like this. But they had to take 2 more shots to actually finish him. So you should always win that. There's no way that you should not win a 7v6 in that area of the map.
And once again, that makes me kind of concerned now for Smile, because they were set up to take this round. They were poised to take it. They had more tanks. They had Crossfire. They weren't the ones like committing in. And somehow they still end up losing it. That does not bode well for the future. And once again, we're at this 3-0 kind of thing where the discussion has to be started again. Like, you know, if Hit and Run gets one more round on the board, and yeah, they are not doing it as cleanly as Opur, but the reality, the matter of the fact still remains that they've not dropped a single one. If they get one more on the board, it's going to be 4-0. Yes, then we have the server switch on towards USC, but against 4 match points plus possible tiebreaker, they need this round, is what I want to say. Long story short, they need this round.
No, they really do. Same story as for the Bears, right, Key? You need something to grasp on, something that you can play from, and a 4-0 is not something you can really play from. You will try your best, but it does set out into the minds of the players. Like, it's like, you know, when it's 4-0, you don't believe, usually, that you're still going to win.
Yeah, I mean, Hit and Run coming into this one now with triple 60 TP, a singular IS-4, an IS-7, a mouse, and an E5.
And then E5 versus Smiles, okay, CS-63, mouse, and 5 IS-7s.
Okay, so what I said last round about the lineup of Hit and Run, this time it holds true for the team of Smile here. They do have not a lot of penetration in their lineup, actually. I think the tank with the most pen should be that CS63. I think 315. And then comes the mouse with like 311, if I remember correctly. And then the IS-7s with like 307. So, I mean, yeah, it's all APCR. But, like, what are they going to do against a side-scraping IS-4? Like, shoot HE at him?
Yeah, you can try, though, shooting HE at it and see how that goes. It doesn't go too well. But yeah, all good with that. It's just a really interesting lineup, trying to take a lot of information in the beginning. Ethan spots out Monster in the 60 TP. They haven't spotted the 3 other tanks, though, Kubash, Never, and Mineros. I think Ethan, really good timing, though.
That is absolutely perfect timing for the IS-7 of Smile here for Ethan. That does immediately turn around, because the confidence with which Hit and Run is currently driving into the southern part of the map indicates that they do have a lot of tanks there. That all being said and done, though, having a lot of tanks is what Smile does in the northern part of the map. Cap immediately, triple cap that is, does get triggered. This is going to mean the full-on assault coming out by the tanks of Hit and Run. You can see Monster, the captain himself, taking a lot of damage, though, for this. And the triple tank in the cap here, they need to get reset. But the tank that is coming back here is going to be the mouse. Monster getting set on fire, getting blown up. 7 versus 6 now for the tanks and Smiles. Surely they get one on the board now.
Yeah, I think Smile has well and truly surprised Hit and Run with this tactic. The triple IS-7 going over the hill, not something they expect whatsoever. There is the reset coming out from the mouse, but he should get peeked in return and immediately taking a lot of damage because they're not playing for the cap. Ethan, though, not having a good time against the E5 in his IS-7. Here comes the overpush, external Fluky and the Doma trying to get Conrad out of the game, but Piotr here to reinforce. Fluky's fuel tanks get damaged. Immediate repair on that. Now external is going to be the focus for the boys from Hit and Run. And gotta say, though, Kihan, even with Monster falling, HP going blow for blow, dead even tanks as well. The CS63 now coming in from the hill, but they are able to focus out this mouse, and then you'll have Piotr in no man's land, kind of surrounded by the remaining IS-7s for the side of Smile. Marcel OP Hacker, a little bit of a 1v1, should normally go the way of the IS-4, you should say, and still though, even when the dust settles, Sebastian in return in his mouse, not having much better of a time than the hit and run counterpart.
Yeah, I mean, the HP basically dead even at this point. Piotr is going to get picked up by the double IS-7 here. Maybe he is going to get the kill on towards external. We'll have to wait and see if Piotr penetrates his shot. He does! So now Marcel and OP Hacker here in this 1v1 as one-shots. You said it, the IS-4 should normally prevail with the 340 heat pen. The kill feed surely is going to reveal who's going to be winning that one, but now the hit and run that is, they are starting to come in against Fluky here, Minairos, and Never with the double tap, another tank removed from the lineup of Smile here, who are currently still in the lead regarding the HP. The IS-7 also having won his 1v1 there against the IS-4. Now Minairos, once again, it's up to him to make the DPM of his 60 TP count. Minairos, he will start to have tank for that 60 TP actually, so he will be able to do one more big shot of meaty alpha damage in towards Vova Kubash. When is he going to be reloaded is the question. He's currently ammo racked. Minairos starting to DPM the IS-7 down.
Yeah, Minairos DPMing the IS-7 down. Vova deciding, oh, that was a good body block there, I think, from the gun from Minairos. So Dodo doesn't get the shot against Never. Vova against one from Kubash from the side who sneaked past. Minairos picks up the IS-7 of Dodo, and it seems to be yet again in the dying moments of this game, all falling apart for the side of Smile. And I can't believe it, Kian. Yet again, another round where they were so much ahead, potentially falling as Vova is getting pressed by Minairos. He doesn't care that OP Hacker's shooting him. Kubas gets the kill, even with the ping diff, and Minairos with the quick flick. Aru onto the last remaining tank from Smile will make this 4-0. And these last two rounds, Kian, oi. It could have been 2-2 at this point, honestly speaking, but it's 4-0.
Skill diff.
Yeah, I don't know how they lost that, bro. Like, I really don't understand. Like,
I don't
in
know.
the end game,
Like,
in the end game, we saw some stuff there, though. I think Minairos blocked Dodo's gun with his gun, and that's why Never didn't die that quickly, and Vova took another shot in return of it, I think. And some misses from the... we'll see some pen rate issues, I think. I mean, they even got Monster for free, bro.
662.
Yeah.
1097 is also okay normally. 666, 15, 12, 9. I mean, was the pen rate the problem? Was it the focus fire?
It has to be positions then. Position. Like, I mean, Conrad dies, but in return they do get Sebastian, right? And Ethan should have been able to... I think he should have been able to disengage more. I wasn't keeping 100% track of his position. But he just got kind of Minairos with another 6k, by the way. 2 Himmels, 2 6ks for Minairos. I mean, he's chilling, right? I guess he would be... Yeah. If you asked him, he'd say, it's no surprise that we won this round. We expected it. And then do a Fortnite dance.
Exactly. I mean, he's definitely Fortnite dancing right now. That being said, yeah, 4-0. Kind of brutal. Smile are now going to be able to play on their home server. They are going to go towards, well, US Central.
I don't think the scoreline reflects this match at all. And I think that is the sad part about it. Round 1 could have really been 1-0 for Smile. Round 2, I don't think they had any like way into it. The 1-1. This could have been 2-0 either way. Could have been 3-1 for Smile, 3-1 for Hit and Run. But I think a fair score at this point, taking the whole match into account, would probably be 2-2.
Yeah, that would maybe be a fair scoreline, but we are faced with the prospect of Smile only having one more game to play.
I don't agree, by
currently.
the way. I don't agree with Vova pushing the 60 TP. I don't agree with it. Thinking back to it, like, sure, you want to take that 60 TP out of the fight, but I think what to highlight there, Kihan, is that OP is behind them, right? He's on the south side of the courtyard at those windows, right? And what you can do from there is find angles onto the back of Minairos' E5, right? Honestly, after Never fluffed his shots, imagine this. The CS63 of Vova and Dodo, like the CS either crosses over towards the other corner, right? So where you can side scrape against just the E5, you know what I mean? Just against just E5 and trade it out blow for blow with Dodo side scraping as well. And then OP gives shots from behind. Like, I don't understand why he pushes the 60 DP. He takes one from Never. Kubash then finds a moment to push into the 5 line as well and finds another 750 alpha shot. And then you're basically already dead in that CS 63. Like, I really don't like that 5 lane repush. And I think that is, if you're talking about endgame, I think that is what lost the game there. The CS pushing for the 60 TP kill. If he did it without taking a shot from Kubash, could have been fine. But even then, he will still be in the problem of that Mineros kills the Doma rather easily, I7 versus E5, and then the E5 will turn around and drive at the CS63, and he will kill the CS63. It would be 2v1, and OP would have a chance to win it, because they would need to cap or chase him down, and he would just run away and come back in. But the CS would still die, IMO. He would have to then be forced to push forward into Kubash, who would give him a shot. He would die nonetheless. So I completely don't agree with pushing the 60p. I think he should have focused with the Doma on the E5 close. And if they do that, they will kill Mineros and they will win the game. Because there's nothing that Hit and Run can do about it.
I mean, the way that you explained it, I don't think there is a whole lot to say against it. I think you made your point perfectly clear, and I do agree with it. It's always harsh to do that to a player after the round, obviously.
I mean, this is hindsight 2020.
Yeah. It's like in the game. I mean, obviously,
in the game, it probably sounded like I was thinking about it for a while as well. Is it a good idea to go for the kill on the 60 TP? Thinking about it, and then you have to analyze after, right, what happened, and you think back about the positions they have, and you start to think, and you're like, it's actually not that good if I think about it. Probably not the greatest of moves, but that's after the game. Anybody can be a genius after the game.
Exactly. So now the silver lining that we have to find for the team of Smile is definitely going to be the fact that they are playing on their own server. Hopium, copium, something is what they need. Anything is what they need. A round would be a start. Around now, we are going on towards Ghost Town, and at least if you're holding it with Smile, it's going to be Smile's defense. That being said and done, the previous match has shown that defense or offense, those Polish teams are able to make both work.
Yeah. It's so rough 4-0. It's just so sad in a way. I mean, Bears deservedly were looking at it, but I already said it's a very harsh.
In a different universe, right? Smile currently is leading 3-1.
Yeah, that's actually the funny part about it. But in the reality of the situation is that they're down 4-0 and have to overcome 4 match points to prevent an EU final. A rematch of the WCI would be, I mean, without bias, would be an interesting one to see who comes out ahead online. We already know who came out ahead on LAN. Although last time around, if Hit and Run doesn't throw like the greatest round of what was it, Piotrix or Rexar?
Piotrix with the clutch on Sand.
They would have won that tournament as well.
Yeah, it would have been 5-1, and instead it was 5-4 for Opur. So there is definitely a spicy history in between Opur and Hit and Run. I think there is currently no discussion that over at least the Chinese, American, and European servers, they are probably the best 7v7 teams, around. Just because, well, it's whenever you're watching some final, it is always those two. And it looks like it will be those two again here. There seem to be some issues currently with the server switch. That's obviously something that might happen.
Fix it,
but then again, it is just the fact of the matter. I mean, I said it yesterday already. We should be grateful that in nowadays world we can just hold such tourneys with not a lot of, oh my god, EU is going to play against NA. We're going to have to manually ship players somewhere. No,
Ship them. Ship them, Kian?
Ship them, fly them.
We're going to put them on a container ship for 3 weeks. Yeah, guys. We have a tournament in the beginning of December, so your boat is scheduled from America to leave. We're thinking beginning of October leaves us some room for bad weather. Take about 3 weeks to get there, but I mean, we got you a nice cabin at least on the Ocean of the Seas. It's going to be really enjoyable. There's like 7 of you inside of that, because otherwise it gets a little expensive. But we put some air mattresses. It's just like sleeping on a real one. Plus, the rocking of the ship is going to make you feel a lot better.
Yeah, definitely. That being said, like the question should be asked when you move something with a ship, why is it called cargo? And when you move it with a car, it's called a shipment, right? The English language is weird like that sometimes. But I think Mentos, who was the one who had the login issues, is going to be able to resolve them rather quickly. And then we will be seeing the hit and run Ghost Town attack against a team of Smile that I think it's fair to say have had an unfortunate showing in this semifinal so far. Let's hope that their run isn't over.
Cargo derives from a Spanish word meaning load, which was derived from the Latin carus, a wheeled vehicle, which survives in English as cart. Shipment derives from the Old English word skip, pronounced the same as modern ship, and having cognate forms in other Germanic languages. The historical usage of shipment was to indicate the totality of cargo being transported at one time, whether on multiple wagons or multiple ships.
You live and you learn.
You made me Google that, dude.
You know, that actually bothered me more than it should, that it was the way it was, but I never thought of Googling it. Okay.
I mean, now you know. I hope you never forget.
The more you know, actually. But, all right, coming back to the match. I mean, it's 4-0. Realistically, we're looking at an EU versus EU final. But maybe Smile can surprise us. I mean, hopefully for them, you know, they get more than nothing out of this match. More than, you know, the feeling of getting robbed multiple times by hit and run, because that's what it looked like.
What do you think, Johan? Do you believe in the remontada? The return? The up? Well, up and over. Let's say first return, then over. Yeah?
I think we're looking at a 5-1 scoreline.
5-1, so you expect them to win this round at least?
I expect them to Smile, that is, to win their Ghost Town defense, and then Hit and Run is going to win their own defense. Smile coming into the Ghost Town defense with triple 60 TP, singular IS-7, double S-Conk, and the CS-63.
Hit and Run, on the other hand, double CS-63, double IS-7, and triple mouse. So everybody gets a friend and some get more.
Yeah, Conrad, Marcel, and Minairo is going to be sharing a whopping HP pool of over 10,000 probably between them. Going to be nice and cozy, big chilling. And for Smile, it's going to be the question of whether those meaty 60 TP alpha guns are going to be getting a lot of connections. I think that is one of the win conditions that they have, that they do manage to sort of chip away of the HP pool of the mouses, so they can't really drive in after that.
Mad facts with Keyhand, the triple mouse together has a combined HP of 10,650 Keyhand, which would also result into a 51% of their team being on just 3 tanks when they have 7.
All right, now you just opened calculator app and okay. Vova there, getting blinded though in the bushes. That means that Hit and Run have an idea of what Smile might be up to in this round. Vova does get the spot on towards the IS-7. Is Piotr going to take damage for it is the question. So far, it seems to not be the case.
No, well, with good awareness that they know about it at least. But they have a dope setup to deal with this. The Doma MK1, CS, S-Conk to aim for it. So pushing across the K-line, like we saw with Pordo, is probably not going to result into too much. because it's well defended. Usually now, when what you see a team do, right, I think it's fair to say, is they will establish the K3, K4 positions as they're doing, then they will go back towards the north, make sure nothing sneaked through the A line, take back A7, then they will slowly take C6, C7, and start side scraping those angles against the 60 TPs to push them away, because, you know, there's multiple angles that are able to counter. Like if you go to D67, you can push back Sebastian. You can see Marcel also doing the same. Then you can push back external from his position as well. And then you have kind of a clear road into the cap, right?
Monster now here on that A line. He should be outspotting the Super Kong, but he can't really deal with him. That being said, the Doma's position in the IS-7 has also been found by Piotr. And now I think what you said, like this gradual sort of taking of angles is going to take place in between the teams of Hit and Run and Smile here. And I think over time, the Hit and Run tanks are going to be pushing back the tanks of Smile. And then I guess some sort of cap commitment is going to come in by the Super Heavies. Conrad, though, taking a big one by one of the 60 TPs, I believe, from Smile here. Not sure if that was Sebastian, maybe external. Yeah, taking one regardless.
Yeah, taking one regardless for his trouble. And as a result of that, it is a bit of bleed on that mouse and the 60 piece, but those are the things you want that on anyways. And you can see that those mouses have started to move into those positions, right, to side scrape those angles, push back those 60 piece. And I think right now there's quite a clear road for one IS-7 to reach the cap. I don't know if it's Piotr or Kubash, but you can see on the minimap, well, it's Piotr making his way into that, because they've pushed back the angles. They've done a good job at that. And now it's going to be on Smile, though. What is the rotation here, Kihan, that breaks open this setup on the cap? Because for Hit and Run, they've taken every position they want for this kind of attack.
Yeah, and what is kind of scary to me is the methodical way that Hit and Run have approached this. Everything that they did up until this point seemed deliberate, is I think the word to use here. It seemed so deliberate. Every single peak, every single corner that was cleared, it just looked like that was the plan from the very beginning. A shot even going in towards the Super Conk of OP Hacker Monster. They're doing a good job of applying a bit of bleed towards the DPM tank that is holding A4. Is going to go back towards in the bush. It's not going to spot OP anymore. Needs to be careful, Monster that is, to not overplay his position against Vova mainly here, who is starting to drive in. I think that is why we see Monster driving out of his position, trying to do and actually doing a good job of staying unlit here as Vova takes one on the cross. That means that Monster actually has the HP advantage.
Yeah, an external overpeaking for the cap, but not getting the reset, minus 1k. Now Ethan and Sebastian, the two big boys in their 60ps, rolling up, trying to get the reset as well. They're going to overpeak the I7-1 connection. The second one not connecting either. So 3 60TPs, one connection. Kihan can say that is not good enough for the boys of Smile. They could have deleted basically the I7 by now. Instead, they're all about half HP or slightly better than that.
Yeah, some penetration problems coming out from those 60 TPs of Smile. Meanwhile, Kubash seemingly losing his 1v1 against Dodoma. Is it going to matter in the grand scheme of things, though, is the question, as Smile currently behind in the HP department. Another bounce coming out from Kubash, but Dodoma now going to readjust to possibly help against Mentos and Marcel, who are both looking to fight against that Super Conqueror of Fluky, who is now shooting on towards Mentos as well. Smile might be getting a gun out of this.
Yeah, Smile might be. Dodo there wants to try and pick up that CS63, but getting body blocked is not able to do so. Now Marcel kind of surrounded by the guns there in his mouse, and the HP still ahead for Hit and Run, but that could drop rather quickly. Fluky here wants to get that CS63. He does! 432 there, picking him up in one shot. Smile do have the guns available to potentially make this work. Vova and Monster currently in a 1v1 as well. That is an even one. Depends a little bit on the rolls and who gets to shoot first. Sebastian fallen. Monster now coming back in. He will not be getting the shot first though, so that's going to be Vova normally picking that one up.
I mean, depending if Monster now has the reload skill here, he might have
Shouldn't
the
be
reload.
enough.
That is, we're going to have to wait and see. Bova is going to get the pickup, so this is going to be good for Smile. Hit and run, though. In the meanwhile, they do have so much more HP, and depending on the rolls, this should be favoring Kubash here in this 1v1. Marcel able to get one more shot into External. Is he going to get another reload off? I mean, Fluky from the backlines is probably going to get another connection. No, it's going to be External with the pickup. 4 versus 6 tanks here. Smile are looking to pick this one up. Are they going to be able to drive it home? 1 minute and 20 seconds currently as the Doma falls towards a one-shot for Kubash.
Yeah, time is ticking really badly though for Hit and Run. 4 tanks left standing, of which the majority of the HP is on Mineros. Kubash will almost be forced to overpeak Dodo. I don't think he has a choice but to do it, and the cap has been started. Konrad there takes another shot. Mineros trying to shield even for Piotr, trying to simp, and now they're actually just going for the push. But that is not going to net them the round though, Keyhand.
That should not net them the round, as Smile now with less HP still, but with more guns coming in. Konrad in that mouse falling as well. Another whiff by Ethan coming in, but the Doma making a run for it, trying to stay alive, and he's going to succeed with doing that. And also Fluky still full HP, as I think OP intuitioned over towards HP, but yeah, it was pretty close at times, but Smile have done just about enough. For the first time in this match, a very close round, and finally, yes, a very close round does go their way.
Goes their way finally for them. It's deserved to pick up this round as well. I mean, it's close, but time ticks out, and for Smile, first round on the board on Ghost on defense. If Kihan's magical ball is correct, they lose the next one, because that's what he said was going to happen.
I mean, I'm just basing it on the fact that Ghost Town defense usually is, you know, easier to play than the attack. So, I mean, Fluky there. Pulling him in Nairos, I guess you could say. 5.8k damage, almost 6k in that S-Kong. And Mentos, you gotta wonder, what happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, he's some kind of drive out there in the open, huh?
I guess he was supposed to be in some kind of push, but he was there too early. Then he got focused out and just got completely blown to pieces, essentially. But yeah, Fluky there. Coming in with a banger of a game, and External not far behind. 4.2k in that 60 TP as well. Sebastian didn't have the best of games either. But yeah, finally, Smile do get something they had deserved like 2, 3, 4 rounds ago.
Yeah, they should have already had this round in the bag quite a while ago, to be honest. Maybe, Kian. You know, let's get aboard the Smile wins 3 more rounds in a row train. So it starts on Ghost Town, and then what is our final map?
Let me quickly check. So the next map would be Cliff. Oof, that's a basically coin flip map. Can be 2-0, and honestly, Hit and Run have looked not too hot on that one. But honestly, I am not even gonna buy my ticket for the tiebreaker train yet. First, I want to see Smile actually win their attack on Ghost Town. Then you might see me entering the train station.
I believe. Why not? Why not, Key? A little bit of belief is... Actually, I predicted 5-1, though, so...
I think I predicted 5-3, so...
You know, the roles are a little bit reversed here, Kihan. Let's switch it up. Let's switch it up real quick. So I no longer believe, and you are now a believer.
Okay, so Smile all the way. Let's go, boys.
No, not all the way, Kihan. Just for 2 more.
Yeah, well, all the way until not there anymore.
Stop right before the end station, basically.
Yeah. I mean, we keep joking about it, but the fact remains that Smile is still up with their backs against the wall. It's not going to get easier for them. Even if they slip up just once, it's all over. They now have to do it on Ghost Town attack. That is not the easiest of attacks. And even if they do that, we're headed into Cliff. And Cliff can be such a coin flip map.
Yeah, but it could coin flip in the right way, though.
Yeah, it could. That's the nature of the coin flip. First, they have to get there, though. And as we talked about multiple times before, that is not going to be easy, especially against a team of hit and run that in the past have had very, very good performances on Ghost Town, that have looked very, very stellar. They do have a good understanding of the map. It wasn't enough in the map, in the attack that we just saw now. So now it's going to be the defense of hit and run. Are they going to be able to book their own spot in the finals, or will Smile stay alive in the tournament? Smile trying to do so with one E100, one mouse. Then they have 4 277s. And Volva in the CS63, that's kind of light.
Could be straight cap, hit and run, double 60p, an i7, double mouse, and that's going to CS63. That looks like some early aggression on either of the two caps, actually. I guess. I mean, what else are you going to do with 277s?
I mean, A4 and K4, like we saw before by Opur. It remains to be seen. Hit and run starting with 1.5k HP advantage, and this looks like a very north-heavy commitment. The problem being that the S-Conk by hit and run is getting sent towards that A3 position as well, and that A3 position is just, yeah, it can be basically an impregnable fortress that the enemy has to overcome. Also, some HE already being fired in towards that 1 cap. Not really sure by who, but I think we should be setting our eyes on towards the 2 cap, where the 277s by Smile are very close. That does mean, though, that basically having people close towards the 2 cap or the 1 cap, they could go either way right now. But if they go 2 cap, that would be kind of disjointed. I think that's why we now see Fluky, Dodoma, and OP all starting to go in towards that cap. But Monster will see it very early, and you can see those buildings are being destroyed. I think that's why the cap is currently being called off. They were hoping that hit and run were going to set up heavily around the 2 cap because they were expecting something there, leaving the cap play for 1 open. But hit and run did not take the bait, and Ethan is now paying a price in HP.
Ethan is indeed paying the price. Down to 800, my boy Ethan. Oh, Monster getting punished heavily in return, though, because he backed off into the 277s from behind, but Ethan is just dead in the water. He's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. He's getting peeked by Monster, who now knows not to reverse too far anymore, and Kubash says, thanks, and picks him up. I mean, sure, Monster's low HP, but we talked about this before, Kian. They will not be able to generate a kill on him.
Yeah, they are not going to be able to generate or secure that kill. I mean, OP, Fluky, and Dodoma are now driving in. They are driving on towards Marcel, never in the backlines. Also able to help him out. OP directly down towards 1500. They are trying to burst Marcel down, but they are trying to burst a mouse down. That's never going to happen. They are taking a lot of damage on the way on towards that cap.
Yeah, they're trying to make something happen, trying to make some damage come their way, but so far it's hit and run all the way, bringing it home. Now the cap has started, so hit and run will have to reset it, and Vova's coming closer. But still though, Kihan, when you look at it, 4 tanks on the cap, it gives hit and run time to really just think about where they want to approach. They'll be using Conrad here as the battering ram. The 2 angles, you can't watch both sides, external and then the E100, and OP Hacker in the 277 are the first focus. OP goes down, external has nowhere to go. They are able to shoot those tanks freely in the back, and Sebastian even getting set on fire by Monster there as hit and run on their defense do not fall for the bait lineup like you said, but are instead able and ready to defend base number 1.
Yeah, Dodoma here is gonna go the way of the Dodo, the same way that the hopes for Smile are going to falter. They are going to get battered, bruised, and beaten. They did look good in a lot of rounds, but looking good does not get you the points on the board. Instead, it is winning those rounds that does put you into the grand final. And once again, just like China, just like the previous WOT7s, it's going to be Opur against Hit and Run.
It's going to be Opur against Hit and Run in the finals indeed. Between these two teams, a rematch coming out. That's going to be great to watch. in the next one. For Smile, though, it's just this match is one they want to forget quickly, I think.
Yeah, and there were like so many situations in which it was like so annoying, right? You can't help but wonder, what if a few things just go differently? Hit and Run, though, they are able to pull off some incredible rounds that realistically they should never have, you know,
Say that much.
ever gotten. And on the other side, we see a team of Smile that lost some rounds that they should have realistically never lost. After all of this, though, I think the good thing for us and also for the viewers is going to be that I guess we are going to see definitely the two best teams currently fighting it out in the grand finals. So both player skill, tactics, mind games, everything is going to be absolutely off the chart. So yeah, take that for what you will. It's not going to be two regions involved against one another, but it is definitely going to be two teams that have shown incredible gameplay. And if there is one thing that we are here for, well, apart from some people, maybe for the Twitch drops, which are going to continue on your channel after, it is going to be the gameplay here in 77.
Yeah, I'm thinking already about my prediction, Kian. It's about like who I'm favoring. For some reason, I want
to. Yeah.
We did that. That was the exclusive sneak peek to the analyst desk. Hard at work, watching and learning. That was an exclusive sneak peek that happens only once per broadcast. It's great to see them at their desk at the very least. No, but before we switch to the analyst, Kian, if you had to like fill in a prediction now after what you've seen between the two semis, because it's something to think about for us during the break, right? Where are you going?
I guess I'm going to fill in my prediction right here, right now. I think Opur has looked a lot better. And yes, Hit and Run did upset that in Shanghai, but I don't think they're going to upset it twice in a row. I'm going to say Opur 5, Hit and Run 2.
Yeah, okay. I'm also going to go with Opur for that, Gihan. But I think, potentially there's two more people that have so much more to say about the match that we just had between Hit and Run and Smile, Insane and Toxic. Let's hear from the analyst.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, and we are gonna have a full EU Finals Toxic 5-1 victory for Hit and Run against Smile. That was a decisive victory, but at the very least, the NA team managed to win one round this time.
I mean, the playoffs kind of remind me of a football match in 2014 between Germany and Brazil, where Germany won 7-1, there was the honorary goal for the Brazil team, and this was kind of like that, the EU giving the honorary round to NA, in this case Smile. Hit and Run beating them 5-1 very convincingly. Moving on to the finals, we will have Opur and Hit and Run, the two best team in the entire world right now in the 7vs7 format, facing one another. I think it could go either way depending on how these teams show up. What we do have to keep in mind is that Opur comes into that match with a lot of engagement, a lot of power, because they just didn't drop around yet. And if they want to keep that train up, it's going to be very hard for Hit and Run to play against that.
On top of it, I really think that they want to get that revenge from the WCI finals where they lost against Hit and Run. And yeah, also the last World 7. A bit of the same story between these two teams. We're used to have them in the finals. It's going to be definitely interesting. Top two teams in the finals. Going to be most exciting match probably of the day also. But we should probably take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between Hit and Run and Smile. As we were starting on step. And we could see that Never in the Minotaur didn't start well. He wanted to keep his tank hidden in the bushes, but instead of that, it took a lot of time to get his shot down, and he was not in the cooldown anymore, and he dropped. So it was a good start for Smile. We had the feeling that they had that run on their attack, but there were some great reactions from Hit and Run in the south.
I mean, great reactions, but also potentially some misplays. We see OP Hacker not really focusing towards the mouse that is actually going in for the cap spot, but more, focusing towards the south. So potentially, if they keep Conrad on a perma track here, he doesn't get the spot onto the cap and actually is able to, not let Smile get decapped. But that's not what happened. Hit and Run was able to win the south. They also were at the same time able to generate the decaps, which opened up the match for them. And considering the time is already at 2 minutes, there was not a lot for Smile to do.
So few mistakes, yes, indeed. The CS, that shield is not the greatest. The CS is not tall enough to actually fully shield that STRV. On top of it, you're completely sacrificing a tank that could have gone south to actually help his teammates win the engagement there. Could have also pushed to A6, A7 to get different angles. And you mentioned it also on top of it. If that team from Spy managed to completely stop the mouse from getting the spots on the cap, that would have been a victory and a good start for them on that match. So definitely Smile with some mistakes, but on top of it, Hit and Run actually going for the best shots they had after losing the Minotauro.
Yeah, great stuff from them, after going down that much in the start of the game, coming back. And then we just saw them, they kept their momentum and just rolled in there, completely catching a Smile off guard, what it seems like. Ethan goes down for free, and then Dodoma, what we thought could have been potentially a disconnect, it ended up not being one. He just drove over the ridgeline, got double tracked, and got completely annihilated for free, as we are seeing right here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very depth-sided map, so you would want to see a 1-1 there, but Smile is definitely helping Hit and Run by giving almost freely 2 tanks in this regard. Not entirely sure if Dodoma wanted to just overpick. It felt like he wanted to go across to get like a different angle, because just for a pick it was very risky, and at the very least he paid it with his life. But then yeah, Hit and Run 7v5, it was pretty easy, pretty comfortable to play. They rotated some tanks to gain some attention of the base 1, and then you had triple cap at the base 2, and Smile definitely didn't have the answer for that.
I'm kind of underwhelmed by the performance we saw from Smile on the broadcast. Yesterday they lost 4-0, today they lose 5-1. In my mind, Smile was the better of the NA teams, so I kind of expected them to at least put up a challenge, but that's not really what we saw. We saw a lot of mistakes, they dropped the round 1, even though they basically had it in the bag. In the round 2, they give up 2 tanks for free. And then we go over to Himmelsdorf, where again the opening looks very, very promising for Smile, due to mainly, the big guns of Hit and Run not hitting their shots. I think there was 2 bounces onto Ethan, which is already a potential of 1300, 1400 damage thrown away, so Ethan actually gets to survive. And we see the HP go Smile's way, and still somehow Hit and Run manages to come back.
It's actually frustrating to even rewatch those plays from the side of Smile, because I guess that on all of those rounds they possibly had the win because they had the read on what Hit and Run would do with their opening on step. They were at the right side. There also they had almost their full team straight up ready for the 1-2-3 line pushes, and you had few misses from Hit and Run at the start. You had the 705 and the 6TP missing Ethan, if I'm not mistaken, and you have Monster completely out of the fight. So both of us were pretty much certain that it would be a round for Smile. They would just get back on track after that. But at the end of the day, Hit and Run once again, with the very important connections at the end, with Monster joining, actually managing to make it on this Himmelsdorf attack, and we were very surprised about it.
I mean, you really can't throw away a round after you're 4k HP up. If you do that, it's really just on you, and that's what Smile ended up doing here. Hit and Run is probably very happy, basically getting the wins gifted by Smile. But it's not really what you want to be seeing. And again, the second Himmelsdorf, we felt like this was maybe even better for Smile. They have everything. They have the setup, they have the cap. Hit and Run is not in positions to deal with it whatsoever. And still, somehow, they managed to throw away the round.
I mean, Monster tried to help them there by pretty much suiciding his tank to make it 7v6. But Smile, yeah, I mean, they're gonna go after Conrad with the triple I7. Piotr is joining to help, but this was still in their favor. That also OP won his 1v1 at the end of the day against the IS4, so we had the feeling that it was it. It was finally time to get Smile with 1 round on the board, but at the end of the day you had Hit and Run playing some very good gameplay, especially with Mineros with his E5 doing a lot of damage, and I think Daki mentioned it, and that's correct. At that point when you had the 2v2, you had Mineros and Never against the CS and the i7 from Smile. It was a mistake from Vova to actually commit and try to get the kill on Never. The 60 TP doesn't have DPM. Mineros does have, can do a lot, and he has a very easy 1v1 against the Doma, so he definitely had to help his teammate there.
Yeah, I think as a little tip for Vova, you know, if there's no reason to make a certain play, maybe just don't make it, and that's what he should have done here. It maybe could have still led to the victory. However, you know, we still also have to keep in mind that Mineros is obviously playing with some cheats here, as we will see with the shot onto OP Hacker here. You know,
Cheater.
we all were not really sure what he hit there. We even asked our nice observers if they could help us out, and they also didn't know. So great stuff from him, I guess. Some modifications, Kappa.
Now, Jacoside is a very good and consistent player, and well, that's a great pen on the i7 hold on. And at the end, we had Ghost Town as the last map, and well, Smile finally managing to get one run on the board on their defense. I'm not entirely sure. The Doma had to keep on focusing on those tanks. Probably had to secure his 1v1 against Kuba, so once again, not the greatest decision, because Mentos almost got a connection on him and it would be even between those two IS-7s, and then having Kubac alive in that position would be very bad for the side of Smile. But well, yeah, they were on the defense, very dev-sided map, so it worked out at the end for them.
I mean, you gotta give it to Smile. They once again tried their best to throw the round. Sadly, they didn't quite manage it. Well, sadly, depending on whom you ask, but they didn't quite manage to do it this time. The Doma actually later on does a fabulous job of buying time, because Kubash will have to chase him, and he just runs around the hill. I think we will see it right here, yeah. And basically just buys enough time for the time to run out, and since Smile is defending, a timer that hits the 0 means that they win the round and actually get the first round for the NA server onto the round in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, well, that one was still close. If we had a bit more time to play, maybe it would have been a 5-0. And well, at the end, hit and run on defense with the perfect read. Double tanks over the A-line, actually expecting a play from Smile over the north. And you mentioned it yourself, maybe it was due to the lineup Smile did bring. So good stuff, managing to get a 277 pretty much freely, even though they dropped a few HPs on the tanks at A4. And then you had the Smile with the reaction. They tried to go with 7-7s over the mid, but they're gonna meet a mouse there, which is the perfect time for hit and run to tank all of those shots, all of the damage. And the trades are not great. They managed to start the cap, but then you will see hit and run is just gonna go for the re-pick with all of those tanks to close this match.
I mean, this push was really just a desperation push. They kind of knew that it's over, just because Hit and Run was able to read exactly what they do, and they don't really have the position to rotate anywhere. They even missed a shot on Marcel there in the push-in, and for Hit and Run, they just, you know, surround them, because Smile really is just in one position. So it's a free match for Hit and Run after the initial read. Great stuff from them, and that will bring them to the grand final, where they won't have such an easy task. They will be facing Opur, who once again has not dropped around so far, so they will be eager to keep that streak going, and I don't think they will want to concede the difference between the prize monies, that is 5,000 euros and 2,500 euros for the second place. They don't want to give that up freely to Hit and Run.
Well, there's a big rivalry between those two teams, so it's definitely going to be interesting. In your mind, what's the advantage? Is it from the side of Hit and Run? Because, I mean, they're in shape, they just played, so they possibly have that momentum. Or is it for Opor that had the time to just watch what their opponents are playing, had the time maybe to prepare more also, depending on the maps, maybe aiming to play something in particular?
I feel like Opur will go into this match with more emotions, because, well, they have lost the last face-off, and that cost them quite some money. So maybe just a bit more willingness to actually win the match, but that can also turn negatively for the team rather quickly. If you actually do then lose the first or second round, I think that can be a great downside for your team. So I feel like it's the first 1 or 2 rounds might be the deciding factor for that match.
Okay, well, we also have an announcement to make. We mentioned it early in the stream. We have the next 15v15 Clan Showdown tournament that will happen end of January 27th, 28th. So it's gonna be some 15v15 action. Again, we will get to see likely Invil, which is basically Opur and Hit and Run. All of those players they are against, but in a month they're likely gonna be together.
Yeah, they will probably play together and will once again want to show the world and the EU server specifically how dominant they are. We will have some other nice contestants such as Aurora, we have some Russian teams, etc. that consistently finish in the top 3 spots, so they will want to take the crown from Invil. It's not going to be an easy task for Invil, but if they prepare as well for that tournament as they did for the last few 7 versus 7s, that's going to be a pretty easy task for them, I'd say.
Can also remind the drops that we have special drops for today. As it's Tankmas, we have some 2D style, 3D style premium days, and the tier 8 premium tanks, the carry, the one that everyone wants to get. You can get those with 3 hours of watching, and I have the feeling that that last match of the day may last a good amount of time.
Yeah, it will definitely last quite a while for you to be able to get the drops, you know. Keep in mind that even after you finish your mystery drops, there is a reason to keep on watching, because we will be hosting Dakilzor after the stream, and he will be having some special exclusive after show drops. So if you want to grab even more free stuff, make sure to keep on watching after you finished your drops to get even more drops after the fact.
Special exclusive after party drops, like Ian would mention. For example, yeah, the last match of the day, the finals, Opur against Hit and Run. We may have the slides ready to show the players from both of the team for the upcoming match between them. We have some very, very famous players in both of them. I mean, they have been playing the 7v7 format for so long. Monster, the Hit and Run captain, Ketsai, the Opur one, and all of those names, they're very knowledgeable, they're very consistent. I mean, we have seen in the last match Mineros with some amazing skill performance, and well, yeah, it would be very interesting to see how it's going to go between these two teams.
I mean, you even have players like Piotr who are just all that known for their Kranwang performances in the random games. But that aside, I think we have some beautiful people to introduce us further into the teams and into the matchup that we are about to witness. Kian and Dakilzor, please take it away.
All right, back we are indeed, and hopefully we're in for a cracker of a match. If the past performances of both of those teams, not only this tournament, but essentially in the last half year, 2 years, 3 years, are anything to go by, then we are definitely looking at what will be, the best match we have seen in this tournament. It's going to be Hit and Run against Opur, Hit and Run coming in under their captain Monster. And honestly, every single one of those players, Marcel, Never, Minairos, Kubash, Konrad, Piotr, and Miku, there is not a shadow of a doubt what those guys can do. They are absolutely in their prime right now. They have come back from China off of a win of the tournament there against the team that did make it through the upper bracket there against Opur, and they are in their own right absolutely a team to be reckoned with.
They are definitely a team to be reckoned with. But Opur wants revenge, right? I mean, it doesn't settle the score, but it's a start. It's like a rematch between these two. We know that Hit and Run took it last time. Opur took it the time before. However, the WCI prize pool was probably a bit slightly juicier. That Opur needs to take revenge a few times to find themselves being even.
Yeah, the victor here is going to take 5k. The second place is going to take 2.5k. Whereas during the WCI, we were looking at roughly, I think, $65,000, not euros though, for the winner. And the second place taking a little less than half of that. Obviously, everything there being in yuan, the total prize pool there was 1 million. But map, pick, and bans for this final match here. It was a coin flip to decide who gets to choose A or B. I would imagine that Opur won it because so far we saw both teams basically picking B as their preferred side. Murovanka and Himmelsdorf taken out respectively. Prokhorovka then picked up by Hit and Run. 1-2 line push question mark. Then on the other side, Tundra coming in for Opur. Mines being banned out. Cliff being banned out. I think we didn't see a single game of Cliff the past few days.
No
Steps then being picked up. Into Sand River, possible Ghost Town decider.
Yeah, possible Ghost on the decider. Good set of maps, though, especially Proco and Tundra. Between these two are going to be really interesting. Proco is a map that can be played in very many ways. Half aggression, full aggression, no aggression whatsoever from the defending side. So it's always curious to see how they play it. Hit and run. Been known to push down 1-2 line. Last time they did it against Opor, they got smacked for it, though. So I don't think we'll see the 4th time in a row.
Well, it is going to be an interesting match for sure. Best of 9. I mean, I personally went with a 5-2 for Opur, and that is solely based off of the performances that we saw from both teams. And yesterday, the scorelines were 5-0 and 5-1, respectively. But, and that is a big but that brings with it a gigantic caveat, Opur looked absolutely stellar. They looked like an immovable object at times. They looked like an unstoppable force at other times. Hit and Run looked like hit and miss. It didn't really inspire a whole lot of confidence, but at the end of the day, it was maybe a dirty 5-1 victory, but it still was a 5-1 victory. And those crucial plays at times, the team cohesion just coming in clutch, securing them rounds that realistically they should and any other team probably would have lost. But still, Opur just stormed into these finals looking like
Flawless.
Honestly, an unbeatable team. Yeah, flawless.
Flawless so
flawless
far.
victory. Then again, that happened in Shanghai as well, and we all know what happened there. Hit and Run took the victory, and the fact also remains that, you know, some teams tend to have good showings against certain kinds of other teams, and then completely, depending on the playstyle, and then against a different kind of playstyle, they start falling apart.
And Hit and Run does have that playstyle because they play very aggressive usually against Opor. Opor team that when they get to execute, I think they're wonderful and beautiful at it. But usually Hit and Run doesn't let them get to the execute point. They will push them very early on, try to force a mistake and play from that on. And I think Opor doesn't always like that when somebody plays a very aggressive YOLO-ish style.
Yeah. The first map now being Prokhorovka. What do you think are we going to see on the Hit and Run defense?
Well, I think we have a poor defense first, right?
Poor defense first, but I am more interested in the Hit Run defense.
The 1-2 for 4 times in a row, I don't see it. I mean, unless that's the only thing they have ready. Maybe they'll go 1-2 again, but this time with 5 tanks instead of 4.
It remains to be seen. First of all, I think all players are in the training rooms, and we are just about ready to start the first match here to get it underway. The first game of the last match is what I wanted to say. And for the first time of today, actually, we do have an outlier. So both
Not the first time in the tournament, actually.
Yeah, probably first time in the tournament too. I mean, you and Insane going with the 5-3 scoreline, me going with the 5-2, and Toxic with the 5-3. But the other way for Hit and Run.
So Toxic, they're picking Hit and Run. I would have expected at least one more person to. They are still the reigning champions, though. So it's a bit weird that we all voted for them.
Well, I also voted for Opur in the Shanghai finals because they were the ones coming through the upper bracket, and oh boy, was I ever wrong.
Yeah. Well, how much did you predict back then?
I think I went with a 5-3, something like that. So basically, a safety pick, which is like 5-2, 5-3. I think are those kind of safety picks that you do. And every single one of us did that. It's just that Toxic thinks that Hit and Run is going to take it.
I mean, I think Toxic's prediction is fair. Really, between these two, anybody could take it, and that's the beauty of it. It really depends on who gets going in this match. And even then, on match point, you against Matchpoint, you can't count either of these two teams out.
Yep. I don't think one team is really better than the other one here. I think both teams are absolutely exceptional, and it just depends on who has the better day, who is able to get that momentum going, because I think both teams are great at not only generating momentum, but then keeping it going. And both teams are also, like, it is not only that way in the match, it is also that way in every single game. Simply because when they start getting like a foot into the door and they see an opening, they are so easily able to exploit that, or they make it at least seem able to exploit those openings, and then they just never let go of the gas pedal. They just put the pedal to the metal. They just keep on going. They force the advantage, and they are better than anyone else at that, which makes them so dangerous to play against.
I was reading the What Tournament Bingo on the competitive Discord, Keyhand, as well, and there's a few good ones there. Key being biased, check. Daki calling Keyhand bad. Not true. Not this tournament. Not this tournament. Daki mentions map guide. Yeah, check. Chat spammers, check. The next one, check. Daki Roski. Untrue. I've been extremely nice, I think.
Yeah, you have been.
Hit and run pushes 1-2 on Prokhorovka, check. We've had that, dude. Keyhand saying that Invil players are born in Himmels, check. Yes. A Polish team winning well.
Check already.
Mic problems, check. Keyhand, that should be called Keyhand forgets to unmute, actually.
True. Anyway, let's get underway of the grand finals for the Winter Invitational 2023. Opur coming in. Flawless performance so far. Are they able to keep it up? Is the question. Trying to do so on Prokhorovka, singular 60TP, double ISM, double S-Conk, double CS63.
Double CS63 as well, though, for hit and run in E5 and quad IS7. So Opur, they're a bit heavier, Keyhand.
So yeah. 1-2 a push, a question mark by Opur. I think the answer is no on their defense. If that was a hit and run defense lineup, I would have suspected the 1-2 once again. Now it remains to be seen how both of those teams are going to open up. T-Sec there for Opur in that CS63 going to drive towards the middle. He's going to meet Monster there, and possibly even he's going to spot Piotr and Never in those IS-7s, as Opur sends a whole lot of tanks towards the other side of the map. It is going to be Monster who gets ahead of T-Sec here, simply because he's the one hitting in speedy mode, but he's driving into a lot of tanks there. Actually does spot DJ out too, does see Sir Jacob. Has Monster gone too far?
Yeah, I think so, a little bit. He's taken one already from an extra tank from the Netscon. Conrad taking some as well. Monster still being chipped down, 1.3. And now, though, hit and run bailing, evacuating, and making sure that they get out of this part of the map. The 60TP, though, in the middle of Orchek right now in a little bit of a predicament. He's going to get surrounded rather quickly. And hit and run will try to hold the hill at the very least. DJ lets a shot loose, does not connect on towards Marcel, who's going to be making it across the rail, but taking still 901 though before he gets there.
Yeah, taking some damage is Marcel on the way out, as some shots whiz towards DJ as well, who only takes damage towards his vision device. Is not going to mind that whatsoever, as we do see a rare sight, a single E5 pushing the 1-2. So once again, hit and run, pushing 1-2, check, but this time only the E5.
Yeah, Orchek now will realize that he has to go down, I think, because of the E5 shooting at him. But here comes the hill push, though, in return from Opur. The question is, can there be enough damage from hit and run to make the hold work for them?
Well, similarly, Ketsai now starting to push up in that S-Conk, but Erexa actually taking a bit of damage here. There is a lot of tanks by the side of hit and run that can actually farm on towards this push. Yes, Conrad is going to get collapsed upon, but look at DJ down towards 465. Is Conrad able to get one more in? Doesn't even need it. They ignite the kill by Monster. Another shot by Conrad in towards Rexa. This push is so costly.
This push is very costly, and Conrad doing a really good job at blocking as well, making sure that the tanks trying to get down do not make it. Rexer down towards the one shot. A miss there from Marcel keeps him alive, but it's not over just yet. Jacob here finds the kill on towards Conrad. Ketsai in return, though, very, very low in that S-Kong. 230 HP, getting overpeaked actually by the CS63s from the boys from Hit and Run. They did a good job there, taking the moment that was given to them to do some extra damage on towards a tank like an S-Kong is always a good thing for them. And Orchek trying to help his team in the middle, but now getting peppered by the E5, by the IS-7 from the power play dip.
Exactly, the power play dip coming into full effect. Turns out you're gonna help your team if you go there. At least sometimes, that is. Now Minairos and Never, they're able to suppress Ozek in that 60 TP, who is pretty low, barely able to stay safe. And the playmaking potential for Opur, it's, well, is it really there anymore is the question. I mean, yes, it's still Hit and Run who are attacking on this, but now T-Sec and Sir Jacob starting to group up against Marcel, who needs to make it in towards that next dip, because behind him Rexa also attempted a swing, but it was a miss. So right now Hit and Run up 2k HP here, but it is still their attack.
And the biggest issue is Orchek being so low, though. Like, if he has to play from there and they pressure him, he just dies so quickly. Your anchor came to the fight because he kind of has to, but then that leaves you now with the anchor having not enough HP to survive the initial push.
Yeah, and now Hit and Run with this 1-2 line commitment of the CS63 and the IS-7 are going to create ever more angles. And that that 60 TP actually, that is anchoring, that is already down below 1000 HP, might just fall towards a salvo of Never and Kubash, depending on the roles. If they together just, you know, take their aim here. Is currently Ozek staying safe, but now Never and Kubash starting to drive over. T-Sec, though, at the right moment, at the right time, puts one into Kubash, who is trying to stay safe behind Never here. Doesn't want to take one by Ozek here. Takes one. Oh, takes a huge amount of damage, but in turn, Ketsai falling with that S-Kong. Now, Kubash trying to get safe behind the house here from Ozek, who takes another one by the IS-7, who gets killed by the E5. Hit and Run, looking like they are going to take round number 1.
Yeah, good adjustments there from them, setting up that cover for the hill and doing so much damage when that push happens, just instantly deleting the CS63 of DJ and then even dropping Rexar low. And even with that, they did even a huge amounts of damage on towards Ketsai in his S-Kong. And you can see the result of that. It's now a 4v6 with no opportunities really for the boys of Opur to recover.
Yeah, and Piotr and Minairos now starting to commit in against Pan's Fury, who does get picked up by Never. And now only Sir Jacob and T-Sec surviving for a team of Opur that kind of found an interesting and good opening against the CS63 of Monster that did commit in, but he did so because he wanted that info really badly. And oh boy, did Hit and Run ever do something with it. 6 tanks still alive, 7-1 the scoreline in this round number 1. It's going to be Hit and Run 1 storming into this one. Opur 0.
I mean, Monster did get the info. Sure, he dropped about 2 shots worth of HP in the CS63, but he spotted the IS-7s, he spotted the Kong, he spotted the extra CS, I think, as well. So immediately Hit and Run knows that it's the Eastern defense kind of style, with the anchor of the 60 DP, then you play the rails, you try to overpush the hill, then you split the map. But because of the info Monster gave, they were able to put the IS-7 quickly back towards the 0 line and cover him really, really, really well.
Yeah, and what I really want to highlight here, Minairos on top again with the E5 again, kind of the story for Hit and Run today. But what I want to really highlight here is the speed at which decisions were made by both teams. That was something that was very astonishing for me to see, because that's not something you see normally. There was no single point of hesitation ever. That was just action, reaction, re-reaction, and then, you know, basically another action coming out from the next team again. So those are two teams that are definitely, just willing to go at each other. And with the better end for Hit and Run there in that round number 1, but I think both teams have demonstrated that they are more than willing and capable to take rounds off of each other in past tournaments. That being said, the flawless run that Opur had...
It's over.
Poof.
It has ended. Their clean streak, what was it even? 3-0, 3-0, wait, no, best of 7. 4-0, 4-0. 5-0.
And 5-0.
So they had a streak of 13 consecutive wins, now broken by hit and run. Unbelievable. Write that down in the history books.
I mean, the Liquipedia enjoyers will probably definitely find something to mark down there. But now comes the interesting part. The interesting part being the hit and run Prokhorovka defense.
You want to flip a coin on it, whether they push down 1-2 or not?
Honestly, I think they will. I don't know why, but I think they will.
I don't think so. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, so no.
Well, you know, they still aren't at 50% win rate with it. It fluked twice in China. They got it once yesterday, so they still need one more win with it to go 50-50. I mean,
50% success ratio is what we're aiming for nowadays, Kihan?
I mean, they should be, because currently they're below. You know, that's how you improve. First, you want to get to, like, I don't know, 50% win rate. Then you want to go to 52, 55, 57, 60.
No, Kihan, that's when
how...
you ditch the product line altogether. You ditch the product, you say it's not working out, and you just start a new product, a reformed 1-2 push under a different idea. That way... Why? That way, you can just wipe out all of the old statistics and just pretend like
Aha. So the old one was garbage, and that's why it lost 2 times, and the new one was the good one, and that's why
that
it
was a
won 100%. And now...
That was a prototype. It was a prototype.
Okay.
Rebrand and relaunch.
Okay. Well, I think we're just about ready to hop into round number 2 of the grand finals here. First of all, let's see the lineups in between Opor and Hit and Run.
And that is the second round of the Winter Invitational coming out. Opor doing it with triple I7, triple S-Skunk, and a CS63.
Hit and Run, on the other hand, triple CS, 1E5, double I7, 60 TP. What are we thinking?
See?
1-2 push?
No. They switched away.
Disappointing. All right, what is Opor instead going to do? Well, they're sending a whole lot towards middle and 1 CS towards 1-2, maybe to farm. I think that would be kind of a counterplay to a 1-2 push, so good on them. How does it fare against this east line aggression by the defending team of Hit and Run in purple here, though, is the question. Once again, a CS63 getting sent very, very far ahead by the team of Hit and Run, able to gain a lot of information. And now the power play into the dip by Orzek, by Rexar. They're immediately going to secure that part of the map.
Yeah, you can see Moneros and Marcel straight up rolling down that slope, going to be the anchors for the team. The I7s now pressuring the rails. That's Never and Conrad trying to establish the positions deep, and the CS is flanking immediately. So they want to go for that split map defense, but Opor has some really good tanks to play these rails though.
Opor indeed having good tanks to play the rails, but the question remains what happens when the CSs actually arrive in the south, and that is why Opor are now splitting off one singular S-Conk to be able to sort of do something against those CSs here. Piotr now getting spotted there, and Opor so far doing a good job of trading. Never and Marcel both having taken damage, and all the tanks by Opor still being full HP. As the dust of this opening by Hit and Run settles, I feel like Opor are in the better spot.
The only issue that I see right now for Opor is the triple S-Skunk at the rails. You can't move them, right? You can't really go anywhere, but they're locked. So 3v3 there. Well, with the CS in the back lines at D9, it's a 4v3. But the point is, you can't really relocate them out. You still have to find a way to dig through the E5 and the 60 TP if you wanted to push that side of the map, right? It's not one tank, it's 2 tanks, and you don't really have sufficient numbers to do that comfortably. Because you always leave somebody in the dip in E2. So you would have 3 tanks pushing, and they have 2 sitting and 1 covering, so you can't guarantee you win that fight, right? So I don't know if that's an option for them to begin with.
Yeah, it's going to remain to be seen. Yeah, I think Opor in the long term are still going to win it regardless. I mean, yeah, they can't really rotate those Askongs, and yes, the CS63 of Monster on the hill is going to be annoying, but the fact remains that Opor are the ones who have to attack, and they still have an ample amount of time. 5 minutes is a lot in 77 still. But they need to think of something. I think the weakest point for hit and run currently
South, yeah.
is the E5 and the 60.
No, the setup here in the south. You have a close CS, he dies immediately. Look at Piotr. Once he gets pushed by what is going to be double IS7 and a conk, he's basically dead, like, already. And then you have the possibility to just continue pushing towards zero line, right? You see Conrad position, you kind of bypass him altogether. You don't care, you just leave somebody watching him. And then Kubash in the dip is kind of in a similar fate.
Well, as long as they dump over together, it should be an unwelcome surprise, to say the least, towards Piotr here, who is now going to be feeling the brunt of the damage as Rexar does commit in, delivers a ram as well, meaning that even a slight high roll by Ketsai should be enough. Or Rexar with that IS-7 might just be able to get it here with that meaty 490 Alpha. Piotr with another shot. Rexar starting to bleed because Monster is having an impact from the hill. But that is a good kill by the side of Opor coming in. But hell, they're bleeding for it heavily.
Yeah, and they even stopped doing it, and Marcel now in a lot of the trouble in that 60 TP as the CS63 of DJ farming in from behind. That's the issue with having those two tanks there when they have to move, though, similar to what happened to Orchek. Full south overpush is in effect, though. Now they have taken the realization that they have to do it, and they are indeed paying for it, but not more than Hit and Run is, because they're about to lose Conrad, which just fell, and Kubash as well. And that's the issue with this overpush. It's really hard to generate those kills when one of your initial tanks, Piotr, does 2 shots of damage and dies.
Yeah, and now Opor here in a commanding position, actually 2 kills up. And also HP in the lead. They need to generate kills right now, but Ketsai and Tsek, both of those low HP tanks, are pretty safe currently. And so Opor is doing a good job of keeping those low HPs away from any kind of danger. Monster now on the hill getting spotted by Rexar, taking 1, taking 2 by Pan's Fury and Rexar, both down towards 1400. Probably not what he hoped to achieve. Tsek in the IS-7 now driving forwards, but taking 1 in his IS-7 respectively. And now DJ is probably going to be the playmaker. Tsek, though, in that IS-7 falling here. Minairos taking chip damage as well. I think Hit and Run, they're trying to do what they can, but it's not going to be enough.
Biggest issue is that Panzer Fury, well, Rexar picks up Never But Panzer Fury in the S-Conky hand. He's peeking E5, E6, and he's about to get joined by another S-Conk. And there's not much that Mineros or Marcel can really do about that. It's the S-Conk over peeking the middle. Like, what do? They have to sit in position. DJ is coming in as well to finish the killing blow, as Mineros not going to have a standout performance in this match, as he couldn't really help his teammates. And Opor coming in for the finish on round number 2. Good stuff by them, and really that heavy lineup, I think, was almost a direct counter to what Hit and Run had with those many CSs.
Yeah, indeed. Blow for blow on a map number 1 on Prokhorovka in between Opor and Hit and Run. The map is going to get split. The score is going to be 1-1. And I would say, like, judging by how it went, a very, very heavily fought for round number 1 with a better end for Hit and Run. Mm-hmm. And now I think you analyzed it pretty well. Just setup-wise, the better choices for Opor in this round number 2. And by this, they just didn't make any mistakes that were like too egregious, that were game losing, and they were just able to snowball it down. Good reactions then, that overpush in the south. Honestly, I think they could have overpushed
immediately
both north and south.
I think you run into the issue that I said, though. You have the triple conch stuck at the rails. You can't really move them. So then you're driving with maximum of, let's say, 3. Let's say you put the CS in the dip key, you have 3 IS-7s, right? Then you have 3 IS-7s driving at a 60 TP and an E5 sitting in a hold down, and an IS-7 covering them, and a CS in quick rotation to cover them. It's not too likely you will win that, compared to, using the S-Conk HP and killing Piotr immediately.
yeah, I guess the south commitment being the better option. But once again, and I think that's also an interesting side note here, that Marcel now does 0 damage. Like, I don't want to call him out for it, because the interesting thing that I actually want to point out is that both of those anchor 60 TPs on this 5 line that we now saw, just completely non-factors in the game. And with players of that caliber, it's not going to be the issue of them not hitting their shots. Well, most likely at least. It's just going to be that the enemy team has, or the opposing team has learned to play around that position so well that it just does not find any kind of impact anymore. Also, what's not going to have an impact on the rest of the match anymore is going to be Prokhorovka 1-to-1 split. So I guess we just forget that map ever happened. We are now in a best of 7, I guess. And Tundra is our first map of the match.
Yeah. The issue with that 60 TP is that neither of the two teams played into it. You know, like neither of the two teams went for that cap. So the anchor doesn't get to do anything. Like, they're fighting across the rails, and you want to do something, but you can't do anything. So it's not a cool job to have as that player. And Orchek in the first round tried to kill the CS63, and he missed that. Sometimes it just is that way. You know, that's the thing about a key player. Sometimes he does a lot of handy stuff, and sometimes not that much.
Are you saying that key player in this round definitely wasn't Marcel? If we're gonna go there, I would go all in. And who's also gonna go all in are both teams here that are going to be fighting it out in the grand
We need
finals
to add that
here.
to the bingo. Kihan makes a bad joke.
What about if Kian makes a dad joke?
It
Oh, got him once again.
Goes under the bad joke category.
There is an endless supply of where those come from. Don't worry.
Yeah, because nobody wants to listen to them.
Well, luckily I got a large audience.
Yeah, they're forced to listen.
All right, Opur coming into Tundra here with, well, quintuple 60 TP double S-Kong. Wow.
Yeah, and Hit and Run on the other hand, 5 60 TPs as well, and 2 Minos. So it's the same lineups before you say, but that there's Minos, 2 hold-on tanks for either side, and 5 60 TPs.
Yeah, the funny thing being that the S-Kongs, well, if we're going there, are essentially Minos with never-ending magazines because they have the shorter entry clip. Well, copium, I guess. The double S-Kong going to be posted on the hill. Pretty heavy north commitment by the side of Opur, sending 4 out of their 5. That's 80% of their 60 TPs there. The other one going towards the south. And for Hit and Run, well, we were speaking about the Minos not really being picked anymore and not really playing D4 anymore. Well, guess what? Hit and Run here in the finals do say, no, that's still definitely an option, definitely an opportunity. And now Marcel might even be the one to push to punish the cross. Although Monster needs to be careful in that Minotauro was pushed up, takes one from one of the Super Kongs, is unable to penetrate the 60 TP here. Is Kubash able to get one more shot in? He seems to be unable to do so. And Conrad, I think, just missed the timing.
Yeah, but Conrad and Never now rotating him back. I think they might even try to pressure him.
Well, what is that Marcel Minotauro position, by the way? He's able to just completely push down those 60 TPs. Oh, Minairos and Rexa finding each other there in the open. Kind of awkward for both of them. More so for Rexa, who takes another one from Kubash down to 1400.
Yeah, Rexa not enjoying that 1v1. That isn't really a 1v1. But Orchek Tisek pushed really down, rotations coming out. But if we're looking at it, I think Opur so far got a little more out of this than Hit and Run did. Even with Rexa taking damage, I mean, if you look at the positions.
I think the double Minotauro is committed in very, very far. They not sure if Monster can actually leave from there. I think Marcel should be able to. But now Uzek pushing in the north should be the focus of our attention, together with Ozek and Tsek, who are driving through the middle. This is going to be a dual prong. This is going to be a pincer attack, with the focus being the north, obviously, since Rexar has taken so much damage in the south.
Yeah, Tsek and Orchek are just going to accept the pounding from Monster to try and overpeak Marcel. Already 2 shots taken on Tsek. Now he doesn't connect, though. Immediately retaliation from Conrad and Monster. Tsek down towards 783 and fighting that Minotauro with all of its shells is not really what you want to do, and Monster says thank you very much. I think he's hit the last 4 shells in a row with that Mino close range. He's not going to be missing those shells every time, and that was not the peak for Opor.
That was not it at all for Opur. That they did look like they were getting, sort of cornered a little bit. Now it certainly does look like it. Uzek, they're taking another big one. Now Pansfjord in the south taking one by Kubaj as well. So the trades so far going definitely the way of hit and run here on their Ghost Town defense. Now never even choosing for the pushing. Lower than 3k HP. Interesting choice on the 60 TP here, who oftentimes is fighting basically against itself. Uzek, though, going down below 1143. Another shot from the sidelines doesn't connect here. Never should be able to have the reload, but now DJ starting to push in that S-Conk. This is desperate times. This is desperate measures for Opur.
Yeah, Opor trying to push everywhere and anywhere, and so far getting punished. Orchek, Tsek, those 2 tanks in the dip down towards potential one-shot, both of them, but DJ is the first one to fall. Monster on a mere 19 HP, yet still alive. Ketsaina rolling in with his 60 TP, but never cleaning up. Uzek, he went for that 1v1. He won that 1v1. And for hit and run, it is looking rather beautiful at this moment in time. Finally, one of the Minos goes down. But I think Marcel and Monster paid a dividend from their position as they forced the overpeak from Opor. And now with just 4 tanks left standing for Opor. Tundra defense going great for hit and run.
Going great for hit and run indeed, as now Konrad, Piotr and Never together are looking for the killing blow, as Rexar in the back there takes another shot of damage. Hit and run firmly ahead in everything that they want to be. HP, guns, kills, damage, and probably also friendship at this point in time. Monster there peeking with the Minotauro doesn't get the connection against Ozek, but it's not going to matter. Hit and run once again are going to be putting themselves up ahead in this grand final here, and now they're going to be attacking on Tundra, so looking to score a 2-0 on a offense-sided map.
Yeah, so far Opor not looking like the team we've seen throughout the tournament. Does that seem familiar to you?
Yeah, China sends its regards. Shanghai comes to mind. It seems to me that Opur in hit and run have found that team that I was talking about. Basically with that playstyle that you are just, well, you don't like playing against it. Because most of the other teams that we've seen play slower, play more, I guess in a controlled way would be the wrong way to phrase it. But most, if not all of the other teams definitely, are not as fast with their decision making. And for hit and run, it's just, go time. Either it works or it doesn't, but we're just going to make it work because we have the better team cohesion.
And so far, it's working out great for hit and run today. 2-1, now getting to go to Tundra attack, which seems to be still pretty difficult, though. I don't know if I want to say that much bias anymore towards attack in general. Like a little bit maybe, but with these really heavy lineups, it's hard to assault certain points of the map, especially if there's double Mino in front of you.
Yeah, and double Mino can definitely be a face checker, a reality check for those 60 TPs, because there is a lot of things that the 60 TPs have, right? It's alpha damage, it's annoying angles in their armor, it's heat, but what they don't have is gun handling. They don't have pen, they don't have DPM, so they can't just drive in together and burst the Mino down. That is not what the 60 TP excels at. It does a lot of things very well, but the hold down Minotauro is definitely not something that you want to be seeing in a 60 TP or in a lot of other tanks as well.
No. No. That's very true, Kihan. You're saying a lot of true things this podcast. I'm very proud of you. But for, like, if you look at the damage spread there for hit and run, everybody's, like, involved. The S-Kungs really struggle, I think, on this map against 60 TPs, just of the way that the engagements work. The way, 60 TP, when he sees an S-Kung peak, he'll drive forward usually and just trade 1 for 1. You then already need to get the second shot. And if he has a buddy in another 60 TP, and S-Kung's sides are nothing special, to be honest. They're very easy. An S-Kung turret is a lot from the side weaker than a 60 TP turret to shoot at. So it's really hard to get those things properly involved and get them involved into the fight just because of how squishy they can be once they don't have just a hold down to sit in.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, if like we're talking flat ground here in between the 62Ps and the S-Kongs, then I wouldn't even mind the 62P simply choosing AP as the standard ammo to engage the S-Kongs with, just because you mentioned it. Like, the lower plate is butter, and the sides are nothing special either. Like, yeah, they do have good skirts that tend to fare well against heat, but like as soon as that AP ammo comes into play for the 62P, then you just whack those S-Kongs over the head like it's nothing.
Yeah. Man, yesterday I was playing Glacier, and I drove on top of the ship hand, and there was an S-Kong that drove past me. First HE shell was 1.1, second one was 1.1 also, and then the third one finished them off. It was beautiful.
I mean, for you, yes. For him...
I mean, S-Kong turret is really, really lightly armored towards the back and the sides even. It's not like an onslaught as well. Like, you can pen a lot of S-Kongs with 60Ps with HE. Pro tip.
I mean, the back of the hull as well.
Yeah. But usually you see turrets in onslaught, so like they're turned. But yeah, no S-Kongs in this one though. Hit and run, just going for the triple IS-7 and the 460 TPs.
On the other side, for Opur, it's going to be the quadruple 60 TP as well, together with a singular IS-7, then a mouse, and a CS-63. So Opur bringing a bit of variety into their lineup here, whereas hit and run for them, it's just brutal hold down power.
Brutal. But hit and run has that quick potential to push the flank though. If you look at it, triple IS-7 for 60Ps. Usually when you say 60P, people think that it's not that fast, but it's kind of speedy, bro. It kind of zooms a little bit.
Yeah, and considering all the players here are going to be on tournament accounts, this means that they have access to everything that they could ever want or need. And in this case, it's probably going to be purple turbos, maybe even Grousers, although, I don't think so. Talking about Grousers, Rexar has it here on his IS-7. And we see that IS-7 starts turning into more of a medium with heavy armor, obviously sacrificing, anything that could even resemble gun handling or DPM, but he's going to be one speedy boy.
He's going to be one very speedy boy, and hit and run, of course, paid attention to the previous match that was played between Opur and Smile, right? And they saw that defense. No, sorry, the Bears. Opur and the Bears. That's why I was confused. And they saw that northern defense already, and they just do a really quick south play in return.
Exactly. Triple cap has been started, and 23 seconds here. T-Sec probably going to be the closest one in his 60 TP, and there is also a CS-63 coming through that one line, but already the bleed is starting to mount on towards the tanks of Opur, who are driving over the bridge. You can see the mouse of Ozek going down towards 2k, the Panzerfury 60 TP also down towards 2.2k, but cap is what we need to actually pay attention to, down towards 2 seconds, but we do see the reset coming out.
Yeah, the reset comes out. I think they were trying even for a little bit too long to get that cap through. Piotr needs to be careful of that IS-7. He's taking the shots for his team, and he already took the initial volley. They're all aiming, they're shooting, but the damage spread is pretty good. Marcel and Conrad take one each. Now moving on towards T-Sec in those buildings, as Opur is trying to put the surround into effect, and you can see that even with that northern defense, they have managed to take some rather brutal positions.
Yeah, rather brutal positions, but brutal HP advantage for Opur here now, because the cap pressure, well, there isn't any anymore. And the thing is, Opor kind of have these around here. Taking a look at the minimap, just everywhere, the angles are going to favor the team in yellow, who are defending here, but it looks like they have just pressured hit and run into a corner that they have maneuvered themselves into. They do have one shot with Pan's Fury that needs not to die, but on the other side, there's 3 of them.
Yeah, and Oppo is showing that they can just make that quick bridge push. They take the initial damage from it, but then they have so much HP that they establish the positions and are able to get the resets from there as well. And there was nobody really from Hit and Run farming after they arrived to G5. And they were able to get those good shots on towards those IS-7s, which probably stayed in the cap slightly too long.
Yeah, I mean, the first kill did go through on towards Rexar. That did take 2 meaty 60 TP shells prior to it, but I think DJ about to start the long flank, the long rotation over the 1-2 line, and then he'll be behind the double 60 TP of Never and Monster. Imagine if the CS63 actually makes it to K1. That would be absolutely detrimental to the team of Hit and Run, who are currently up in this match, but they are certainly not up in this round here. Opur looking like they are very much going to take it. DJ going for exactly the move that I was thinking about here. Monster taking another big one, but I believe Yuzek Ketsai peeking as well. Monster taking another one. Piotr falling in the meantime, and Opur with the HP to boot are just going to snowball it down here. Never not even connecting into the CS63 of DJ.
Yeah, not even connecting, and you could see once the CS63 gets spotted, they just try to push anywhere and everywhere at the same time, because like you said, DJ getting to K1, K2, it is a game over immediately for Hit and Run, who tried that quick cap play. I think they stayed on the cap for a bit too long, personally, and they took quite a bit of damage for that as well. But Oppo is showing that with that north defense, they are able to put themselves in positions that are just good. Like playing together with that much HP is really hard.
Yep, and now only Marcel remaining from a Tundra attack that crumbled in front of our very eyes. 2-2. Going to be the scoreline after 2 maps in between Opor and Hit and Run. Once again on this second map, blows are being traded back and forth. Both of those teams not willing to give up anything towards their clanmates.
Yeah, and as good as Hit and Run looks in one game, as good as Opor looks in the next, right? I think is the story so far. Prokhorovka, they both had one really good round, and for this, in this as well, it just looks really good for Opor. Like, it was a bit scary, I think, for a while, but then, you know, once they established those positions across the bridge, they were chilling.
I mean, mind you, though, cap did go down to 2 seconds. So there is that.
But that's because there was an initial miss, though.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, with like 5 people aiming Keyhand with 2 seconds, you think, I mean, one of them will get the reset, right?
You would imagine they do.
You would imagine.
Imagine they don't. Imagine the map picks, though. This is going to render Prokhorovka and Tundra towards the played maps department, leaving only Steps and at least 1 round of Sand River remaining. Steps, I'd consider it a 1-1 map, personally, for the defender, normally. But we did earlier today see Hit and Run play 2 rounds and win 2 rounds on it against Smile, right?
Yeah. I believe that the way it's currently going, tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Sand River might be a difference maker. Probability there may be 50% of that, but I think Steps is actually going to be a 1-1 split. If either of those teams manages to win Steps 2-0, they will take the match, I think.
So if somebody wins 2-0 now, but do you see that happening though?
No. I think we are looking at, I mean, we definitely are looking at a 2-2 scoreline, and we are looking at a likely, I would say, potential 3-3. That being said, both of those teams have shown in the past that they are very much able to surprise not only one another, but everyone else, with performances that are unexpected against each other, both in the positive and in the negative department. So I can't wait to see what Steps is actually going to hold in store for us.
I feel like it will be blow for blow, but I just don't know which side it will be, attack or defense.
I'm going to throw in defense.
Both teams win defense?
I think so. I've been proven wrong in the past, so that wouldn't, that wouldn't be the end of the world for me. But I think defense. Let's go, though, into the picked tanks. And, ooh, interesting stuff coming out. Quintuple IS-7 by Opur, a Batchat, and a CS-63.
Batchat and a CS-63 hit and run, triple 60p, an IS-7, a BAT, a CS, and an STRV. That looks a lot more normal to attack with.
Definitely some interesting tanks on the side of hit and run. Not a single S-Conk on the defense. Okay, so completely ditching those. I'm waiting to see how aggressive that spotting run by Minairos is actually going to be. And ooh, T-Sec with the Batchat driving in towards the middle as well. Both of the Batchats getting spotted here. T-Sec taking a first shot. The shots past Minairos not connecting as of now. And that is actually very important because now Minairos is able to one-clip T-Sec, but not, but actually also the other way around.
Also the other way around as well. Now Orchak establishing zero line when it's this hit and run defense is not a normal one. Look at the middle of the map, Gian. Triple 60 DP are starting to make their way down there. Have they been spotted? No, right?
No, they are doing so completely under the cover of the fog of war. They are unspotted. They are unseen, and Opur currently unaware that they have, well, unknowingly, obviously, split off a double tank that might get caught by the side of Hit and Run, who obviously don't know either where the enemy tanks are. They are going to get some information, at least, as we do see the march of the IS-7s towards the west. 4 of them are going to go there. Katsai, currently the captain himself leading the charge, is going to find a whole lot of nothing in B1C1. Looks to continue onward, does not get spotted though.
Does not. Oh, take that back. He does not get spotted indeed for that shot, but it's still a Batchat and IS-7 holding here though. How surprised do you think Opur is going to be by these 60 DPs in the middle?
I would be extremely surprised personally. And I think they will probably be too. Piotr now spotted out in that IS-7. Minairos in the Batchat evacuating currently. What a weird way to play this, but I don't hate it actually by Hit and Run. If they now overpush 9-0 and find that IS-7 and at the same time push with the 60 TP, what is the Batchat doing? What is T-Sec doing there? Is he going to take one by Conrad is the question.
He's about to figure out the 60 TPs, dude.
El no sabe, I think, currently, but now he becomes from clueless, he becomes aware. As the 60 TP is probably going to chase him away from that, but hold that thought, Minairos is now starting to engage against Katsai here, and there is also the IS-7 from above, that is Piotr, but currently no good shots to be found, it seems. What is the Batchat doing on the other side of the map? T-Sec having taken 1 shot of damage, that is less than I expected. Less
than expected, actually, yeah, for figuring out the position of the 60 TPs. Katsai are just pushing up and over, and I don't know, Kihan, the 60 TP trap in the middle of the map, I don't think it's really resulting in too much so far between you and me. They're now forced to drive, and the tanks around them are just scattering to the winds because they know that their teammates are winning on the northern side of the map.
Well, Piotr now, the first one probably to fall for his team, as he is down towards 1 shot. Katsai himself to pick it up now. Monster and Conrad trying to lock down this.
DJ.
Yeah, it is so weird to see, but then again, once again, I do not hate it. Currently, the SRV, though, the only tank that is holding the north for the team of Hit and Run that need to think about how to defend this cap there in the northern part of the map, because currently they aren't really able to do that. Minairos, they're trying to use the singular bush in the middle of the field to stay unspotted against Orzek, who is committing in with that IS-7. We'll have to wait and see if Hit and Run actually does commit. They do have the HP advantage here, and now Minairos, 4 shells remaining in his cliff. Monster, the one to start the engage, but the IS-7 does focus on towards the Batchat. That is the correct decision. Now, the first shot coming out from the Batchat does connect, and a player like Minairos at that point, he does 4 out of 4.
Yeah, he does 4 out of 4, but look in the meantime, what you could hear, the electric engine basically driving past Mineros is DJ. The grand escape from DJ in the CS63. Once they were killing Orchek, he just kind of zoomed past them. And he's like, okay, I will die. Go DJ, run away.
Well, now, however, what a weird game. DJ now doing something that Hit and Run wasn't able to do in Sand River in the past. Penetrates an STRV with a CS63 frontally. Kubash now starting to take some damage here for DJ, but Hit and Run still up 1000 HP, and the guns are even, and also the HP, they are on the tanks that you want them to be. They are on the actual fighting tanks, not the STRV. That being said though, Marcel in the STRV not really able to make it out of there. Currently, I don't think he needs to do now or never. Instead, the push does get sounded, but that is one big Conrad and also Monster behind them to help him out.
Yeah, now you can see the Monster and Conrad joining the group, and it's a 4v3. Conrad actually just speaking out, gives the shot to DJ, dropping him towards the one-shot. Panzer Fury now, it's going to be the focus though. Tisek coming in with his batch shot. Can he really make a difference? He only has 1 shot available. The shield from Yuzek on the low HP IS-7 is a bit sus. It's the wrong one, Yuzek. It's the wrong one. They do find Conrad, but Marcel this time has been farming as well. Ketzak comes in with 1. Can he ram the other one? That is the question. It doesn't look that way. And from the back lines, we got Mineros coming back in with that batch shot fully reloaded and ready to rumble as Ketzai does find the STRV. But now Mineros, 1 more shot left. He wants to find Ketzai. Can he do it? No, he misses that shot. And 60 TP not connecting on towards Ketzai as well. And that is a big thing, Kihan, because in the meantime, Tisek about to come off reload and about to come back in with his own batch shot.
Well, there is 1 more kill on towards Ketzai, but now, once again, you mentioned it, T-Sec coming in, does not get the second one into Kubash, though, and also Rexar taking a big one. Minairos now down towards a one-shot as well. That is 2 very, very low HP tanks. T-Sec now having to back off. This is just a back and forth here in between Hit and Run and Opur, but Hit and Run still with the 3 tanks. 1 shot remaining in the bat chat of T-Sec. It seems that Minairos has almost come off reload, but he does get picked up by the IS-7. Is T-Sec going to get the one-shot 60 TP out of this here? It doesn't seem like it. He aims for the cupola, but he does get gun blocked. And now Never and Kubash against a reloading T-Sec are going to lock in an absolutely wild round of Sand River against Opur. But man, that was back and forth. Both teams could have taken it.
Yeah, that was wild. Wild is the correct term. It could have gone really anyway in that fight there for a second or two. It looked like Opur would potentially come back, and you may be like, but they had a full HP 60 TP on the Hit and Run team. An IS-7 face hugging a 60 TP is an extremely annoying thing for a 60 TP to deal with if it comes down to it. So if Rexar and Tisek could kill the last 2 guys, both were one, there was 2 one-shots and a full HP 60 TP. They have a real shot at winning that game. But they couldn't find Mineros because I think Tisek hit the first shot on the tracks. Yeah, well, I mean, it was an interesting defense, though.
Very interesting defense by Hit and Run, and certainly one that Opur didn't see coming and did not expect. And once again, in this match here, Hit and Run are going to be the ones that put themselves up a round here. It's now 3-2. So over half of this best of 9 having been played, but honestly, so far, I failed to see a clear favorite. All the rounds that have been going either way were pretty convincing, except for the last one, but even that one, yeah, I mean, it was wild. It could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was. I think both teams were a little bit confused throughout that as well, like what's really happening, you know? Like, at one point, you had DJ and Orchek pinned in the corner at K0, and honestly, I think they should have stayed there. Like, they tried to do the breakout because they were coming from the north, but they lost Orchek for that for relatively free, no?
never there. 10-7-3, but he did secure 3 kills with 900 damage in that 60 TP. And of course, on large and open maps like this, the 60 TP gun is going to be iffy to work with.
It is indeed. The 60p gun can be very, very, very trollish. And that is just something that happens. But at the end of the day, got the 3 kills, which is the most important thing, right? Closing out the kill for his team. Yeah, that is that was a defense, though. I am honestly surprised that Tisek didn't immediately blow up the moment he drove down that middle road.
I think the 60 TPs all were hiding behind the stones and then probably were extremely surprised to find a Batchat besides one of them. And I think he went down from like 1800 to 800 or 880. That suggests that maybe there was even some HE shenanigans or just some high rolls by AP/Heat involved. But yeah, a very interesting defense being played by the team of Hit and Run here. Now the sides are going to be switched, and so far the script that I was holding before steps, you know, where both of the teams were going to win their defending rounds, does hold true. 50% of it here at least. Next one though, Opur defense. How are they going to play it is going to be my main question. And also it needs to be mentioned that if they drop one more round, Opur that is, that means Hit and Run are on a match point. On the other side, we've seen Hit and Run on match points before against Opur, and we all know how that ended after Sand River. So we do see the lineups coming in, and Opur coming in with that double Batchat, singular S-Kong, quadruple IS-7.
Quadruple IS-7 also available for their other team, and then one more, and then double CS63. Hit and Run not really changing anything from their lineup from the previous time we saw them play Steps.
Nope, that is exactly the lineup with which they played, and they did do a firm 2-cap commitment this time around, though. It's going to be the 1-cap as the double CS, as well as the 5 IS-7s. All are booking it towards that north here. Monster going towards the standard spotting bush, but as we see, and he sees, a whole lot of nothing. Kubosh there ready to exploit the spots, but we know that there aren't going to be any DJ there with a very aggressive spotting run in that Batchat. Doesn't see anything either. Ketzai getting pushed by the Batchat of all things in towards the 0 line. So both teams completely avoiding each other here, but both teams also probably getting what they wanted, but Hit and Run maybe more so because they are going to take the control over that 1-cap here, and those IS-7s by Opur, they might be caught in a predicament here if they don't book it towards middle.
But they'll have to run really quickly to actually make it out of there, Kihan, and they do seem to make it rather unscathed. I mean, that's a very small price, no?
That is indeed a small price. 1 shot of damage, and there is even retaliation on towards Priot, and once again the defender driving through the middle of the map. Wild gameplay in between Opur and Hit and Run here currently, and at the end of the day, yes, the bleed was a bit heavier. I mean, 2 shots for 1 on Opur's team, but and Hit and Run still has the HP advantage, but I would say Opur position-wise is chilling because they do have the 2-cap firmly under their control, and the 1-cap, they have the IS-7s to be able to provide spots. So Hit and Run in a problematic situation here.
But not one that they can get out of still, though. A full salary. But that's the beauty of their lineup, Kian, right? We talked about it. The beauty of their lineup, it's simple. But because it's simple, it's not hard to do something with it. It can just drive at people. And that is exactly what they're doing. They're just driving at Opur. Now they're just driving back at the south. After taking a little bit of the north, they're now just driving back at the south and forcing those tanks from Opur, the ones that don't move well, for example, the S-Kong, to potentially be out of position.
Well, that is certainly the case. The S-Kong on the 2-cap as of now, as the south repush by the attacking team of Hit and Run is currently in full effect. We do see some scattered tanks here by Opur trying to put up somewhat of a defense here in the south, as Tsek there with that Batchat does have a lot of very very good cross shots available. Puts in one, signals to the team of Hit and Run that they cannot really push here. If they do, he will have more shots available for them. Currently spotted, doesn't really want to peek that as of now. Now he decides to go for the peaks. Hit and Run still with the HP advantage, and now all of a sudden every single tank is in the fight.
Yeah, all of the tanks joining from both these sides now coming in. The Skunk from Panzer Fury also driving up, but so far so good for actually Hit and Run. They take that simple lineup, but they're making such good plays with them. They already found Rexar and keeping all of their guns alive. Even Piotr on that one shot is scattering between those little rocks, trying to get away from the Opor side. Now ring around the Rosie with that rocks. DJ and that batch at 485 gets picked up by Mineros, and that is that squishy lineup from Opor with that double bat. That can't really sustain these fights. It doesn't have the DPM like the CS63. Never Marcel now rolling backwards from the hill as well. Panzer Fury with that Skunk is probably hating his life right now, as he's the one with HP. And sure, he has tremendous DPM, Kihan, but what can you really do if you're just chasing people around the rock the whole time?
Oh, what a bounce there on the back of the IS-7 turret, meaning that Never maybe got even one more shot in, but does it matter? Well, not really, because Hit and Run still 4 tanks available, and the Batchat almost out of shells here. We can see he's connecting every single one, so good on T-Sec, but what does that mean at the end of the day? That currently Ozek finds himself in a 1 versus 4, as the Batchat not really able to help anymore. Conrad, full HP, is going to be able to drive towards Ozek. Does probably give a shot here, and now they're just going to maybe ram him down. Ozek looking if he can maybe pick up Mineros. It's not going to be the case. Conrad not going for the ram here. Instead, he's just going for the straight up kill. Both of them securing it here with the quick 1-2 tap. Monster with another shot into T-Sec. It is going to be match point for Hit and Run.
Match point for Hit and Run, and that's what I said, right, Kian? That simple lineup makes it kind of easy to execute at the same time. You are able to drive anywhere. Like, say they drive north, and you said, okay, it's going to be really hard to attack from there, right? And that's true. It is going to be very, very hard to attack from there, but they just take everything south instead, and they just keep driving.
Yeah, and now only T-Sec standing between Hit and Run and a match point. The mature thing to do here for the side of Hit and Run would just be to send maybe Conrad in towards the cap, or Kubash. The 2 cap is, I think, the one that they should be looking for. And then just, you know, Monster, Kubash, or Mineros just looking to exploit. We do now see Conrad being basically the battering ram that gets sent there. Just very, very solid plays from Hit and Run. Don't risk anything, just take everything from them, and that is going to be round number 4 for them. I mean, it's not confirmed yet. Crazier things have happened, but not many.
Not many, no. I mean, Hit and Run, match point key. And if you are right about your future predictions, right, in what you said, that means that you're saying Hit and Run takes it all the way, right?
And I stand by that. We are moving into Sand River, and I think... Well, the difficult thing is, between both of those teams, they know each other very, very well. You can see this here. We do see kind of unorthodox gameplay coming out from them. I think that is partly due to the fact that they, that they possibly train against each other, and that they know the tactics, so they need to just... come up with something different. That is why those, especially those steps rounds here, I think were so unorthodox. But it seems to me that in this environment of controlled chaos, Hit and Run are currently the ones that are able to cope better with it and to
make it work for them, yeah.
To make it work for themselves, yeah. So good stuff by Hit and Run here on steps, definitely. 2-0, which means now Opor, they need to pick up Sand River cleanly.
I mean, this is classic, no, for Hit and Run against Opor. I feel like quite often we see this kind of style from them smash against Opor, and Opor just doesn't seem to handle it. Like in those close fight situations, they always seem to lose out one way or another. And in this game, no different. I think DJ in the bat did not have a good time whatsoever, at all. And yeah, the other Batchat did well, but it's 7 tanks fighting. You have Panzer Fury, the poor guy in his Eskung, driving the whole game, to then start chasing people around rocks in an Eskung, and it's not fun. for him, and he's supposed to be the damage dealer, but they're all just running away from him. They don't care. They kill everything but Panzer Fury.
Well, now the damage numbers being done here. I mean, T-Sec trying to do what he could. DJ there, perfect shot conversion from him, but then enough. Just getting getting shot down with those autoloaders. Basically, one clip, okay, but you
want that two
want
clips.
To get.
Look at the CSs. Yeah. Okay, they would compare them to the CS counterparts on the hit and run team. I mean, sure, like Kubash doesn't have 4K like T-Sec, but Monster does at least 2.1, and they just have that consistent fire. And they're also like in the CS is sharing HP more than a bad shot would, or tries to, because the bad is super squishy. CS is also squishy, but not quite as much. So yeah, I mean, steps done. Sun River, Opor gonna be defending first.
Opor gonna be defending first, and well, if we think back, there was recently a grand finals. I believe it was the WOT 7 number 13. Excuse me. It was also a finals in between Hit and Run and Opor. Hit and Run was on match point. The score was 4-1 at that point. Opor was defending, and there was a certain person called Piotrix left in an STRV, the only one remaining in the round for his team. And yeah, how do I explain this to a viewer that hasn't seen it? Basically, Opor have lost the round. They have a singular STRV remaining against 4 enemy tanks. The STRV has 600 HP. He clutches it out. And then Opor goes on to win the tournament.
You don't.
I guess you have to have been there. Yeah.
Unexplainable.
Inexplicable, unexplainable. Both of those words ring true. But I think it is time to go into the first match point that Hit and Run have. It is going to be Sand River. I believe attack, and well, there is no Piotrix, there is no STRV, but what Opor does have is a 60 TP, an IS-7, double 277, an S-Conk, and double CS-63.
Hit and Run, on the other hand, 160p, triple IS-7, 1E5, and double CS-63 to round it off with. So they have quite similar-ish lineups in ways, just minor differences, really. E5 versus S-Conk, 7-7 versus I7.
Yeah, it's like a different approach on the same subject, essentially.
Same dish with a different cook.
Yep. Hit and Run, though, on their attack, trying to take it all, trying to win the Winter Invitational. Are going to send Monster towards the middle in that CS, who does get spotted out immediately. The same goes for Never in that 60 TP. No one else spotted, though. And Hit and Run are looking to take this out fast here. Whereas Opor do have double tank towards the northeast. They have the 60 TP in Anchor. They have the 277 at the bush line south of their cap. Currently rotating the second CS down there as well. And the IS-7, I think that's going to be Sir Jacob. Yeah, he's also playing South Anchor there. So currently kind of a, I would say, normal defense by Opor. That being said, neat little boost by T-Sec. Done first try. Good job.
Yeah, it gives him an interesting angle even on towards the A-line. Haven't seen that being used before. Piotr there knows he's spotted, just telling his teammates to blind the positions of where Rexstar might be before he potentially commits. But I think Rexstar is just spotting on gun anyway, so they won't be able to find any connections on towards him. It's pretty safe. You can see him back off now, though, and that's CS-63. Probably hearing all the shells flying by. He's like, I have problem. Yeah, it's a neat angle.
That is a pretty cool one. I guess the only thing to criticize is that he seems to have to use gun elevation there, so the cupola would be a bit unangled. The turret roof would be easier to penetrate for heat shells, but still, unexpected angle. Pretty cool stuff to see. Never does get spotted in the middle of the map. Monster trying to find out why that is.
Yeah, Monster just creeping up, but the main thing is the I-7s in the south are now going. The triple hit squad from Hit and Run spots out Rexar. Tries to make a shot, but he will not connect. Actually, they're only sending up Piotr. The other two staying. Not even spotted, I think. They will have to deal with Sir Jacob somehow.
Indeed, they will have to deal with Sir Jacob, but that is not going to be the easiest kind of thing, because Sir Jacob is going to be a full HP and hold down IS-7. So Opor, they have wasted 2.5 minutes of the time that Hit and Run have had to attack here. The 8 minutes in total been reduced by quite a bit now. And now it's going to be up to Hit and Run to make something happen, to show us why they are why they are on the match point of the grand finals here. Now, also some information, some spots being traded in between both of those teams, but no damage being taken so far. Caster Curse coming into full effect for both sides. Minaros and T-Sec taking damage.
Yeah, just both of them just trading it out a little bit. T-Sec needs to be careful if he tries to run away. Monster, I think, had a decent shot. That's why he decided to fire. Piotr there takes 500 from Sir Jacob. It does reveal the position of that IS-7. But look at it. Both teams. Counterclockwise rotations, man. Opor is pulling everybody north, and Hit and Run pulling everybody north as well, through the middle.
Yeah, exactly. Nice attempt by Minaros in towards the side of Orzek is not going to connect, but now here over the open ground are Hit and Run. They are going to commit, and that is going to put T-Sec in kind of an unplayable situation, because does he go forward and fight against hold down E5 plus CS 63, or does he stay and get farmed by a 60 TP? That is going to be pretty difficult for T-Sec. Yes, he is going to get some initial damage as Piotr and Sir Jacob traded out, but I think Hit and Run, they have found kind of an okay angle against that pushed up 277. That seems to be, yeah, in big problems here, down towards 828.
Big problems, and his teammates are coming to try and rescue him. Ketsai and Nadeskong leading the charge for tournament elimination. They are crossing over, and Rexar feels the pain already. Now Ketsai, Fury, Rexar all stuck there. T-Sec nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Meneros from that rock position is able to shut it down, and Ketsai and Fury don't seem to be in much better positions against Never in the 60 TP, as now they feel the need to go forward, and it's going to be easy pickings for Hit and Run as Panzer Fury makes the initial charge, but is also going to take the initial damage. Monster in his CS63 gets obliterated though in return for that. So Opor in the HP department doing pretty well right now.
Opor indeed doing very well in the HP department. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to carry them over the finish line, as Rexar down towards one shot as well. Minairos getting shot down here. DJ coming in with the CS63 as Rexar falls. Ketsai now very low. Conrad has the rep kit available for his Amarak as Marcel gets focused out by DJ. It is just a free-for-all, but Hit and Run seem to be clawing their way ahead.
Yeah, in the meantime, though, Piotr 1v1 against Sir Jacob. Sir Jacob is in a bit of an elevated terrain, though, so might be able to find a pen at some point on the engine deck on the left and the right, but that is not what matters. What matters is that DJ is being chased down by Kubash and Conrad, and the fire on top of it. Sir Jacob does find Piotr in return. Orchek and Never not having a good one against each other, swinging and missing like two professional boxers, but still then, though, Keyhand, Kubash, Conrad, Never, Orchek trying to scatter to the wind, and that is a beautiful shot, and Never there really just gives that one up, to be honest. Just accepts that shot of damage for nothing in return.
Well, 2 minutes remaining here, and Hit and Run did look very good in this round number 7, but now they have to kill this 60 TP. They have to kill this IS-7. Conrad with the IS-7 coming in with a wing and a bounce. So Orzek, we'll have to check his block damage after he also bounced one from Never as well. He would be dead at this point. Otherwise, now Conrad does finally reload with that Amarak. Another shot by Kubash coming in, but Orzek there, basically like a rock in the ocean, just stands firm, holds on, holds strong, takes out Conrad. It's a 2v2 with 1.5 minutes here.
Hit and Run and the attack on Sun River is just not a combination of things that ever goes well. Never should have stayed in position and given Orchek the shot, and they're throwing again on this side. Again. Is this the beginning of something?
Well, first of all, the round isn't over. It is very likely to go Opur's way, though, but Never does now commit over, is unspotted. Is a 50-50, actually, for Sir Jacob. Never Does peek, does see Ozek. Does miss.
Kubash does get the shot in return, though. He's going to take one from Orchak. Orchak is actually pushing towards Never. He wants to get the 60 TP out of the fight. Can he get the reload on time, though? Orchak versus Never here, edging forward. No, Orchak actually doesn't get it. 35 seconds. There is some room here. Never needs to push forward and get Orchak out of the fight. Kubash is chasing down Sir Jacob. He knows exactly where he's going. He gets the shot as well. Beautiful from Kubash. Never needs to get the kill. Now it's on towards Kubash with 23 seconds left. 550. Don't let it be so for Kubash. He has the potential here. He needs about 10 seconds in this 1v1. He does have the DPM advantage. He's still okay, though. He just needs to push Sir Jacob, chase him down before that final reload comes in. 876 seconds. Can he get it? 5 seconds left here. I think Kubash may have done it. If the ram comes out from Jacob, the reverse ram, and it's gonna be poor to bring it home for one more round.
Well, it doesn't get much more exciting than that, I guess, is what we can say after this round here. That already looked won for Opor. And then all of a sudden, it looked like hit and run we're going to take it. But Sir Jacob here with, I guess the ram kill of the year, I would call this one. He does hold on to tournament life for Opur. They're still up against a match point, but wow, what a round.
What a round indeed. Oof. What a round. What a round.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened to Monster on the side, though.
He got set on fire and he burned to a crisp.
Orchak never bounced, and Orchak bounced. But then Orchak ran away and gave Never one on the way out. And that was such a difference maker. Never, if he stays in position, I think he just shoots Orchak back, and Orchak is a one-shot then. And then Conrad can just push him, and then they have 3 tanks, and they win the game. But now, those bounces, and the fact that he doesn't stay to give the shot but runs away, man, this map and this round, I don't think they'll ever play Sand River against the Poor again. If they lose again against the Poor because of Sand River, it's just gonna be the last time we see this map for them.
Yeah, definitely. Probably gonna be some pings then to change the map pool. Hey, Sand River, not really cool to play. Let's get rid of it. Obviously, that's not how it works, though.
It is
how
for the
this
right
works?
price.
No. Anyway, what this means now for us is that we are looking at a maximum of 2 more rounds that will be played. Potentially only one, though, and that one is going to be still one where Opur needs to win. It's do or die for them, regardless of how exciting that last round just was. And that is also like the potential for slipping up, for making mistakes. When you just won a round in this kind of fashion, like, yeah, obviously the opponents are going to be not happy about what they just did, but also you yourself need to be careful not to overheat, not to get ahead of yourselves. You're still up against match point. You still need the next round. Otherwise, it doesn't matter in what kind of fashion you won the last one.
1 round for Hit and Run to not kick themselves about losing another Sand River attack. They had such a good start, though. Crossfiring T-Sec to death. But then, things falling apart. That is such a cursed sight for them. Holy. I'm having flashbacks. Imagine 2 tournaments. Dude, thankfully for them, this didn't happen at WC, I imagine. You lose a clutch against Piotrix, you lose the tournament after it. You play the 2 tournaments later, Sand River, you throw another Sand River, not a clutch this time, but, you know, it's another throw. That is not how you want to celebrate Christmas.
Definitely not. But both of those teams actually still have the opportunity to, earn a little bit of money to possibly buy more presents for their loved ones. Actually, I have to admit, I only bought 1 present so far. There's quite a few that I still need to, think about first before I buy them, because I don't have it. That's always the problem for me. What do you mean? What am I buying you? Is my Is me
No.
complimenting you every...
No.
Okay.
The answer is no. You have so much that you have to make up for. My Christmas tree better be real stocked.
Every single time you're on Cliff, you get so many presents from people who...
Sitting in the base, yeah.
Yeah, every single... And
You know that I got shot by...
the whole
Actually,
year.
you just reminded me. Yesterday I got shot by a Mauschenkihan from the North base, dude. All the way from the red line. And I said that I was going to flame you for it today, but I decided not to.
Up until this point.
That's not flame. Yet. Yet.
Anyway, normally the... okay, so there was a bit of time being requested by Hit and Run after this round. I guess they needed to calm themselves down a bit after, I guess, what you could rightfully so call a throw. Also, current score is 4-3, and the fastest attack is by Hit and Run. Opur now attacking. So if they want to actually get tiebreaker choice, they would have to attack in less than 5 minutes and 30 seconds, which actually was the Hit and Run attack on Prokhorov.
It's very possible, though. I'm just kind of rewatching on that because it's now on the stream. Yeah, Monster in that game really just having a bad time. I don't think he really just had a bad time altogether. That is also a big difference maker for the side of Hit and Run. It's always nice to watch things back and see exactly what happened. He kind of made a bad crossing and got owned by Orchek for it. And to be honest, if he plays it a bit more safe, man, that game is over.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was talking about. You cannot get ahead of yourselves in those kind of matches. You simply have to play it to the fullest. You simply have to, you have to get too hot if you know what I mean. You have to think. You cannot get into that mindset of I can do it all always. The people who have to do it all in this round are Opur though on their Sand River attack, quadruple IS7, singular E5, double CS63. 3 IS7s and 1 60TP.
Hit and Run, quad 277, an IS7, an S-Kunk, and a CS63. This looks like that kind of south defense we saw from them before.
Why these tanks are being picked though, especially 277s, IS7s, CS63s, and on Sand River also the S-Kong, is that there is not only like 1 or 2 positions that can be played to full effect by these tanks. The map offers a multitude, a plethora of positions for those tanks. That being said though, Opur boosting double IS7 with double CS63 towards that south and sending the rest of their tanks on a longer rotation.
Yeah, then Run is challenging though. Monster just in the north spotting out, sees nothing, is going to dip here in a second when Monero sticks over the position. Currently a 4v4 in the south. Would give it to the 277s normally because of the better gun. The IS7 spots out. The IS7s from Opur even who are just going. And Hit and Run just kind of just hiding right now. Waiting for a potential K-line pressure.
Indeed. Hit and Run waiting here. Ketsai already starting to commit up, to commit over. Those quadruple 277s not sticking out their heads as of now, and this might come as an ugly surprise towards Ketsai.
Push him straight.
Who, yeah, they are just going to collapse on towards him. I mean, there's a second
one
ISM
going as well, man. Oy.
that will be coming as a nasty surprise. As Piotr also good shot on towards Ketsai, and he doesn't really see a lot else. He doesn't take a lot of damage other than that. All right, Ketsai taking another one, I guess. From somewhere else on the map. Maybe the CS is starting to drive back. Piotr currently pulling a number on towards Ketsai, and the trap hasn't even been sprung yet.
Yeah, I thought they would instantly repush, but they decided against that. It's a bit of a surprise, actually. I thought they would just go peek where Piotr is, peek out and just do as much damage as they can. Now Opur is scrambling to get people back into position. You can see all the rotations coming back. Everybody that was leaving is now rotating all the way back towards the K-line. It's going to be 6 tanks for them driving at it.
It's going to be 6 tanks for them. And that is actually not that good for Hit and Run. as we can see the S-Conk of Minairos is out of the fight. The IS-7 of Never is out of the fight. And once again, the fact that on large maps, the defender still has to cover everything, whereas the attacker can just choose basically the engagement where it goes. Coming into effect here for the team of Opor. They do have a lot of tanks here. They have 6 against the 5. Monster now starting the rotation as well. So hit and run here currently starting with a disadvantage, I would say, although they don't really know it. Another good shot by Piotr, though. Slightly high rolling into that 277.
The timing is bad.
This is going to be so interesting for all the people involved that are going to be like, what the hell's happening? The 60 TP even with a shot in towards Conrad. Katsai starting to get blasted down from hit and run.
Beautiful shooting there, though, from hit and run, over peaking even, taking the initiative to remove that one gun out of the game. But they're going to be losing their own in just a second as Kubash is dead. Piotr's about to follow. Monster trying to scramble that push forward. It's not working out, and Never and Mineros are nowhere to be found as they are in the north. Opor rolling up and over hit and run in the south. And yet another tournament and yet another Sand River that is the doom for hit and run. 4-2 scoreline is going to turn into a absolute disaster, a tiebreaker.
Absolute disaster. What looked like a complete hard counter for hit and run turns into, well, a match and a replay that they probably don't want to rewatch here. Monster jumping out into the dip, wants to get more damage done here, but it's all going to be for naught as Sir Jacob crushes Monster here, taking him out of the game. Now, the question being, we talked about the timing. They have a timer to beat here, Opor. They still have to kill the opposing tanks kind of fast to be able to pick tiebreaker's side. It was 5 minutes and 36. So they currently still...
actually,
I mean, the 60 TP is committing on towards the... yeah.
No, actually it will. I can't read your time, is what I realized. Well, Opor will get to pick the side, I guess.
Might be. Ozek in the 60 TP falling. The S-Conk is still going to be surviving. Minairos, that is.
I think they realize as well now. I think Hidden One realizes, at least. I hope so.
Yep.
At this point, that, you know, they are currently still not picking the tiebreaker. He needs to survive for... there's no way he survives for that long, no?
Nah, I don't think he does so either. He does commit now on towards the E5 here, but takes another shot in towards the lower plate. Minairos, over 5k damage for him now, but he's not going to be happy about the outcome of the game regardless.
He actually only needs to bounce one shot. Oh! No, actually he needs to bounce one more, sorry. He needs to bounce one... Oh, no. Wait. No, they're fine.
They are fine.
They're fine. It's 5 minutes 30.
Just about make it. I will, in the post-battle results screen, actually go on towards it, but they should be fine. It should be Opor choosing the tiebreaker, and yeah, man, hit and run and the Sand River attacks. What to say? It's tragic at this point. I am at a loss for words.
It's again Sand River Assault that breaks the backbone. What's our tiebreaker map?
Tiebreaker map, that is a good question. It's going to be Ghost Town, so you probably want to pick defense there. Yeah, first of all, I guess let's take a look at the damage numbers, though, that both teams have managed to pull in this round. And, well, Minairos, I guess he tried. He tried so hard. But you know how the song goes.
No, please do sing it for me.
No, we had that singing topic yesterday, and you know, whereas you are probably too good to sing on the stream, we don't talk about my singing capabilities.
I think you should try it.
Nah, I'm not going to sing it. All right, so let's take a look at the time as well. 5 minutes 29. So it should be Opor selecting tiebreaker on a Ghost Town. If it was me, I mean, it's never gonna be me. But if it was, I would pick defense normally. If I wasn't very, very convinced, I would be able to win the offense. But no, confirmation coming in. Opur picks defense. I think that was to be expected.
Yeah, that's not really a surprise, to be honest. You already predicted it. I was thinking about it as well. And at the end of the day, you want time to tick in your favor, right?
Mm-hmm. Ay, ay, ay.
I think
Man, if
Opur
hit
wins
and
it.
run-
I don't know why, but I think they win it now. I guess.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I said whoever wins, what was it? Steps 2-0 wins the tournament. But now after these two Sand River rounds, that must be tilting as hell, by the way. Especially the first one, but also the second one, coincidentally. But it feels like Opur has the momentum. Opur has the better side. They have everything stacked up in their favor.
Better side is a big word, huh? Not by that much.
I mean, it was like 63, 62%, something like that. So,
I mean, it's not that heavy, to be honest. You also got to remember it can sometimes be influenced by teams losing it regularly when they're not that good at it, for example.
Then again, those same teams then lose their defense also because they're not as good. I feel like that argument can be made for like both sides, and it sort of evens itself out. Yeah, it's going to be at most like 3 more minutes until the truth of the matter is going to be revealed, and we will see who is going to be putting the crown of the Winter Invitational's champion for the year 2023 on their head.
I'm going to ask you the most important question, by the way, Kian, before you continue. It's a question I think that's really important to all of us. Ketchup or mayo?
Ketchup.
Get out of here, bro. Honestly, this was the last time. I can't handle this guy anymore. I'm done. I'm done, dude. Every time. Disappointing performance, bro.
What?
What is wrong with you?
What do you mean? What is wrong with
How
me?
can
Ketchup tastes very good. Hello?
Yeah, but so does mayo, bro.
On fries? Yeah, like, but if I had to choose one...
Okay, so you have a pack of fries, and you have the choice for one sauce, mayo or ketchup.
I just said so. I'm gonna double down. I'm sorry.
Dude, honestly, lose my number, for real. Like, delete me from my phone, dude. I'm so done with you.
What?
What an insult to anybody in Belgium. Unbelievable. Couldn't even lie for the good cause, dude.
No, I'm no. It is the ketchup. The ketchup song for me. Anyway though, who is going to be putting the crown onto their heads?
You're gonna say the ketchup on top of their head.
The ketchup. No, please no. Who's going to be putting the crown on their heads in the Winter Invitational 2023? Is it going to be the team from Poland, or is it going to be the team from Poland? We are definitely going to be finding out in this last round on Ghost Town. The team of Opur that has been battering that against the match points of Hit and Run has managed in the last possible moment to secure tiebreaker side choice for themselves. They did pick defense, so everything that remains to be seen is just this one last final round.
Yes, one last final round to decide who's going to be the Winter Invitational. Opur looking to do another comeback, man. Another one. Feels like every time they're playing against Hit and Run, they're having to come back.
Well, but that just shows their comeback qualities, right? Maybe playing from behind is just their cup of tea. Just their kind of thing, and honestly it's not looking too bad for them. So let's take a look at the lineups of the tiebreaker of the grand final. Opur coming into this one on their defense, bringing 160 TP, 1 IS7, double mouse, an E5 and double CS63.
Hit and Run on the other hand a little bit simpler, 1 IS7, triple mouse, a 277 and double CS. So Ghost Town being played with 4 mediums, a bit outside of the norm, Kihan, but not that far.
I mean, yeah, maybe a bit outside of the norm, but definitely, I would say, not unheard of. So, yeah, both of those lineups, I would say, pretty conservative. What are T-Sec and Rexar doing? Oh, they ran into one of the rail cars, into one of the derailed rail cars, and hit and run. I mean, that is what we have seen from them before. Double CS and IS-7 towards the north. This time, though, they're bringing a 277 as well.
Yeah, and they're going to be very, very fast across the A-line with that. And but it's currently able to provide some support to Panzer Fury or checking the mouse from the middle, you would say as well, which is going to be Sir Jacob for maybe 1 or 2 shots. But that is also going to be it. And Fury is going to be hit by a battering ram, Kian.
Well, the battering ram should get spotted, though, by the mouse here. Yes, all the 4 tanks have been revealed. So I think Panzer Fury is going to adjust downwards a little. A 1 shot by Orzek into Monster. Now, the battering ram sort of fanning out a bit. DJ and Rexar immediately starting to drive towards the other side. Orzek taking some damage as well. He's trying to tank it out here, but now the push is starting to come into full effect. Panzer Fury starting to move back a little bit. Puts one into Never. Hit and run looking to close this one out fast. Are they going to push Panzer Fury down here? I think they're trying to.
Oh, Piotr even flipped Panzer Fury. And you gotta remember, this is in a training room, so no auto unflip available for the side of Panzer Fury. Piotr doesn't even need to shoot him anymore, but he will anyways. He's known for shooting AMK targets from time to time, and that is going to be huge for Hit and Run to actually be able to get that E5 out. I mean, he's still shooting him for good measure, but that's unneeded, Kian, not necessary.
Yeah, unneeded violence coming out by Piotr here, but Orzek is also in big trouble in that mouse as Panzer Fury does finally get completely overturned here. He's going to be down and out. Orzek also down towards 19 HP. Conrad currently shooting towards Ketsai, though. The shots will have to come in from the other side. Never is going to be the one to pick up Orzek. 2 unanswered kills, and Jacob also low HP for Opur.
Low HP for Opor, Sir Jacob dropping towards a 1-shot and this battering ram across the A-line. HP, Kihan, when you look at it, it's even. They're going about 100 away from each other, but the number of the guns, the fact that the CSs of Monster and Kubash are surviving on a mere 1-shot and a 2-shot and are now starting to make their way around the map. Good shooting there from Rexar, actually. Tracks Never, but Never does not miss those from that range against that IS-7. And Opor currently not able to really support each other, not really to get the multiple angles on towards a singular person. And Never with that 277 just trading it out. He has the superior DPM for that position. He will just slowly kill that IS-7, and even if he's a 1-shot, it doesn't matter. He gets the reload before Rexar. He's even going to survive on a 2-shot, and Opor unable to support one another.
Opor indeed unable to support one another. Marcel fancies himself a peek against Ketsai here. So Jacob still down towards 1-shot. Marcel to pick it up. 3 tanks remaining for Opor. 7 for Hit and Run. The boys in purple this time. They're saying not today to the comeback that Opor has been attempting, has been trying. They did choose defense on Ghost Town, but it's falling apart in front of them.
It is indeed falling apart, all of it. DJ will find the kill on Kubash, at least in that CS63. No, Never with the roll to shut that one down as well. And Ketsai and T-Sec, the last 2. I mean, Hit and Run. They took it into tiebreaker because of that Sun River performance that they had, which wasn't the greatest one. But now, 7 tanks left standing. But look at the HP across them.
Yeah, the HP across them actually not that great. 3.9k roughly, but now Never coming in towards a hold down against Ketsai. And also on the other side, I think T-Sec just took a shot from Piotr to put him down towards 491. That is a possible 1-shot for Piotr here. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, Piotr does get the 50-50. Still, 7 tanks available for Hit and Run. It's only 1 for Opur. 1, 2, 3 HP and 1, 2, 3 easy are Hit and Run going to say, as they do manage to close it out in the tiebreaker. Congratulations to the Winter Invitational Championship.
Yeah, they extended the content a little bit. Mob Boskian has joined us as well. Santa's helper, even though he belongs a bit to Cole. But outside of that, yeah, tiebreaker, but this was a really, they've done this before, but that battering ram onto Panzer Fury's position, he doesn't really have anywhere to go anymore. If he drops low, he gets shot by the mouses. Piotr flipping him is a happy coincidence, at least. But overall, like even after that, they found a mouse as well of Borchek. He was also a bit in no man's land. And then you see the biggest issue, right? Opor is shooting well, they're hitting their shots, but they have just not the guns able to support one another because they're already down 2 tanks.
Yeah, and now Pan's Fury tried to take a look at things from a different perspective. It did not work out for him. Overturned by Piotr here. Not something that we see frequently anymore. But yeah, on the other side, we have the shining, we have the smiling victors of the Winter Invitational. Minairos, Marcel, Kubash, Konrad, Monster, Never, and Piotr. Back-to-back tournament victories for them. First the WCI, now the WI. Just W's all around for them.
Yeah, W's all around for them. No revenge for Opor, who should be very proud of the way they came back anyways on Sun River. To tiebreaker there, sadly they didn't manage to make it work. But I think overall speaking, Hit and Run deservedly won this finals. They were the bit better team, they had a bit more ingenious strategies as well. Surprises a little bit. And let's be real, the Sun River, it could have been over there. So the fact that Opor got the tiebreaker again was already a miracle to begin with.
Yep. And that all being said and done, once again, congratulations to Hit and Run. This also being here day 12, the last day of the Tankmas streams, I believe. So thanks everyone for watching those, for claiming your drops, maybe also for cheering for the teams. Thanks also to everyone involved in the production of those streams, because we are sitting here in front of the camera and we have sort of most of the time an easy job because we smile and wave and talk a little bit about what we see, but there is a lot more people involved in making all of this happen. Talking about that, you guys, the viewers, are actually making it happen. This is actually from the filming from the Holiday Ops video with Vinny, and talking about Holiday Ops, obviously, the big boxes are still available. And now, once again, another turn into another direction of topic that I want to go to. Ducky, thanks a lot for casting with me those 2 days. It has been an absolute blast, and that is why we will also be rating you. Not only will people be able to continue claiming their tournament drops, but also tonight at 9 p.m., I think for the viewers, that should be in 20 minutes when I say this, there will be special after-party drops. I hope you will have a great celebration there. And as usual, I'm leaving the last words to you.
Yeah, it was a great tournament. Enjoyed it. The Christmas special kind of, but not Christmas yet. It's just a warm thank you to all the viewers for showing up. Hope you guys enjoyed the storyline for the next year. It's going to be, can Opor get over the curse of playing against Hit and Run, I would say. But yeah, from my side, thanks for watching. Thanks for everybody behind the scenes as well. For the people that I may not see again, I wish you guys all a wonderful holidays. But that's enough yapping from me and the other guy that is not getting any presents from Christmas. There's still 2 more people that have a lot to say. Insane and Toxic, please do take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, congratulations to Hit and Run. They took the victory of Opor in the tiebreaker, and we can say that they well deserve that victory. Good stuff. And well, just like in WCI, winning in the finals against Opor. So they are going to be winning the last official tournament in 2K23. Hit and Run may be a bit disappointed, but still a good performance overall.
I have to put the emphasis once again on the fact that I was the only one out of the cast to actually predict the winner correctly. I am very proud of that fact, and I know that Ducky will probably be annoyed by me saying that. That makes it even more fun to say. So congratulations to the Hit and Run guys, and thank you for making my prediction come true. For the Opor guys, it's a pretty sad story considering their performance during the entire tournament, losing to their nemesis Hit and Run. But let's retaliate, let's look at the replays on what actually happened in the match between those 2 teams.
Yeah, that's gonna be good to see what happened exactly. As we were starting on Proco, you had Opor on the defense, Hit and Run on the attack, and it started really well for the side of Hit and Run with some good counterplay over that hill push. You could see that they had the very least 3 tanks capable of shooting that, and the trades are just perfect. They're trading basically Conrad for 2 tanks, 2.5 tanks. So it was a perfect start for Hit and Run, and you will see that afterwards they just had an easy play, taking map control, pushing over the A line, taking down the 60 TP of Orsex. So good stuff. I mean, good start for them.
Great reactions from both teams, though, to be honest. There was basically a rotation happening every single second of the game, so that just shows you that both of those teams really are on that level where the reactions just come there instantaneously and you don't really think anymore, you just act, and you act as a unit, and that's just beautiful to see that both of those teams are on that level, and those are really the best kind of games to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Proco, that was a bit surprising to start with that map, but it was a Hit and Run pick, and at the very least they had a great attack for it. But Oppo managed to get back on track in the next round with their attack. So those two teams, I mean, it was very close the entire time. We didn't have one team taking like big advantage. You will see that it's a pretty standard but good play from the side of Oppo on their attack to actually see that Hitran is going for this standard defense with the 2 tanks of the 5 line, the rest over the rails. They just rotate, they keep 1 tank over B2 to have the crossfire angles on those 6 TPs and E5, and they go for that 3 push. This is pretty common, this is pretty standard, but that was the right call at that time.
Was definitely the correct call. For Hit and Run, maybe the issue was that they just didn't quite have the information on exactly what was going on, so they couldn't prepare well for this. You know, they could have maybe, if they knew it, had the CS rotate into the water so Opur doesn't get a free catch and instead has to shoot the hull down IS-7, but they did not have the information that we had, so nothing really they can do there apart from gathering that information. Maybe that's something that they could improve upon for the next time if they want to play this map again, or they just go back to their 1-2 push. I mean, Kian said it doesn't quite have a 50% win rate yet, but maybe if they try it a couple more times, you know, it can get there.
I was a bit disappointed to be honest though, because since they picked that map I was expecting something more established as a defense, but anyway, gave the opportunity to Oppo to just get back to the 1-1 scoreline. And next though, I have to admit, Hit and Run on their defense on Tundra, that was really impressive. The positions they took, the trades they had, Oppo didn't find a single answer, a single opening against that, and you could see that HP wise, tank wise, this was perfect for the side of Hit and Run.
And it can be really frustrating as an attacker to play versus a defense where you just really you don't find an opening and you're sitting there and you're thinking, what can I do, and then you try something and you kind of know that it won't work out because, well, you didn't find a proper opening, but you still have to do something, right? The match won't win itself, so I can understand if this frustrates Opur, and it kind of maybe started some mental games for the side of Hit and Run, because that was a really good play, and we can see even in the next round of Tundra, they almost managed to actually get ahead and bring a 3-1 to the table, but we did have the decap at 2 seconds, which triggered the repush from Hit and Run, but also, at the same time, Opur was repushing onto the 360 TPs that were stuck in that position from Hit and Run.
I mean, fast reaction for the side of Oppo, because Hit and Run with the perfect opening. A counterplay actually, because you could see that Oppo was mainly stacked over the north, so Hit and Run in the turn went with 7 tanks straight to the base 2, a fast cap, and then it was a race, but Oppo just on time, they were like 3 seconds short to get capped. They managed to get the decaps, and then you could see that their positions were superior. T-Sec actually didn't make the mistake to overcommit in his 60 TP. He pulled back on times because Konrad, Piotr and Marcel were chasing him, and the CS even came back to cover. So at the end of the day, it was close. It could have been 3-1, but Oppo just on time to get back to 2-2.
Yeah, once again, that just shows how great these teams are at rotating and communicating with one another. As we see them going on 2 steps, which actually was the pick of Opur, if I'm not mistaken, and Hit and Run did manage to go 2-0 on this map, so they actually managed to get out an advantage, which started here. They kind of had Piotr picked, yes, but they did retaliate a lot of damage onto the Opur tanks, which is an opening that is okay for them, because they just get so much on the other side of the map to work with, as we see Olsek and DJ pushed out of the position. I'm
not sure about that play from Opur. I mean, they could have probably forced a cap play of the base 1 because all of those Hit and Run tanks were out of position. I mean, they had the info, they could have seen what was coming back over the spawn of Hit and Run, they could have seen what was coming back from the middle, they could have got some damage. And well, yes, Oppo still had 2 tanks over the 0 line, but still need to commit at the very least 3 tanks to kill them. So they would have what? They would have 3 tanks to actually deal with the decap, and those tanks would bleed a lot on the way back. So at the end of the day, very close round between these 2 teams. honest, but I would tend to disagree with the decision making from Opor.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to always find the perfect decision, and especially when you have a team that's pressuring you as quickly as Hit and Run does, you don't really have time to work with. And I said before, they find these instantaneous reactions, but you're not always going to be correct. No matter how good you are, you're not going to find the perfect reaction every time. So we can sit here in the end and say like, yeah, it wasn't the perfect reaction, but getting at that point during the match is pretty hard to do, as we see, Hit and Run actually bringing the fight here towards Opor and actually going for a shootout that in the end, due to superior positioning, they win.
I think Rexar overcommitted in his I7 there though, and that was the starting point for Hit and Run to take the lead, because after that first kill and after the positions they can gather around H4, H5, they definitely have the advantage. On top of it, you can mention that the K6, K7 position is not bad to cover, but you still have to kind of overpick to get some shots down. So Hit and Run taking the lead 4-2. At that point we felt bad for Opor because that's a very 1-1 map, but on Sun River we felt like it was possibly over. Maybe it was a 5-2, but well, Opor were still alive.
Yeah, we had some old memories coming up, I think the World of Tanks channel even made it a TikTok video, the clip of the SCRV, winning its 1 versus 3 here. And I mean, maybe in terms of map picks, Hit and Run and Opor both have to go back to the drawing board, because Opor lost 2-0 on their map pick, and now we see Hit and Run here starting to go on their 0-2 streak on their map pick, and that's not due to the tactic necessarily, but the endgame just felt very, very sloppy.
Yeah, I think that Hit and Run just had it with a few better decisions, and then the end, it was very close. I mean, Kubac got the shot there. He would probably actually get the reload, but Jacob with the ram kill there with 2 seconds left on the timer, that was sick actually. And well, then I have to admit, good stuff from Opor this time, because even though Hit and Run is going for some sort of counterplay stacking over the K line, it's not 3, it's not 4, it's not 5, it's 6 tanks from the side of Opor actually pushing there. So you would say that Hit and Run went for something that was a bait and a counter, but Opor did bring the perfect amount of tanks to actually punish it.
Yeah, the main issue here was the timing actually for Hit and Run. You saw Piotr peek there to get a shot onto Katsai, but the issue is that he went back behind the ridge line to cover his cupola, which is fine. Issue being, he doesn't spot anymore, so the whole squad of Opor managed to get close, and the Hit and Run team triggered a counter push, not knowing that there was 6 tanks driving at them.
Yep.
So if they had that information, once again, it would have probably ended differently. So Hit and Run, second time actually, not having the correct information to deal with, and it's the second time it costs them a round.
And well, tiebreaker and this tactic from Hit and Run with the double CS and the double heavies of the A-line, that's something we have seen in WCI, because that was their main tactic there that they played already against Opor in the finals, if I remember correct. And well, I have to say that Pansery helped them a bit with this happening, Piotr actually managing to flip him, and you could see that it was great from the side of Hit and Run, because with this tactic, they actually forced the enemy team into getting the fight, the brawl against the mouse, the tank that is meant for that, and you could see that slowly but surely they were taking the lead, they were getting the picks. And once again, look at the tanks management. All of them are in 3 shots, 2 shots, 1 shot, but all of them are alive.
Yeah, really great stuff from Hit and Run, once again keeping the guns in the game. One thing that did slightly annoy me here was that Piotr was shooting the flip D5, Ducky highlighted it. Due to this being a training room and not a random game, we don't have the unflip feature, so the E5 would have died regardless. But then again, Piotr padding his DPGs onto AFK tanks, not a rare sight to see. However, Hit and Run actually coming out victorious in the end, managing to go to the tiebreaker and then still come back strong with their 5-4 victory. Congratulations to them for winning the World of Tanks 7 vs 7 Winter Invitational Tournament 2023.
I mean, well deserved. Not much to say. Opor, yeah, they had the perfect showing before, not dropping a single round, but we know it. Whenever they fight Hit and Run in the finals, it's always a close match. And I think that at the end of the day, Hit and Run probably has a higher win rate against them in duos. But anyway, Toxic, that was also a pleasure to have you on the Analyst desk for me for the weekend. We have had some great matches, especially the finals. That was basically a tiebreaker, went all the way with the 9 rounds played. So great stuff, good 7v7 tournament to end the year. And we have to remind you that in a month and a half, we are going back to 15v15 as we have the Clan Showdown tournament that will happen end of January, I think 27th, 28th, if I'm not mistaken. So make sure to tune in for the first tournament in 2K24, which is 15v15.
Yeah, it will be an interesting one. We will have both the teams that we just watched face off against each other, basically merging to one team for the 15 versus 15. It will be Invil trying to, show that even after 2023, they are still the best team on the server, and they will be claiming a lot of victories in the new year as well. That being said, I want to thank everybody involved. I want to thank the observers. I want to thank our beautiful casters, Douglas and Kian. I want to thank the production in the background. I want to thank you, Leo, for having me here. And I also want to thank the viewers at home for a beautiful year that we had, for a beautiful stream. It was a blast as always, and that's probably it for me from this year. I hope to see you guys again next year. I wish you beautiful holidays, a beautiful start into the new year, and I will leave the last words to you.
So yeah, more action to happen in the next year. We definitely hope you will get some great holidays with the end of the year, and we'll catch you in the next tournament in 2K24.